Hey, how you guys doing? Please press that two if you guys can hear me good. All right, we got somebody already talking. Kendra, I see you. I'm going to bring you up right in a minute. But I have some stuff to talk to you guys about. This live is going to be something kind of different. But I just want to know if you guys can hear me good. Please press that three. Okay. It's a lot of stuff that's going on, and I just don't know if I'm going left, right, back and forth. I know it's been a lot of chatter. Okay, then I'm scared. Yes, I am scared. I can confirm that. I'm not trying to run away from that. I'm getting these emails. They telling me to hit this link. They're talking about YouTubers getting suspend. I can't even say that. I can't even say the word. Okay. I've never been through no stuff like this before. And looking in the state of YouTubers, how so many YouTubers are getting sued, from Tasha K to Millie to the next person to the next person, how people are getting kicked off of YouTube to Cynthia D, G, Sorty, Tony Sotimati. I don't know. I have to be careful, y'all. Okay. I'm not no hero. You are going against really dark energies, and I need all the help I can get. You know, people on my emails, they're telling me they coming as a friend, but I don't know. I feel like it can be a snake, So I want to talk to you guys about everything. That's why I put my face up there and I cover my mouth in scary cat, because people are trying to provoke me to do things out of my character in order to I don't know what they trying to do, but they, how people like, oh, you so scary cat, because they want to provoke you, they want to test you, they want you to do, you know what I mean, certain things. And no, 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 I see your play a mile away. I see your play a mile away. So please pray for me. I'm asking. Well, I don't want everybody to pray for me, because I've learned that every prayer is not good, and I don't know who y'all praying for or who y'all praying to. I don't know. So I just, and I know people say, I got your back, man. When they show up at my door, you can't have my back. Okay. You may have my back on this internet. And do you have my back on this internet? When people talking stuff about me and all this shitter chatter, what do you say? Okay. But all y'all can do is have my back on this internet. Hell, I live real life. I don't spend time on the internet majority of my life. I'm in real life, dog. Hell. Okay. So I want to read the comments, and before I go on, I have to say I apologize. I'm so shamed. I'm so shamed. I apologize. Anybody that has been offended on my channel, I apologize. That is not my intention. That is not what I set up my platform to be. You know, all these years I've been on this platform, I have never had no drama with anybody. I have never degraded anybody or anything like that. And I don't plan to. That is not me. That's not a part of my brand. I know people feel like, well, when people get them up, I told y'all it's an open community. Anybody can hit that link and come up here and talk. But some people, I guess, you feel like when people come up here and talk, it's a part of me. It's not a part of me. I'm me. And that's it. So I apologize. It's been a number of people that have been hitting me up in the emails telling me that they have been offended and they feel some type of way. I feel you. I feel the same way. Hell, my stomach be growling. I be so nervous. I don't like that. I like to come up here, have a good community with my family. I know y'all not my blood family, but I like to pretend like we family at this moment in time, and we can have conversations, agree to disagree. I don't set my channel up as pushing propaganda. I don't set my channel up as a dictator. I'm not a dictator. I welcome all sides, left, right, up, and down. And sometimes that have hurt me, because a lot of people rather for it to be a dictatorship, to push one message so they can jump on board, and they feel more powerful when they hear one type of messaging. But when somebody have a disagreement, people don't like that because it challenge. And it's a lot of channels out here that pushes one message, from the left wing to the right wing. And I could do that. I could do that. I could do that. But I choose not to. But I could. Hell, but then it's not be true to myself because I don't be agreeing with all to the left side or all to the right side. I have questions, you know. So that's that, and I'm nobody's puppet. Nobody can't puppet me or prostitute me to say what they want me to say or do what they want me to do. I can't do no hoops for you. You can't prostitute me, you know, and I stand on that. And I want to talk to you guys about everything that's going on. And if you have questions for me, want to talk to me about it, let's do it. I see a lot of y'all in these streets. Y'all got my name. Y'all got my name in these goddamn streets, man. Okay. Okay. So I said, well, hell, let me put me on a goddamn docket tonight. Put me on a docket. Hell, I'm not gonna run. I'm scared, but I'm not gonna run from it. But I'm still scared. And you know, it's for me. I'm okay with being scared. You know why? Because it's the truth. Shit. It's an honest emotion. I'm not gonna come up here and pretend, oh, I ain't scared. Let them come for me. Come on, dog. I can do that easy. I can sit up here behind a damn computer. I could be a keyboard gangster and be like, come on, I wish they would. I'm ready. I'm ready. I can do all this. And I think a lot of you all will love it. You like, damn, she about it. Yeah, she ready for them boys. What's up? You know, but no, I'm not going to front like that. I'm not going I'm not gonna boost myself up like I'm a goddamn hero or superwoman. And then when somebody blow my goddamn chest out, I'm gonna fall to the damn ground. Hell no. Hell no. So I don't know. Like I said, I have gotten emails and they're talking about YouTubers and taking them to court. Man, when I tell you my heart about to fall, okay. I'm not like these other YouTubers. They bout it. They ready to go to lawsuits. They ready to be subpoenaed and all this shit, and they gonna keep on standing on what they standing on. I don't give a damn about that. My intention was not to come up here to fight or do all that shit. You know, I bring awareness. I want to bring a safe space for everybody. Gay, black, straight, bisexual, all, you know, weapon door, all. This is not a space to have a hatred or to put down anybody, you know? So, I tell y'all, I don't know. I don't know. Okay. I don't know what tomorrow may bring, but I just definitely felt like I need to come to you guys and to speak. Oh my God, is that C Allen? C Allen, where you been at, girl? You know I miss my C Allen. When C Allen come up here, I feel like home. You know, C Allen been with me for a long time. You don't act invincible like other content creators. You take all the necessary precautions. Thank you. Well, I get persecuted. I get talked about, I get dogged out about when I don't act all tough and rough. And I'm fine with it. You know, if I'm scary cat, shit, I'll crown my damn self. Okay. And that's that on that. I'm still gonna sleep. I'm still gonna shit. I'm still gonna piss. I'm still gonna eat. Okay. Okay. Where's Puzzle? I'm not sure what Puzzle is. Gigi, don't be scared. Hide under the bed. Child, I'm too big to be hiding under a damn bed. Okay? Shit, my big ass trying to crawl up under the bed. You know they gonna hear my ass. Shit. Look, when I'm moving under the bed, they gonna hear that floor creaking. Hell, shit. All they gotta do is sell a Snoopy snack or a goddamn chicken drum. You know I'm gonna run for it. Hell. I'm running under the bed. They're gonna be like, throw a chicken bone for that bitch on the floor. Watch that bitch come out. Bitch. Don't let it be KFC and it's smelling good. Okay, hell no. But you know what? It's about prevention. How can I prevent myself from being in horrible situations? I want to prevent. I don't want to be in that place. And I hear people say, well, don't you got a man? Don't you got a man? Listen, Why would I want to place my man in danger if it can be prevented? Why would I want him to fight and he can possibly lose his life if it can be prevented? I love my people that love me. So I don't want to egg on or do anything that's going to cause my man to get taken out of here when it could be prevented. I'm not selfish. Okay. I don't have a big ego. Okay. So that's that on that. And I just want to say thank everybody for the Cash App. You know I love a good old Cash App. Who sent that five? Somebody sent $5 too. Hold on. Let me go up here. Let me go up here. And like I said one more time, I apologize. Everybody that has been offended. If somebody called your name, I do apologize. And it will never happen again. And if I gotta be more strict when it comes to people calling people out names. But I'm thinking we all grown. I'm thinking we're grown ups, man, and we can just talk. We can agree to disagree. Half of y'all don't agree with me on a whole bunch of stuff, and I don't feel the need to say anything horrible about you. I tell you I don't agree with that, and I say how I feel. We go back and forth. Now some people they may get out of pocket, which I don't have often, and they may try to really come for me on a personal level, and then I gotta block you because you're trying to distract what we're talking about. And my name is not in the title. So I do have some people, not often, but once in a while, if my name is not on a title and you're trying to talk about something else that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about, I take that as you're trying to distract people and you're trying to mock me, or you're trying to make fun of me, or you're trying to embarrass me by calling me certain names, and you want to divert attention from the topic at play. I will block you. Okay. But if you disagree with me, you just disagree with me. You have every right to disagree with me. Hell, you know? So Kimma, I hope I said the name right, donated $10. Let's give her a big old thank you. Real talk here. Thank you, Gigi. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I was unsure. I didn't know how you guys were going to perceive it. CJ donated $5. Thank you. Party Work TV started all this unnecessary drama. Well, I'm going to try to cease it and end it. Okay. So, I don't want to continue no drama. I don't have to. That's not my intention. That's never been my goal. So we're just gonna keep going on. And like I said, anything anybody have to say to me, please say it. Don't wait later and then you want to speak my name up. Say it right now. Hell. No need to agree. That's how we different points of view, but keep it positive. Definitely, definitely, I'm with you. We all grown. Grown folks should be keeping stuff positive, right? You know, I would just think that's just to be automatic, not to go into negative territory. I'm humble. I have the Holy Ghost. I know that's right, divine. And I also have dignity and integrity. I was raised by a good mother and father. Amen to that. Amen. Okay. I'm so confused. You don't do drama. Yeah, I don't. You've been knowing me for all these years. I ain't never been in no drama. And I don't intend to. Okay. All right. So if you have anything to say, feel free to hit that link and come up here. I have the link. Is the link let me redo my link just in case I didn't put it up there. I seen somebody come up here, but then they fell down. Don't go now. Don't go now. Okay. Don't know now. Call and let me put that in here. And I just want to say thank everybody for supporting me, being on me with this journey. Shit, it's scary times. And I need all my support. Hell, I need all the support I can get, man. Okay. Yeah. All right. So I pinned that link for you guys to come up here. Kim said, are you hiding your face? Yeah, because I'm scared, Kim. Kim. I am hiding my face. I'm scared than a motherfucker, Kim. Shit. Kim, if you were scared, would you hide your face? Huh? Kim, do you want me to come up here so you can talk about my wig, Kim? Is that what it is? You want to talk about my wig, ain't it? Kim, Kim. Okay. Thank you so much. We got a whole list. Hold on, they coming in droves. We got four. We'll start with and I do have a small clip it I would like to show. Tough news. Hold on, somebody got a backdrop. I think CJ. CJ, can you fix your audio in the back? Cause I hear some stuff in the backdrop. But thank you for that $5, CJ. But please fix that audio in the back. Okay. But it is some new news that's coming about Angie from a YouTuber that I would love to share. And I'll share that later on. Girl, you got this. Don't be scared, baby. I got you. Thank you, Cola. And you see this, even though I'm scared, I'm still trucking on, right? So don't let, you know, you having a fear or scared to stop you either. I'm still going on. It's just mean I'm going to be very cautious, especially cautious with my words. I'm going to be very cautious with what people say on my platform, you know? And hell, I just gotta keep, man, I keep my neck on a swivel, left, right, up, and down. And how do you guys feel about this? I got an email and I don't know what to do with this email. I got a few emails, but this email was very, very scary. I'm not going to repeat what it said, but the first email, the person seemed like he had my back, and he was telling me that about different people, different YouTubers. I'm not going to say nobody names and stuff like that. And then they sent another one, and they told me to open up a link. I don't want to open up a link. I'm scary as hell. In my mind, I open up this link, then it's going to spam me. Then it's going to get in my contacts. Then it's going to do this. It's going to do that. I don't know. I don't like opening up links, you guys, especially from people I don't know. Even if you come with good intention, please don't send me no links because I'm not going to open it. I'm too scary as hell to open goddamn link. Okay, we talk about a lot of stuff, and y'all be getting in my mind what y'all be saying now. Y'all talking about the dark energies is behind this. Don't you think the dark energies is looking at my goddamn ass, looking at me as a damn target coming for me? You got me paranoid, so hell yeah. If I get some links, I'm gonna be worried. Okay, if somebody ding dong my damn door and I don't know, bitch, I'm jumping out my chair. What the fuck? Who is that? Okay. Ah, who is that? Okay, hell. Y'all keep on telling, yeah, they didn't took Angie out. She started exposing. If they take Angie out and get away with it, what the hell you think they're gonna do with my black ass, huh? And y'all talking about I got y'all back, you got my back. Yeah, right? Hell. Hell. Okay, shit. I wanna live. I got a whole lot of life I wanna do. Hell. See, Alan, how you doing, baby? It's been a minute. Okay. See,
Hey, hey, hey. No, I was muted and I forgot to do it.
I'm
Hey, it's been a long time. How are you? I'm so lost right
Um,
now.
I know because you haven't been around here for long, and my
I
algorithm,
know.
the topics I do, 1 minute I go left, 1 minute I go right. I have to stick with a brand, C. Allen, and I keep on switching up different groups, and that's what messes things up as well. And I have to get better at that, and I have to stick to a brand. And I don't stick to a brand. I'm over here true crimes. Then I'm over here. Then I'm over here in the YouTube drama. Then I'm over here with the death shit. Then I'm over here at the Diddy. Bitch, which one we gonna do? Okay. Shit.
Listen, when
I
you said somebody sent you a link, do not, like you said, they can get access to everything that you're doing on your computer, was already on it, your phone, stuff like that. You don't know the person that sent it, don't click it. That's my whole thing about emails in general. I'm not even trying to open the email.
Right. And then I was so dumb. I did click the first link, right? Because out of curiosity. And I was like, he did send me a nice, he was talking about he had my back doing the Angie stuff. And he was talking about different stuff doing Angie stuff. So I was like, well, maybe he's coming our friend. But then I was like, no, that's how they get you. They come as a friend, but they really an enemy. And then
Mm-hmm.
it said you need to confirm your identity. They wanted me to press another confirmation. to see about this paperwork or this list and stuff. And I was like, hell no, I ain't doing that. I'm dumb enough to hit the first one.
I mean, most of the times, like when we send you stuff or people send you stuff, it'll be like a screenshot or recording. I mean, if they send a link, the link will be directly to something else that other people have as well. It'll be a common link. So that that is kind of suspicious because people will try to lure you to really figure out, okay, let's get her VPN and all of this to see where she at, things like that.
Yeah,
Technology is
because
something else.
they may want to take over. They want to silence me. They want to silence this platform.
Take
I
over your platform,
take
hack
over
it,
my platform,
so
try to
many different things.
blackmail me to get me to do what they want me to do. They want me to be their puppet. And then I've had so many people come in my link and my thing telling me this, and they're related to this and related to that. I mean,
Right.
so many crazy scenarios, child.
And
But
you got over 500,000 followers, subscribers. So you don't know really who's in that subscriber group. Everybody that's a subscriber doesn't mean that they are for you. They are lurking because your
most
haters watch you the most.
yeah, they monitoring me. It's a monitoring spirit. And
Mm-hmm.
even though I got a 500,000 subscribers, all of my subscribers are not alerted because, like, if I talk about some type of content and they all subscribed on that, that's what they're here for. So when I
Right.
do other type of content, they're not being alerted because they're not here for it. YouTube, when you put a video out, they don't alert all your subscribers.
I was getting
So
ready to say
it's
that because
really
I was
based on what you're talking about.
it's not so much based on what you're talking about. It's something with the algorithm, especially. I'm gonna be honest and just say it. When it comes to black content, for some reason, our algorithm gets thrown off. Now you have over 500,000 subscribers, and let's say half of those people are for sure with the alert button for everything that you post. I'm one of them. Why do I not get it in live time
Mm.
if that's what I have signed up for and I have clicked it? And you're not the only person with a nice following that's been happening to, especially black women. But for some reason in YouTube, their algorithm is so messed up that they're not even doing what we click for it to do. We want all alerts in live time. I shouldn't have to see a live video of yours 6 hours after it went live. Now it's coming through to me, alerting me.
Hmm. I'm gonna bring you up, CJ. CJ said he really want to say something. Celebrity scandal. It says it will be a troll, but take everything as warning. Yes, that definitely, definitely, definitely. All right, see, Jay, I'm gonna put you up. Now I know you already started naming a YouTuber. Please let's not put that YouTuber in this narrative. If you can try your best to skate around that just to avoid more anything, I would really appreciate it. So when I bring you up, please talk, but please try to skate around that. I'm trying to diffuse anything. Now I'm not trying to heighten shit. Okay? Got it, got it. All right, CJ, talk to me.
Good evening, Miss Gigi and everybody. It's kind of hard to like bypass that person. I won't mention their name, but I just find it interesting that you sit up here and you claim that you made
Well, well,
amends with someone, but you still going around slandering their name and still
CJ, let's not even give that any attention and shine a spotlight. When you do that, it grows.
I
So when you
understand.
want something to die, you don't water it. So you don't give it no sunshine. You don't give it no water. You keep it locked up in the basement, okay, and let it.
That's true.
Yes.
What you don't
I mean,
water
at this
won't
point, I
grow.
just hope and pray
So
that the family
can
just
you?
find out exactly what happened.
Okay, yeah. Let's talk about Angie. Now, say what you're gonna say, CJ. What you say about Angie?
Well, the situation, like everything that happened, is just weird. I mean, people's really not speaking out. That was in the van with her. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me.
Hmm.
Like, somebody have to know exactly what happened. Why isn't nobody speaking out?
Well, they might be scared like I'm scared, CJ.
Scared of what?
They scared the dark energy, the dark lord. CJ, if
May
you
I? Oh,
had
sorry.
somebody and they took you out and you saw they can get away with murder, hell, what is stopping them from taking you out?
That's true, but I mean, somebody gotta be brave and speak out.
Yeah, and Angie did just that. And what happened?
Ooh,
I mean, you're talking about people that don't have no money, they don't have no resources. You know, their mama don't even love them, probably. I don't know. You know,
Right.
they alone with cats and shit. You know,
That's
so
true.
everybody's situation is so different. I don't know what those people are in the van. I don't know what their story is. Why aren't they speaking out? I don't even know if they're in tune with social media because everybody is not. Social media is a dark, negative place. Social media is the devil's playground. It's so much chaos and negative energy that goes on YouTube and all these
Right.
platforms. It is horrendous what goes on Reddit, what goes on Instagram, what goes on. It's not a godly place on this internet. It's all demonic fire. Hell.
That's
So
true.
people are checking out of the internet world, and I don't blame them. You have it. You know what? It's better life, the real life, than the internet life.
Right.
For my sake, anyway. I don't know about y'all, but I have a ball in real life.
right.
Right.
Hi,
Well,
Gigi.
I
Can
just
I
pray
add
that Miss
something?
Angie get justice.
Yeah, and I want to say thank you so much, CJ. I see your heart, and I thank you for protecting me. I thank you
Of
for
course.
support. I really appreciate that. And I just hope that you guys are here with me when I do other reports too, going in different topics, because I
Indeed.
miss y'all. Okay. I love when you guys come up here and sit and chat with me and debate about me with different topics. You know me. You don't
Right.
have to agree with me. I'm not gonna cuss you out. I'm not gonna call nobody names. You
You
know,
do
you can
anyway.
role play, but that's about it.
Right.
You will cuss us out, and that's what I love about it.
Where
You'll
would
give
I
us role play when we
yeah,
do role play, depending on the topic.
yeah, for role play, but I have no heart intention where I'm
I
like
know, yeah. I
you
was
down.
joking with
I
you.
can't stand you. Oh my God. I don't have that hate for anybody on here. And if I do have a dislike, a strong dislike for somebody, most likely I just
Block.
ignore them. I just ignore them, you know, and just hopefully it dies. That's all.
Hey,
Other,
Gigi.
hey, who's speaking? Hey,
Mitch.
Carson?
Mitch.
Mitch. Oh, hey, child. Shit, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm so sorry. Talk to me, Mitch.
Yes, I believe and I actually appreciate you. I'm so don't let nobody punk you out of your self sanity. At the end of the day, you have to be comfortable to even show up for us. So you knowing how much you can mentally take and you knowing the type of person that you are, there is nothing wrong with you being scared. There is nothing wrong with that. There is, and I feel like in society right now, in the YouTube world where people are discussing certain topics and things like that, people are policing fear, and fear cannot be policed because everybody deals with it differently. And I appreciate you, and I'm glad that you are putting limits and knowing yourself and knowing how much you can take so that you can show up for your 500,000 subscribers. It would be crazy if you, because like if you went the extra mile, now you can't sleep at night, now you're all looking over your shoulder, you're not going to be showing up for us and we will miss you. So I appreciate that you are honest with yourself in a world full of subscribers that are probably feeling the same way that you feel, that do not give themselves the grace to feel that way so that they can sleep at night. So I just wanted to let you know that I thank you for that.
Oh, thank you so much, Mitch. I really appreciate that. You have a strong voice and you're so passionate and you're so smart. I really appreciate it. But yeah, I don't want to be showing up to court and y'all see my ass in court or in the goddamn newspaper. Like, look at this shit. Look how Gigi done turned out. We always wanted to know what the fuck she looked like. Well, here it is, y'all. She on the news. They got The messy sweet spot been suspended in this goddamn Angie Stone case. Shit. Uh-uh.
I mean, if they have to come after you, they'll be coming after a lot of people because you're not the only person saying the obvious. So
Hmm. But you know,
it'll
people
take a
gonna
lot.
who what they want to come with. Just like in Tasha K case, you know, Tasha K was not the only one that said it, but I guess it started with her. You know, people gonna feel it whoever they want to feel it, and you know, shit, you know, I can't go on a basis what everybody else does. Cause be honest with you, C Allen, I don't care what everybody else does. I'm not that type of person where everybody else did it, why don't you let me do it? Shit, if you looking at me, god damn it, okay, hold up now. What, you know, because that's not an excuse. Everybody did it. That's not an excuse.
I
I'm,
agree.
I wanted to say something. Gigi, hey, this is Andrea.
Hey, Andrea.
I've been a subscriber to you way when you had your old channel, so I've been here a long
Okay. Yep.
time. And
On
I
all.
know that you've always been, you remain the same, well, talkative, fun, everybody was welcome on your panel, your channel. I just think with this Angie Stone situation, it started out on a good slate, but then as you opened up your panel, it got a little messy because but
Yeah.
people, the other YouTubers, they want to either they're new to you, probably they're new to you and they don't know your platform, but because you've always been open. I've been on your panel a couple of times before on topics, so no, and you shouldn't just stay on one particular topic because to me, when a person stay on one particular topic, it's boring. So I just think you should.
Venture out. I'm sorry to
Yeah, yeah,
I want to venture out, but you know, the people I have now here, which you guys are amazing. You guys want me to focus in on Angie. And I want to, you know, satisfy you all, but I do want to venture out and do other things and talk about other topics. That's very important. That's going on right now that needs some attention as well.
yeah.
I do
No,
want
I think it's the new people that want the Angie because we were here before the Angie. So I think
yeah,
that's the new people that drew in when that happened because it was such a big story that when you started talking about it and then people were coming on like Quiet Storm and all them. But I just think it got a little messy. I think people were wanting to take over your platform, you know, as if it was their platform and you were the guest. That's what it appeared when you're in the chat. It was like, you was giving them free will to voice their opinions and what their thoughts were. And then it just got out of hand. It was like, well, dang, who panel is this? Who channel is this? Is it Gigi's or is it this person? And I just think the other YouTubers, they're not looking at it that way. They're looking at who they're putting you in a box with the people that's on your panel. When you bring people up, say like I just came up, you don't know me. So and you probably don't remember me being on your platform before, but you don't have no control on what I'm gonna come up here and say. But what I would suggest that you do, because I'm a YouTuber too, when it started getting messy, you don't want to hurt people's feelings, but you're gonna have to start blocking, muting, and dropping. Period. I mean, hey, it is what it is because you don't want someone to damage your brand and your platform. So, you just got to get in the habit and just say, hey, it is what it is. Block, drop, and mute because you just can't let them come and affect your platform, and you just have to do what's best for you. If you want to stay on the Angie topic, I would just, stay
no,
out the
I'm gonna
muddy
venture.
parts of it.
I'm gonna, you know, I'm gonna venture out. You know, have
Yeah.
I ever stayed on one topic? Huh?
Yes.
That's my problem now. And just like I know you say you are a legend, you know, supporter of mine, and even with my supporters back in the day, and I have so many different errors, right?
Yes.
And
Yes.
it's like, you know, I don't see my old subscribers because, you know, my old subscribers, they don't like when I do new, different type of content. So they're not here for the different like Diddy cases. They're not here for the true crimes. They prefer back in the day when I was like really crazy and silly,
Yeah.
just
With your fan and stuff. Yeah.
and just being out there more so on a real gossip fun spectrum. You know, when you came
Yeah.
up here in the day, it was fun, you laughed,
Yes.
you filled with joy.
Yes.
It wasn't dark energy. It wasn't demonic. It wasn't evil.
Mhm.
It was just a feel good time. That's all. You know,
Yeah.
you was gonna come up here, you was gonna bust a laugh or two, and then you was gonna log off and be done with your day. That's it.
Yeah. But you know, YouTube wasn't as saturated then as it is now. You have so many different, people on this red app now that came in it with demonic spirits. I just think YouTube should have a better way of vetting people before they let them have channels, or they let them, you know what I'm saying, create a YouTube. you know, I just think, and that's all. I've been in several sectors and stuff, and it's all different, So I just think this Angie Stone thing was just a little bit different, I don't see people even acting like this with the Diddy case. Like, this thing was really, really muddy. It was really muddy because of the way it happened, how it happened, and you know what I'm saying. So I just think it's a little different. But I I missed a couple of days because I'm going through some medical challenges, so I've been off, out of the YouTube streets and stuff. But so I don't know what happened over the couple of days, but I've heard chats and different other YouTubers that was following doing the Angie Stone
They was talking about me.
topics. Yeah, they were talking about you, but I was in the chat saying nope, that ain't true. Nope, nope, no, they were.
Gotta talk
Yeah,
about me. Hold
yeah,
on.
they were talking about you. Yes, so
Wait,
yeah,
wait. Hold on. Let me sink this in because they've been telling me. They was like, they talking shit about you. They talking
yeah.
about you. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, God, they talking about me. Oh, God.
Yes, yes. Right. Boo hoo hoo. That's their problem. You know what I'm saying? But it's crazy.
God, why me, Lord? Why me? I didn't hurt nobody. I didn't talk about nobody. God, why? I just want to love on everybody. Why can't we just come together as black people?
Well, we all just can't get along.
All right.
Yes, it's
I got
all good. You're not going to please everybody. You're not going to please every audience. And that's just the way it is. You're going to lose some and you're going to gain them. So I just will go with my flow. Whatever your flow is on that day, go with it.
Mm-hmm.
That's
So
what I
Gigi,
feel.
would Quiet Storm, will he be back, or are we shifting now?
I'm not sure. Let's not bring up no names.
Oh, okay.
What did I miss? I got to catch. Something happened over the last couple of days. What I miss? I got to catch up.
Nothing.
I'm lost.
I mean, you missed a whole bunch, but
I'll catch up.
I'd rather put the foot on the
Yeah.
gas and just keep going.
Are
But
those
Okay.
lives still up though? Am I able to catch the replay?
yeah,
Okay, I'll catch the replay.
and I don't
Y'all,
know what they said about me. Don't tell me what they said about me because my auntie told me. She said when
who
people talk,
cares?
it's none of your business.
I know
Okay,
that's
Yes,
right.
yes. I
so
mean,
yeah,
it ain't even worth your
what
time.
they say about me.
It ain't worth your time. It ain't worth your time. I wouldn't even repeat it anyway. But your supporters, we were over there. We was defending in that chat. We
Okay,
sure was. So,
okay.
but it's all good. But I just wanted to come up and tell you, just keep doing what you're doing. You have genuine supporters. Yeah, your supporters are gonna shift. On different topics. You get some that come in for the drama. You're gonna get some that come in for the crime. You're gonna get some that come in for this. You just have to bounce with it, roll with it. Just
Yeah.
that's it. But
Yeah,
stay
because
you.
as
Stay true to
yep.
you.
Because as you evolve, your supporters evolve with
That's
you, and the
it.
ones that
That's
fall
it.
by the wayside, they fall. They're
They're
not
gonna
ready to
fall.
go to that next level or
Yep.
wherever you're going,
Yep.
then you don't even want them there.
You don't
You
want
know what I
them.
mean?
Yep.
Mhm.
Because you're gonna pick up some new ones as you go
Yep.
along. The more you
Mhm.
outgrow, you're gonna pick up new people.
Sure,
New
yeah.
people gonna find out about who Gigi is. So
Hmm.
hey, just
Right.
don't worry about that.
Well, hold on, I want to address something before somebody start a rumor. They said so Storm and Gigi parted ways. No, I've never said that. You know, my platform is an open platform. Anybody can click the link and come up here. Okay. If a person don't click the link, then they won't come up here. But I don't have any partnership with anybody. I've never been in partnership with any YouTuber or any content creator. It's always been me changing my different names, but that's it.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So people can come up here and contribute every single day if they choose to, and especially you all, if you guys like a person, then of course I will have them more up there for you all because you guys seem to really like certain people. So I have them for you all, and they're become very valuable, you know. But I'm not in partnership, so I can't part ways with anybody because I've never been in bed or embedded with any group or affiliation. I've always been self. So
Right.
let's not start that, you know.
Hmm.
Someone says, Gigi, are you coming back on camera? I subscribe to your channel because I love seeing the different looks. Oh, I thought y'all was gonna dog my wigs out. I was scared, and then I don't want y'all to talk about my wig, so I said, fuck it, you know. I'm gonna go back faceless because you know I've been faceless for some years, and I can do either or. Okay, it's like this. I don't have an ego. I don't need to come on. I don't need to be validated. I validate myself. You know, so when I come on and I have my hair and shit, I enjoy it. You know, it's fun. It's expressive. You know, I love when you guys feedback and all that. But I think some people feel that, especially in the beginning, when I always had my face, that I needed it. Like I needed that validation as people to see me.
I don't know
I'm
why they thought that.
I'm
I don't
very
know why they thought that.
because people was like, oh, the only reason why people come to me is to see my looks. They really don't care about me. They just want to see how pretty or how I'm made up, you know.
But you
Um,
might have some people that feel like that.
Yeah,
So
yeah, but
what?
then yeah. And so
So
what?
what?
oh, I guess well, so what? Hell, shit, I don't know,
Because
but
I
I
remember you had the one girl that used to always come and say, "Man, you look so nice. I'm waiting to see what color wig you wearing today." So you're gonna
Hmm.
have those people. Don't you
Yep.
inspiring someone, a person in that way. So each thing that you
Hmm.
do, you inspiring somebody. You're not gonna please everybody with the same
Right.
thing. So don't get tired of. Don't fall into that. Forget them. Do you?
Mm-hmm.
Be Gigi. The hell
Be
with all this other
Gigi. That's
stuff.
it. Period. If you want to pop on today
I
with a
keep
purple wig on, hey.
saying that. I need y'all. Oh God.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't even
That's
get
who
caught up
we
in that.
love. We love Gigi. That's
Yes,
it. Whatever Gigi
yes,
is that day, we gonna love it that day.
yeah. Bring back
Period.
the fan, pop, pop. Because we was
Huh.
doing the fan before boots on the ground. Pop,
You see
pop. You know what I'm
everybody
saying?
doing that fan now, girl.
Yes,
Yeah, and you've been
yes.
fanning for
And you've
years.
been fanning,
Before
so
all them, they got songs
yes,
for the fan. I was the one that was doing the fan in the urban community.
exactly, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Should bring that back, pop. You know what I'm
Be
saying? Let them
you.
know.
You a
Yes,
whole movement by yourself.
by
You a whole
Exactly.
yourself,
trend by yourself.
by
We
yourself.
fall in love
Yes,
with you. And just like Kia,
yes.
this one in the comment that you pinned, she said she loved seeing your different looks, but she stayed for the content. You know, those people that
Right,
were only here for your looks, they fell off. They didn't even,
right.
stay for the content. This is like, people, you want people love you. So
Yep.
Yes.
whatever you do and however you
I didn't feel
transform,
that way, Mitch. I didn't feel that way.
oh no, you need to feel that way.
You
Yes.
got over a 500,000
A half a
subscriber.
million,
You ain't no fake family
you ain't no
trying
Yes.
to
starter
show
pack.
off
Me
content
that.
as you
Tell me
do
that.
day to day. That is rare.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
And
And
I
then you beautiful on top of that. It ain't like we looking at you
Yeah,
Right.
it
under the
ain't like you
mud.
ugly and you
You
hiding
know what
behind the
I'm saying?
camera.
Exactly.
You got
You
a
come
Uh-uh.
sense
on,
of
you popping.
humor. It's you.
Mm-hmm.
All of it is authentically you. You
Yes.
not trying to put on and do all these sketches and this, that, and the
Yes.
third.
Uh-huh.
You got over
Coming
half a
AI.
million
Yeah.
exactly. You
A
got over
lot of
half a
people
million followers being you.
and a
Yep.
lot of people dressed up with makeup and wigs and look fab, but ain't saying nothing when they have a mic
Mm-hmm.
in their hand. Who you
Exactly.
want to
Period.
follow? Somebody behind a
Exactly.
mic or somebody up front looking beautiful that ain't saying nothing to move the culture
Yes.
and of people further.
And then
Yes.
don't even talk to the people that's supporting them. Don't even give them time to say, hey, we love you. They just pull a comment and be like, oh, thanks to this person. Don't even acknowledge the people that's supporting them. You let us
Right.
talk to you. Like you said, me and you, we have conversations. I don't fell asleep on you. You heard me snore. We have real
Mm-hmm.
conversations like,
Yes.
you my homegirl. Like, what's up?
Yes. Yes.
And not
Yep.
only let us not only the conversation piece, but you allow us to come up. Do you know how many people? You are probably
Don't open up their
1%
panel.
of the
They don't open up
people
their
that
panel. Yep.
open up their panel to the public
Yep.
people
Yep.
that you haven't in the backstage
Exactly.
screen. You ain't screened none of us. We can come up here
Exactly.
and defame and defraud your whole situation.
Yes.
You open it up
Yes.
for us to talk and educate each
Mm-hmm.
other because you
Yes.
know that us together, each one teach one, we need to
Yep.
converse, we need to destigmatize, we learn from each other, and we
Mm-hmm.
appreciate even that. And that's why we
Yes.
come back time and time
Yes.
again, because we have a voice. You are giving us a voice, and
Mm-hmm.
we have, and we want to talk about the things that we're very passionate about, and we
Yes.
appreciate you.
Yes.
And
We
what I
really do.
appreciate the most is when we have a point of view, you will come from a different angle. And
Mm-hmm.
that's why I
Mm-hmm.
said a role play to get us to see things
Mm-hmm.
from how somebody else see it. And it still be like, well, what if somebody did this? And then you
Mm-hmm.
do the role play and then we have to
Mm-hmm.
respond accordingly. But we're
Exactly.
also showing people how to agree to disagree without
Hello.
taking it personally. Like you be
Exactly.
pushing all those boundaries and it
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
still be good conversation because it
Yes.
really
First of
makes you
all,
think. We get
let's
Yes.
educated on different things. We get educated on how to deal with life on a day to day just with your content because you go outside the limits of
Mm-hmm.
just about you.
Yes. Yes.
Gigi,
Yes.
you are an icon in these red app
YouTube
streets.
streets.
I
That's
don't care.
right. Yep.
Just in case you need to be reminded, stop
Yes.
playing with yourself, girl.
Yes.
You
Yes.
are her.
Tell her. Tell her. Yep.
You have
Yes.
a half of, and not even just the numbers. They don't even got to do it about the numbers, because numbers is just data.
Just
I'm
numbers.
But
talking
it
Yeah.
don't
about
lie though.
impact.
Yes.
Impact. Oh, you
Mm-hmm.
are in the conversation. You are sitting at that table because you can
Mm-hmm.
control yourself and you can control your people, and your people have a narrative and a perspective that's different than anybody else represented at that table of
Yes.
discussion when we're talking
Exactly.
about YouTube content creators. You are an
Mm-hmm. Yep.
icon, just in
Yep.
case you need to be
Yep.
reminded.
You up there with the rest of
Me
them.
up.
With
Don't gas me up.
No,
Shit.
yes,
you
No,
are
we don't
no,
have
you
to
already
gas.
are.
All
gassed
of this
up
is
to the full
true.
capacity, so you
Yes.
can go wherever you want to go.
Yes. You
All
You
of
up
this
don't
there
is
need
with
no more
true.
lovely
gas.
T. You up there with lovely T.
You're
I
up
mean,
Amon
I would
there.
Wiggins,
think
Nick
she
at Night, all
surpassed
that.
it
Yes,
You're
I'm
one
because
saying,
of the
I
but
mean,
shoot,
she
ones.
put
they're
us in
known, so
there.
you in there.
Stop playing.
Exactly. So you
You
in
are
there.
one of the ones. Scared and
Yes.
all, you are still one of the ones. Who cares?
Yes.
You're
Don't
Well, maybe
let
one of
them
them.
stop you, you know?
yeah, maybe
Mm-mm.
I'm just too humble. Because I know you guys talk about the 500, but I never be bragging about
It
that.
don't
You don't.
exactly. You don't have
You
to.
don't. You
Mm-mm.
don't have to do all of that. That's
That's
Right.
that's
what makes
another
you
thing
different.
about you. You're
Mm-hmm.
very different, and then you have it where your panel is open.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yes.
even just with the three of us right now,
Mm-hmm.
other than the few trolls, people come on your panel and they respect you. You say,
Yes.
hold up, stop talking.
Mm-hmm.
It's very rarely where you have to manually mute
Let me
somebody. People
Yes.
respect each other because the respect starts with you and
With you.
respecting your platform.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's
can
how
Yep.
I
much we
piggyback
respect you.
can I
That's true.
piggyback off of that? You provide a space for us, even if a troll is sitting down backstage, they don't even feel comfortable coming up,
Nope.
because
Mm-hmm.
you allow a platform for people that have an opinion, that have a
Yes.
perspective to voice. That's what you did.
And
So
intelligent people. You
exactly.
have
Mm-hmm.
intelligent people that come up on your platform. Ain't nobody
Exactly.
up here talking about Shawty, MF this,
Exactly.
that. They
So
ain't doing that. You know what
so
I'm saying?
yeah.
So yes.
So even if they
Mm-hmm.
come up, they're not going to last long in this
Yes.
room,
Yes.
Mm-mm.
Yes.
because we are intellectual entertainers over
Yes.
here. We are, talking about what we talking about,
Mm-hmm.
giving different perspective, and actually want to see some type of change and resolve in common
Mm-hmm.
denominator after this.
Mm-hmm.
You got people trolls coming, they're not gonna last. They're
Yeah,
not
they'll
gonna last,
come. They're
baby.
gonna come and go.
They definitely gonna come, but they
Yeah.
will not last.
Yeah, and they're
Exactly.
definitely going to go.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
They're
And
just
the
coming
thing
to
about it,
interrupt. That's all.
Gigi,
right?
did I
They
tell
try to
you you were an
disturb the spirit.
icon?
Say it again.
An icon.
Icon.
An icon, Gigi the icon.
I got
Yes.
And that is not allegedly.
I better start acting like it because I
You
sure
are
Yeah.
acting like it.
Yeah.
That's your
You
Like,
keep on doing
you
what
just
you're
you
can't
need
be
your
doing.
modest
fan.
all the time.
Where that fan at,
Get
Gigi?
your
You need to
fan.
be
Where that
blowing your
fan
fan.
at? Ah. You
Child,
created that fan. Get your fan.
acting like an
You
icon.
getting accolades.
You
You
are
need your fan.
already an
Where your
icon. You better
fan?
step into it.
I
That's
need you
it.
to come to the podium, give your
Step into your
speech.
greatness. Yes.
You created this, and actually, you. First of all, you don't even have to get on camera. You passed that point of proving that
Pass.
you passed that
Pass.
point. Now you can sit behind whatever you wanted, child. Are you kidding
Yes.
me? You're still an
Yes.
icon.
Yes.
Because we already have a face and a voice and everything to you.
Yes.
First of all, the face
Exactly.
don't even mean nothing. I want to know what you're
Mm-mm.
No,
thinking.
when I
I
say
want to
the
know,
face,
okay, this person
Mm-hmm.
has 500, a half a million people, but what are they saying? What is
Exactly.
correct.
their messaging? What
Because
are
I
they
don't
like?
cam up on my YouTube.
You know what I
Every
mean?
now and then. But I talk behind my picture. That's it.
It don't, yeah, whatever. I'm more concerned about a person's mind and what they're
Yes.
doing to,
Yes.
forward the community in YouTube
Exactly.
spaces.
What's
And
your
then
impact?
somebody had implied, like, why do you keep going up there? She has to be compensating you. This is before I got sick with the flu earlier this
Compensate,
year.
huh?
No, my compensation is Gigi. Like, I love talking to her. She's
Right.
more than enough. Like, I'm not trying to say, hey, follow me. For one, I ain't got no
Mm-hmm.
content put up. But I'm doing
Right.
this because I can have a real
Yes.
conversation, like you said,
Yes.
intellectual conversation with other
Intellectual.
people. And
Mm-hmm.
Gigi, being by this is her platform,
Hmm.
she's in control of how it goes and which
Exactly.
way it goes and the topics that we
Mm-hmm.
stay on.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
And that's what I
that's
love. I love that.
all
Yep.
for the flowers and stuff. I really appreciate it. And I think I needed that.
You
Sometimes
do deserve it, yes.
I need that gas in the car. But
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, that's the only way a car gonna move sometimes. You gotta put some gas
Hello?
in it.
That's the only
We
way
here
to
to
do.
gas you up.
camera tomorrow. Press 4 if you want me to get on camera tomorrow. You know I do it. But
You got any other numbers we could press?
I know, right?
Because
uh,
I want to press the number that I don't care whether or not you cam up or cam down. I just want you to show
That
up.
part.
Just
I
That
want
show
to
up.
part.
press
Just
that
show
number.
up.
but see,
Oh,
that's a good one. Press 7 if it don't matter. That's a
I'm
good
pressing 7.
I'm pressing
7.
7.
okay.
It don't matter whether you cam down or cam up or have a hat or a church hat, whatever. I just want you to show up, and I'm glad that you did that.
Period.
Okay. Gigi, I'm subscribed to you since 2012. Ooh, that's a long time. You are the
Hello.
first content creator that I subscribed to. Keep being you. I remember when you changed your channel name to TMSS. Thank you so much.
And still
I
follow
re-
See?
you and still stay.
Yep. Yep.
I've so many, y'all.
Still
I
Okay.
showing
told
up.
you.
Let me
I
tell
told you.
y'all my histories like I'm playing.
No, you better.
You
Because
better
when
give
you,
them,
first
let
of
them know
all,
what
Let
it
them
is.
know. Let the new
no,
people
hold
know.
on. Because you're not telling us, because we already know.
We already
Sometimes you
know.
need to remind yourself where you've been and where you
Yes.
started and where
Yes.
the progress
Yes.
that you have made. And the numbers are
Yes.
still there. So you got to
Exactly.
remind yourself.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Hmm.
Nobody makes your panel. You do.
Child.
It's yours.
Mm-hmm. It's
We
I'm,
just
yours. Yeah.
love the fact that we're allowed to be on it.
and it's
Yes.
still sevens. So you could do what you
Yes.
want.
Yep.
All right. That's
Exactly.
thank you, Mitch. I really appreciate that.
Yes, for
Mm-hmm.
sure.
Yep.
Mhm.
But yeah, just continue to do you. You know, we
Exactly.
your true supporters are gonna be your true supporters. Like I said, we was in them people chats. Like, no, but please, nope, nope, that's not true. Hey, this, we was going in. So you
Hmm.
gonna have your supporters that's gonna
And
protect
let
your
me tell
back
you,
when they're not in your presence. So
and
Okay.
Andrea, on those panels, you don't even have the opportunity to come up.
no, they don't bring you up. You straight in the chat,
Well,
keyboarding
you know where we can go? You know where we can go where we have a voice? Huh.
right here.
The
I'm
messy
going
And
back home,
these
and I only want to be around people that allow me to have a
exactly,
voice for myself, and I
exactly.
thank you for
Yes,
that.
This is
yes,
definitely home. Like,
Number
you
yes,
7,
took,
please, in the chat. Number 7 in the chat.
yes.
this is definitely and will always be a home and a safe space for me.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the
Me
other
too.
content is not the same. Like, I can talk to you. Like I
Mhm.
can talk to you like you, like I said, you know, heard me snore. I done fell asleep on you because we was on for so long. This is really home
Mhm.
to me.
Yes. Yes.
Mhm.
I
So
love
Yes.
forget all the other stuff and the fact that, like she said, they didn't pull nobody up, but the fact that people's gonna come to bat. I don't even know what the situation was, but just know that the people that was in the situation, and thank God I didn't know because, you know, but
I'm
the
telling
people
you.
that were there, they got you. We
Yep.
don't play
Sure
about
do.
you.
Mhm.
love
Mhm.
that. I love that, y'all. What?
Yep.
Mhm.
Y'all, honey, when I tell y'all got me
Mhm.
thinking now.
Yeah.
Okay,
Mhm.
You've been in
so
this game too long. Don't let them discourage
Exactly.
you. You've been
Exactly.
in this game too long. You was here before these folks we talking about right now even thought about
You
a YouTube
They
channel.
piggyback that
hello.
off of you.
And that's why we in a sticky situation now is because the influxation of everybody being a YouTube
Yes.
creator and having an
Yes.
opinion. You've been
Yes.
here when it wasn't even popular. You
Phew.
survived the minutia and
Yes.
you're still here.
Yes.
And so in this
Mhm.
you might not be as present as you was back then, but you're
Mhm.
still here because times
Right.
have changed and people, huh?
I said I'm still here.
And you're still
Yep.
here, yes. And you
Yep.
deserve to be here. Huh.
You
Don't let
remember that
nobody.
color purple? I'm here.
Yes, and I may be scared.
Yes.
I may calm down, but I'm
But I'm still
still here.
here. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, that's
Yes,
be my
Yeah.
ma'am.
And
intro.
guess what? You ain't going nowhere.
Intro.
Because
Oh,
now we ain't gonna allow you go nowhere. Because if
Mm-mm.
you don't show up tomorrow, we coming to the house. You talk about scared.
Yes.
We
Yes.
all 50 half a
We
million of
knocking
us.
on YouTube.
We coming to
Hello.
your house and scaring the shit out of you. I bet you come up then.
Mm-hmm.
so I want to
Yes.
change gears a little bit to talk more
Okay.
about Angie Stone, if you guys don't mind. Um,
Mm-hmm.
Of
so
course.
I came up. I'm going to put this up here. Tough News had some things to say. And I thought it was interesting to repost. And I would love for you guys to watch this and let's talk about this part. All right, check this
That's
out.
my
This is
girl.
Tough News. Shout out to Tough News.
Or
Yes.
deny that this is absolutely true. I'm just passing it on. Now, just to give you guys some clear context in regards to what I'm about to read, this is actually a response to some information that we received about a week ago. And so we're just picking up the conversation because the person that I've been talking to that's close to the Angie Stone situation, she was able to confirm a few things. So it says here, so she is the cousin of one of the EMTs who arrived on the scene of the crash. She is saying that her cousin is saying that Angie was alive when they got there, but when they tried to get to Angie to render medical aid, police denied them access and had barriers up where Angie was sitting. And there was a YT lady talking to the Highway State Patrol. She said that a state trooper said that more advanced medical personnel were en route to pick Angie up. I asked her, so you're saying your cousin saw Angie alive and breathing? She said yes, and she was moaning and trying to talk. She also said her cousin said that people on the van were calling for Angie and pleaded with transport and police not to leave her. She has a medical condition. All right, so you guys just heard all of that. Again, I don't know this information.
All right. So did you understand
Mm.
exactly what he said?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm
Yes.
going to read it again. The part that I got was she didn't die in the van. Is that what he said?
It sounded like they put her in somewhere and did something to her. It sounded like to me.
You hear it again.
So we're just picking up the conversation because the person that I've been talking to that's close to the Angie Stone situation, she was able to confirm a few things. So it says here, so she is the cousin of one of the EMTs who arrived on the scene of the crash. She is saying that her cousin is saying that Angie was alive when they got there, but when they tried to get to Angie to render medical aid, police denied them access and had barriers up where Angie was sitting. And there was a YT lady talking to the Highway State Patrol. She said that a state trooper said
It was a YT lady. Is that a white lady?
You know, I was about to say it kind of sound like similar to what the Snow Bunny said
Right.
about, yeah, Pillsbury girl. It sounded
Yeah.
like what she said. Remember
Yeah.
she said that she was sitting and she was kind of hazed a little bit and she was telling her to sit down and
Yep.
sound like the same thing to me.
And it's been multiple reports. They didn't know at the time that it was Angie Stone, but multiple people have that was in that area right after it happened, before there was any first responders or police. They have said that they helped her get out, like she got out the van like everybody else.
Mhm.
She was a little
Mhm.
bit, shaken up, just like
Disorientated.
everybody else.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
but she was alive, just like the
Mhm.
other passengers.
Yep.
So they said when the people came there that she was alive, but they couldn't get through. That's what I'm hearing. So was
I
this before or after the 18-wheeler truck hit? I don't know.
This was after the 18-wheeler truck had hit, because all of that, the rolling over and stuff, it happened. They had a crash. Then the 18-wheeler couldn't avoid it, but they were still able to get them out. What you see far as the van, if you look at it, the damage to the van, it wasn't that bad. It wasn't crushed or nothing like that, even though it got hit by the 18-wheeler trying to avoid it. So, with that being said, my husband's a truck driver as well. With that being said, there was no like impacts on this side or that side. So, unless she was like in the middle or something, that would have made sense for her to die on impact. But there was nothing showing that anybody died on impact. So it was like, where would she have been had if she would have died at the scene?
Or it could have been too. This is just my theory, maybe from this. Maybe when the lady said she was sitting, maybe she was sitting by the van, and remember when she said that the semi truck hit her,
Mm-hmm.
maybe that's when it must have tipped the truck on top of Angie. Could happen. The van probably fell on top of her, since she probably was the only one that was still in proximity of the van.
I think that this is a separate whole theory than what
Yep.
what we're discussing over here, because this still has her alive.
Mm-hmm.
The theory that we were
This
going
is
with,
after the
this
truck. Yep.
is exactly. So she's saying that she's still sitting up. How's she sitting up if they just called the doctor and said that she was dead, pronounced her dead? So
Mm-hmm.
how, like, I would really want to know. So this is the person, and she is the cousin of the EMT. I need the EMT lady. I need to know what from her mouth and her evidence and stuff like that, because I don't know, because is she dead or is she alive?
So Shake the Table says the white lady says she left the scene and never spoke to the police. So that would not be right. Okay. So thank you, Shake the Table. So she's saying that, this don't make sense. If the white lady on video said that she never talked to anybody and she left the scene before. So maybe it was not the Courtney lady, maybe it was another white
It
lady.
could have been another white
Could have been
lady.
Yeah, I
another
mean,
white
And
lady.
my
Yeah.
thing
it's
is,
Alabama.
if
Yeah.
you have the doctor, you don't need all the EMTs at that point.
And then there's a lot of holes in
It's really a lot of theories.
the
Yeah.
lady that first came there, because first she was like, oh, the truck had went past and had pushed her back and all of this. It didn't make sense, because you would have been a victim as well going to the hospital. But you said after that happened, you went and told your daughter to move the car, and like it was just
It's
so
too
much.
much.
It wasn't making sense, and it was like intentional to make us be so freaking confused on what are you saying happened.
Okay, so I want to answer Kia Elder, I believe 305. She asked me, she says, why couldn't this have been just an accident? Well, I can tell you why, okay?
Exactly.
Just because in prior, when you're dealing with the industry celebrity, a lot of people have died the same way, either in accidents or in a tub, almost parallel to gangsters. When you are part of a gang, and someone is a part of a gang and they are exposing the gang and they stay in a neighborhood, do you think the gang is just going to allow you to expose them and go to the cops and just allow you to get them in trouble? Then when you hear that that person is dead, most likely you're probably going to feel like, oh, the gang retaliated because you threatened that gang, and that gang prior have took bodies out because people have threatened that gang. So it's the same play. And
Right.
then in the van, she was the only one that
Yep.
passed away. People feel that that is kind of awkward. People feel that, Angie, she reported 2 months before that they tried to take her out. She said the industry, the devil, is trying to take her out, put poison in her. and
Her
she
blood. Hmm.
died,
Mm-hmm.
and that was recently. And she
Right.
kept on saying that she's going to go after the industry, and they
Mm-hmm.
stole so much money, and she was coming after them. She said, "I know who you are, and I'm coming after everything." And
Mm-hmm.
a gang member. I don't know about you, but I know in the hood, in the gangs, you can't even look at them wrong, or they're going to take you out of here. And when they take you out of here, they're not going to admit they took you out of there. They're going
Of
Hello.
to,
course not.
if they're
They
smart,
try to make it look like it's something else.
yeah, the crazy ones don't care. They just make it look like they did take you out. But if they're very intelligent, when we talking about the industry, they have more of an advance. They're just not your basic gangster. Um,
Mm-hmm.
they want to get away. They want their hands to be clean. So they figure out and they plant, they do plants, they plant people in, get
Talk
actors
about
to
it.
do the whole stage to take you out of here. And the government does the same thing. People in higher places that have money, influence, and power, they know how to get away with murder. People have been getting away with a murder for ages. Do you know how when you go to the police station and how many unsolved murders there are,
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
unsolved kidnappings they are? A lot of it go unsolved. So people are getting away with it because they know how to do it. They know how to do the system, and they have advanced. Just like people know how to steal money from your account if they really wanted to, they'll figure
But
out a way. So
yeah,
that's people feel that this is not an accident. Do you
No.
understand now just a
but
little bit?
but most importantly, in addition to what Gigi said, her recording said, "I don't know what they would do to me to not
Mhm.
pay me."
That part. That's when I knew it was
She
real.
said that.
That's when I knew.
So that's why it's kind of like, okay, she already had recorded herself, pretty much putting it out there. Like, I'm letting y'all know, I don't know what they would do to me to not pay me, but they owe
Mm-hmm.
me a lot of money.
And
Pretty
she
much,
also said that if something happens to her, who did it? She
yep,
said it.
she did.
That's a
That's
call to
why it's
action.
not just an accident, because she was
Mm-hmm.
the only one that passed. Multiple people going by that actually saw it. They saw Angie Stone still alive at the time, that because the sunlight was just about coming up when the EMTs and all of that was there. But she was still alive. It wasn't like she was transported immediately once they did arrive and the sun came up. People helped her. You know how you have an accident, it looks scary, and immediately some people first response is, "Are they okay? Let me pull over." People were there. Then they were silenced and told not to speak on it after they spoke on it. So that's why it's like, okay, if it's just an accident and you're just a witness, why can't you speak on it if you saw something so horrific? But
Let me
they saw her
Yeah.
alive.
Okay, so B says y'all playing right into their hands. They're gonna keep feeding y'all different shit till y'all get tired of guessing and talking about it. We all know what happened. What we gonna do about it? Well, B,
That's true.
I hear your
Wow.
perspective, but people, Angie fans, they still want her name to be talked about. They still want to fight. They still want to have hope. B, so why kill off people hope if they feel like them keep talking about it can bring some type of justice.
Hmm.
They feel like it's getting closer. They feel like the enemies, the people that did this to her, they are knowing. That's why people are getting threats behind the scenes. I mean, why
Mm-hmm.
do they feel the need to send me certain emails if it's nothing, like if we're not
Yeah.
on to anything?
Right.
So me, it's just like, when somebody prays and they have a certain religion and they continue to pray, and you're like, well, why you keep praying? God ain't gonna answer you. It's just pointless. People still have hope, and you never know. Miracles can happen. People have saw miracles happen. So I cannot discredit people for holding on to hope because they want to see a better tomorrow. They want to see a change. They want to see justice. I feel like we need more people that continue to hold on to hope to get justice versus just giving up and just having no hope. And it's like, well, this is just how it is, and just accepting that. So I appreciate those that continue to have hope.
And can I add to that?
Sure.
Because all of these different type of perspectives and I guess would consider guessing games, they all lead to the actual truth. All of this,
Mhm.
like we take a that's why there's not just one investigator on investigating things. You have different people, different, there's can't not one person do this. So being the reason why we're still holding on is because this doesn't happen to a Angie Stone. This doesn't happen to a woman that did so much, that was so open and honest with her fans and kept her fans in the loops of things. This does and told us crippling things behind the scenes that she knew about. This doesn't just happen to her. So we're going to keep on talking about it, and we're going to keep on talking about it until we see all of everything lining up, because we're going to have questions. We're not saying that we know what happened. We don't know
Right.
until we do know, but we're going to have questions until we see the paperwork. I want to see everybody's 72-hour police report from that accident.
Correct.
Everybody in that car, that truck driver, I want to know, what did you see coming down the highway before you collided into that truck?
Right.
Where are you at? Where are the police reports? I want to see if everybody's story is still the same or different. Where was everybody sitting in the car? It
Yep.
starts with the accident for me. I can't even talk about no money on the back end or what the family may be doing or whatever the case may be until I know how that accident went down. It is all at the scene of the crime.
And the driver of the Sprinter, that's very questionable as well, because they said that they felt like he was going too fast at one point. So we're trying to figure out, how did that even get out? And then that was quiet. So it's a lot to this. And the fact that they were saying that that wasn't even supposed to be the driver originally. So it's a lot of things that's like, this is very odd. And then for it to lead up to an accident, and then for it to be Angie Stone, the only person that unfortunately was unalived due to an accident.
Yes, it
It's
definitely
just a,
wasn't an accident. This was purposely done. I don't care what nobody say.
Like I said, I want to just see the police report of everybody in the car and that truck driver.
then the people that was in the vehicle, now they have to be silent and this, that, and the third. Like,
Or maybe they not just have to, want to, because they got paid. We don't know.
correct.
Because I
Or
Exactly.
know
maybe they,
lawsuits are contingent upon everybody
yep.
agreeing at the
Mhm.
number. So what if
Mhm.
you say, oh, the cousin or whoever in the car, oh, you getting 50? Oh, what they tell you on the back end? Oh, I'm getting 70. Oh, wait, I don't want the 50. Now we got to go back into litigation in our own secret dark corner. Now, what is the story? What can we agree to? You know what I mean? It's so much,
Mhm.
but we
And
will
if
Mhm.
the
be here.
Sprinter driver was chartered, that should be the first person, for the people that survived. They should be going after the company that got the driver, things like that. But you're not
Mhm.
hearing none of that stuff. Everything is complete silence, which does
Silence.
not
Because the
make
Yep.
narrative
sense.
has to be, we don't have a narrative right now, but the narrative has to be made. That's why it's silent.
Correct.
Because everybody has to agree. Because if anybody in that car says anything different, it'll shatter the whole thing.
Yep, they have to be pretty much rehearsed. They have to recite to make sure
Mhm.
everybody's on the same page to say the same thing.
And can I say something, Gigi? I wanted to mention to you. When on her last performance, it was a guy that was filming the performance. I wish I can remember his name so I can find the live. But he was filming in the audience, and I found it weird that at the end of the performance, when she got ready to go off the stage, they handed her a bottle of water, a bottle. I don't know what was in it, but they handed her a drink. Why didn't she get that drink during the performance? Why did they give it to her? Somebody walked up to her and gave it to her at the end, right before she walked off.
Maybe because she was thirsty and they know that she's been on her feet all day and she's sick, and you're gonna
She looked
probably
good though. She looked fine. She was
yeah, but
jamming,
if I'm
everything.
That
gonna
don't mean nothing.
I want some water, and maybe
No, but most artists they perform. They have the water with them. You know what I'm saying?
oh, okay.
But I
They
also
gave it
want
to
to
her at the end when she walked off. When she got ready to
But
walk
that
off,
could have
before she
been
walked
her
off.
thing, because maybe she didn't have nowhere to sit the water. Like the water part, it could be either way,
I
even if
just
it
It
found
was
that
could
sitting
be,
weird.
but
out
I
there
know
or
the
given
answer
to her.
to that. The answer is the truth. Whatever happened, happened. The truth
Yeah,
will come out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I
And
just
that's
found
why,
that strange.
and keep it, and that's okay, and that's valid too. That questioning is valid, but the truth will clear all of this, and we're just asking for the truth. That's all
Yes.
we're asking for.
Well,
Yes.
I feel like Miss Carson, when I don't know about this autopsy report. I don't know how long it's going to take. It seems like it's taking forever. But wouldn't that show up if it was something creepy in the water? Because it sounds like you're saying
If
that
they
it,
don't pay them off,
I was
if
just
they
about to
don't
say,
pay
if
them
they
off,
didn't go in there and pay them off, because she's already in the ground, and I don't think they
yes,
would be exhuming her, because that's a whole
exactly.
other ticket. And if they're really in it for the money, they're not exhuming her body. That's a lot of money.
Mhm. Exactly.
So a lot of people, when they have cases like this for the paycheck or whatever they're trying to do, they try to hurry up and rush to put the body in the ground,
Mhm.
because there is no autopsy report after that,
Exactly.
unless you
Exactly.
ask for that. That's not just a given.
Mhm.
The
Yes.
family has to ask for an autopsy report.
Yep.
Mhm.
Especially when it's
Mhm.
an accident, a lot of times they don't
Exactly.
do it because it's
Yes.
just like, oh, the accident caused the death. We don't really need
Yeah,
to do a
Exactly.
that's
toxicology.
personal.
Exactly.
None of that.
Mhm,
It goes
because you gotta
Yes.
straight
pay for that
from
too.
the
Yes.
morgue to a funeral home. That's
Mhm.
it.
Yes. Because I'm gonna tell y'all a story how to piggyback off what you just said. My daughter took sick right in her senior year of high school, right? She's no longer able to walk or talk. My daughter was very popular, but she was unpopular as well. Like she had people that really despised her because she was pretty, kind of like Gigi. She favored Gigi with the pretty eyes and she was light skinned, long hair and stuff. And so she had a lot of people that didn't like her. And plus she had a bubbly attitude. She was real, outgoing burst. People say, "You're too loud." And she used to always want to dim her light because people would, tell her she was too loud or she laughed loud and all that type of stuff, right? But we were we were roller skaters, right? And so this particular night, we've been skating since she was 4 years old. What happened this particular day when she went skating? But she went down. I've had several people that prayed, prophets that didn't know her and stuff, and they was telling me that what happened to her, and my mom believed it to the day she left this earth, that what happened to her was done. And so when these prophets told me the same thing, whatever it was, they gave it to her in a drink. And you know how they gave it to her in a drink? Because why? My daughter was one of those people. She was greedy. She was like, "Girl, what you got in there? Let me get some." So they knew, well, let's give it to her in a drink because she'll take some to drink. You know what I'm saying? So, but because she did have something going on with her heart, so whatever it was that they gave her, I believe triggered it. And then because they didn't do a toxicology test on her because of the situation that she had with her heart that they found, the structural damage or whatever. So they didn't do a toxicology test. And I didn't think to do it because now I'm starting to hear all this stuff from different people after the fact. You know what I'm saying? But it was too late to do one. You see? So who's, like you said, too late to do an autopsy now if it was something in that bottle that they gave her.
well, I don't know how it goes, but don't they, like, I don't know how that shit goes, but I heard I can't, all I hear is what people say. Some people say it was done, some people say the family rejected it, some people say it's in testing right now. You just gonna have to wait till the test results get back. So I'm not sure about that. I'm not gonna sit up here and just make up shit. I'll tell you what I heard, but I want to go back to the comment when someone says, what are you doing playing guessing games? Well, the police play guessing games. Lawyers play guessing games when they're trying to figure
Sure
out a
do.
they're trying to figure out what angle the other side
Mm-hmm.
is going to do. I mean, everything
Mm-hmm.
you do, you're playing guessing games to
Yeah.
figure out what angle you want to take, So it's not out the ordinary for police investigators. They play guessing games. They sometimes the investigators get it wrong. Do you think the investigators get it right all the time, 100%? Hell no, you're human. And
Gigi, that's probably somebody from that was on the bus talking.
All roads lead to the truth.
That's
That's
probably
basically
somebody
what
that
that
was on
is.
the bus.
Don't have the truth. You have nothing but guesses to go off of.
Exactly, all
If we
roads
had
lead
the
to the
Exactly.
facts,
truth.
we wouldn't have to guess or try to make different scenarios to make it make sense. Because me personally, if it was, God forbid, if it was, my parent or whatever the case may be, even if that locality did do an autopsy, I want a private autopsy as well. And you
I
can
Exactly.
get
buy
you.
that. Like you can pay for that to
Yes.
get done. People do it.
Yes.
Normal people do it all the time, just
Mhm.
to make sure
Mhm.
stuff is not overlooked. They get a private medical examiner and do an autopsy
But
where
I
they
wonder, did
get her
they do
back.
that though? Did the family request that though? Because if you think
Exactly.
about it, what you said, because it was an accident involving the van and the truck and all that stuff, they probably just figured she died from the accident, so they didn't even do an accident
Correct.
autopsy. You see what I'm
Yeah,
saying? So, and if they didn't request it, it probably ain't one done.
and
Correct.
Carson, I want to piggyback off of you. I agree. Now, people are saying they got an autopsy report done. I have not heard them kids say that. Have y'all
Me either.
heard Michael
No.
and Homegirl
No.
come out and say you got
No.
an
Nope.
autopsy?
No.
In my mind,
Mm-mm.
if they did get an autopsy report, they feel that something shady went on, okay? And they
Mhm.
just not going to take that it was an accident. And I think they
Exactly.
inform the public, you guys, I did an autopsy report and we're waiting for the results. I think they will want
Exactly.
that, especially if they feel
Mhm.
like something sinister happened to their mom. Now, if
Mhm.
they don't feel like nothing sinister happened, or they just don't want to face the music, some people don't want to face that reality. They rather have it was just an accident and just live with that and
And
just
live
move.
with that. Yeah,
If
that's
they
true.
decided to do that, of course they're not going to come back, because come back and talking to you guys is going to make them face reality. They may not have the mind capacity or the strength to do all that. They probably just want to,
Mhm.
she
Mhm.
died from a car accident. Let's
Hmm.
That's true.
deal with that and move on. Some people
That's true.
don't want to face certain truths. So that's just
Mhm.
that on that. But I
Yeah.
think
Mhm.
if they honestly felt that something was wrong, they would have got an autopsy report, and I think they would have informed people that they felt like something shady went on with their mom. But
I
they
don't think they would. I think they would play it smart, knowing that what the mom has said. Because if she said that in a message to us, her fans, we don't know the private conversation she had with her kids, and they still have to move smart for their own safety and what they're privy to. So they can't let us know, even if they do get a private autopsy or have gotten one done. They don't want. They wouldn't want the world to know what they know until they have everything put in place to conclude this is what it was, because they can't target themselves either now.
Yeah. Yeah.
I want to add something, because I seen somebody in the comments say, "Are autopsy reports just standard procedure?" They're not. There has to be a written request to the office of the chief of the medical examiner or the coroner's office. Now, if they wanted the coroner's office to begin with, they wouldn't have called the doctor.
Right.
So you have to request an autopsy
Mhm.
report. So if we're going to go with the theory that the doctor was at the scene, then the body goes to the hospital, and then the morgue picks it up.
Mhm. Mhm. But I did hear at one time that somebody said that the family had put out the results from the autopsy,
Oh
but
no,
I've
they
never
didn't.
seen it. I've
I ain't
never
never
seen
seen
it.
it.
Yeah.
I don't think they went that route, because why would you then, if we're going with the theory of the doctor, why would you then call the doctor? There would be
Mhm.
no autopsy report, because
Mhm.
you believe it was just what was an
It what
accident.
it
So just
right.
for that person in the comments, if it was an accident, we wouldn't be talking about it.
Exactly.
yeah.
Exactly.
Hello.
Catherine, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I used to do insurance. Oh, first of all, hello Gigi and hello everyone on the panel.
Hello.
Hi, Catherine.
I used to work
Hello.
for Prudential AARP. When there is when someone dies, and if I'm not mistaken, okay, if there is an accident. Okay, what usually happens is, in order for the company to pay out to whoever has the policy, an autopsy must be performed. So if it doesn't matter who would have had a policy, in order for them to get paid, an autopsy would have to be performed. So if an autopsy was not performed, the insurance company does not pay out, and that is what I know from working for Prudential AARP. So yeah, that if one was not performed, anybody who had a policy would not be getting paid. Also, there has been two or three content creators that have stated that one was performed. Now, whether one was or wasn't, I don't know. But the people that would have had policies, it was already stated that someone had called the insurance company less than 24 hours after she passed away. That lets me know that one was performed because the insurance company was called. Someone had a policy on her. So
Okay.
evidently one was performed.
Okay. So we
Well, I
need
don't
that.
know. When my mom passed with cancer and I wanted an autopsy done, they didn't do it.
Right,
They
but
said she died of cancer.
wait, you said cancer, right?
Right, but I believe they overdosed my mom.
Right, but listen to what I see. Here's the whole thing. I don't know how things are in Alabama. I'm in Pennsylvania. In
Mhm.
Pennsylvania, how it usually goes is if there is an accident, they are adamant about an autopsy being performed.
But I
So,
thought that was just for like the drivers, not necessarily the passengers.
So there's all types of insurance policies and you know what I mean?
right,
So
but
I don't know. I
see,
don't think they're a monolith. I think it varies between the
I mean,
state
Yeah, it
and
might be
what
different in different
somebody
states.
that
Yeah.
works, I don't know how much you all have been keeping up on this, but somebody that works for her had a policy on her.
mhm.
Okay, somebody that worked for
The
Angie.
assistant.
Right, right. I just didn't want to say, but they called the insurance company within
Mhm.
24 hours of her passing. What that says to me is there must have been an autopsy performed and you're waiting for it because you called the company. The way insurance companies work is they determine how the person dies in order to pay it out. Let me go even deeper. Okay.
Mhm.
If the person dies a certain way, they didn't go out, say they took themselves out. Insurance policies do not pay for that. I know that for a
Mhm.
fact. Okay. If you did not if you exited that way, they're not going to pay for that. Okay.
Mhm.
That's why the insurance company wants to know how did you exit out of here? So because if it was that you did it yourself, they're not going to pay for that. So they have to know how you left so that they can pay. So the fact that she called within 24 hours means you have to have some proof you want your money.
I mean, that could just mean that they have the death certificate, though,
No, but
because you
Exactly.
can
listen,
get a death certificate even if that gets done. But once again, being by she was a passenger for this, and I mean, I think it was her Sprinter, but she had chartered the driver. Being by she wasn't the one operating the vehicle, they don't necessarily do, from my understanding, they don't do the autopsy in those type of accidents because
Exactly.
they're not trying to prove like was something in her
Mhm.
system,
Mhm.
stuff like that. She was just a
Mhm.
passenger,
She was the
and it could
passenger.
just
Yeah.
say on there, it's not a homicide, it's nothing like that.
Mhm.
If it was a homicide or she was a driver or something like that, they will recreate it, do a autopsy report. But as the passenger, it could have just been she could succumb to her
To
injuries due to accident.
exactly.
It wouldn't
Mhm.
need
Mhm.
an autopsy.
Yes, it
Alabama
wouldn't be
is a
an
no
autopsy unless the family requested one, a private
Alabama is a no
autopsy.
fault state. Now I do not know if the people that were in the van, if they know how insurance goes. Like in the state of Pennsylvania, we have it where if you get hit by a car or whatever, the claims are able to be filed. I know because that happened to me. I know how that works here in Pennsylvania. Also found out with this what happened to her in the state of Alabama. There they have some type of thing where the people who were actually in the van that are still alive, if I'm not mistaken, it's going to be hard for them to file a claim. Now, that was discussed the other day,
What
maybe
can I
about 4 or 5 days ago. That was discussed that Alabama is a no fault state. It is not like Pennsylvania, where if somebody hits your car, you're able to file a claim. It's totally
can
different. Okay. So I'm saying that to say that if those 7, 8, however many people it was, I saw some paperwork the other day with their names on it and they were filing a lawsuit. Yeah, it's going to be very difficult for them to get any monetary gains from the insurance company. Also, the fact is that there is question whether the driver had the proper license and whether he was even licensed at all.
Catherine, can
The
I interject? I'm
I'm
sorry.
listening.
California is actually Alabama is actually a fault state.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Okay,
if
well,
it's a no fault state, there would be no litigation ensuing. So in no fault states, you can't sue.
okay, I listen. That was only discussed the other day.
Yeah, so that was wrong.
Someone actually brought it. I didn't bring it because I live in
No, I
Pennsylvania.
know.
So
I heard it yesterday too, and I put it in the comments. So Alabama is a fault state. So you
okay,
can
so you
sue
you you know
anybody.
Mm-hmm.
exactly then if you heard it, you know exactly what I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
I'm on Google right now. You can look it up. It is a fault state. So
Yep.
you
Right. So
can
you
sue. That's
you
why everybody's suing right now because it is a fault state. If it was a
right.
no
Well,
fault
who
state,
I
nobody can sue.
right think that they will be suing will be the transportation company. I'm not too
That
sure
allow him
about
to
the wait.
drive.
Right. Wait. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm
Mm.
not too sure about the 18 wheeler, but the just the part that his credentials were not where they should be would be reason enough for them to have a suit. Because if he didn't have the proper license, my son drives. My son has drove for DoorDash, Hertz, Avis, all of them. When he went to go get his chauffeur license, you have to have a chauffeur license to operate that type of vehicle. My son went for it, and that's how I know. So if his driver's license was not what it should have been, then yeah, so they would have litigation against that transportation company. I can't say against that 18 wheeler because we haven't really heard anything against the man that was driving it since
The
as
18
if I'm
wheeler didn't cause the accident. He could
r-
technically sue them.
The
right.
18 wheeler
I
added
just
to the accident.
No,
I
but
mean
I'm
I
saying,
just
but he couldn't avoid them. Yeah, he. This was after they had already, flipped the first time. He was trying to avoid them. So
But
he
even in trying, so you're saying he had nothing to do with it? The car
no
had
no
nothing to
no
do
no
with
no.
it?
What I'm saying is when you have an accident, you don't have enough time to react. Because
Okay.
my husband is a truck driver. My husband's a truck driver. When you don't have enough time to react,
Mhm.
and you have something is just flipping in front of you, he's not he can't do anything. And
Right. That's
honestly, he did pretty well. I mean, he went to the other side of the road, but he
mhm.
did not get involved with any make contact with any other vehicles. He did the best defensive driving he could do considering what was in front of him going on, and he tried to avoid it. Because if
So
you want to be real, if that 18 will have really hit that sprinter would not be in the shape that it was just flipped on the side like that.
so you're saying the 18 wheeler did not have in contact with any car.
I didn't
That's what
say
you're saying.
that. I said that after the defensive driving with Angie Stone's Sprinter, he did not come in contact with any other vehicles. Because you see that he went off to the grass and stopped in the opposite side of the lane. But he's not at fault because he did not initiate the
He's still
accident.
at fault. It would be his
Oh,
fault
okay, let
How
me
was
jump
it be
in.
his
Can I
fault?
jump in a little
because
bit? So I was a
go ahead.
litigation secretary. I am in California, so I know each state is different. So just like when you see the cases with Diddy and you see those 1 through 10, generally what happens is the plaintiff will sue everybody. And then as it goes on, excuse me, you guys, as it goes on, the first accident will be the primary
Thank
responsible
you.
party. The
Yep.
second person, even the 18 wheeler, if he did hit something or something,
Yes,
as
it's
she
legal.
stated, it could have been that it was almost unavoidable. That will be a second party with limited liability.
Yep.
Mhm.
So it just kind of goes down, like in terms of who is liable, who has the most responsibility. But initially,
It
they're
would be the
probably
first
going to
accident
exactly, and
Mhm.
they're probably going to try to sue everybody, even the driver. They're going to try to sue him individually. They're going
and
to
the
try to sue the
company.
driver. Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah,
Hmm.
she's right.
I work in I work for State Farm. I'm sorry. I didn't put that out there.
Oh, and then the other thing in terms of the autopsy, an autopsy is not 100% required in a death.
Mhm.
Even if
Yep.
you have an insurance, even if you have an insurance case, we've had plenty of cases where the insurance companies will ask for it, but the
You
once
just need the death
you need
certificate.
the death certificate. Now, if it's suspicious, if it's a self,
Homicide.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
a self unaliving, those kind of things, because those the payouts are different. But if
Yep.
it goes to the coroner, the medical examiner, and they say you got died like this, then that's what it is. Now
Succumb to injuries due to an accident. Yep.
and they can contest it, but generally
Mm.
it's not a hard fact that you have to do an autopsy. That's my
Nope.
point.
I have a
W-
question. Do the insurance companies get involved in investigations?
Yes. Depending on the
No,
type.
like I'm
But
talking about the payout.
what
Like, you know,
department?
if if
Which
your case
insurance?
if your case is under investigation, will the insurance policy wait until the investigation is over to know the cause of death, to know what happened, and then
Which
pay out?
department?
What do you mean, what
Because
department?
you have the department, you have your car, you have automotive insurance, and then you have life insurance. So
I'm just
which,
talking generally, all of them.
well,
I'm like,
they're different things. That's why I'm asking, when what are you asking far as which part of the insurance
the
process?
life policy.
The life policy, okay, if they have a death certificate and that death certificate says accident, succumb to injury at this date, that's the end of it.
Okay.
You have all the documentations needed. As
Okay.
long as everything else in the policy, and the policy is in lapse and everything else, and it's been around as long as it needs to
Mm-hmm.
be,
Mm-hmm.
you get to file out. Now,
Thank
for
you.
automotive or whatever, that's a little bit more detailed.
Mm-hmm.
But with the death certificate and all of that, that becomes a lawsuit. That's when you sue the insurance. But life insurance compared to car or vehicular insurance, they are
Mm-hmm.
handled two different ways.
Okay, thank you. Mm-hmm.
All right.
Mm.
Celebrity.
Gigi, did you
Um,
read TT's comment, Gigi?
no, okay, let me look at it. While autopsy isn't always required for a life insurance claim, it can be requested by the insurance company, especially if the death is unexpected, suspiciously. But they put on a report that the death isn't unexpected; that it was a
Yep.
car crash.
Right.
Um, with TT, I guess what insurance are what do you guys know the insurance company that's under the van? Are they with State Farm? Are they with Farmers Insurance? Do anybody know that part?
Nothing has come out. And once again, I
No, I
think
don't
that's
know.
the children's doing as well. If they are going deep, I don't think they're going to speak on it because they have to do their due diligence. Because once again, we don't know the private conversations that they had and the things that they have in place that their mama probably forewarned them about. If some happens to me, this is what I need y'all to do. And they have to move in silence.
Like I
Storm
said,
said Liberal Mutual.
Liberty
Lib-
Mutual.
yes, say that for me.
Oh, okay.
yeah, to form my to get. I don't even have a theory. Like I find myself like after we talk about it, I'm find myself questioning my theory over and over again. I can't form a theory until I see all the police reports for everybody in the car and that truck driver. I just can't. I'm still at the scene. I'm still standing there waiting for
Well,
answers.
Gigi, were you aware that they filed the 7 people that were in the van, 7, 8, however many people it was, they filed some type of loss. Angie was buried on the 14th or the 15th of March. And on the 24th or the 27th, whatever it was, they filed some type of lawsuit against Lethal, the company, whoever. I saw that paperwork last week. So a
My
lawsuit has been. I saw the paperwork. The 7 or 8 people. No, actually, hold on. It was 2 people's name who wasn't on it, and the 2 people's name was her cousin and that guy. Their name wasn't. So it was. Yeah, it was only 6 people. That's right, 6 people.
But they probably have at least a year. I don't know what it is in that state, but they have plenty of time to be added
Hmm.
to the complaint.
They may not want to be.
Well, yeah, maybe not, but I'm saying they have plenty of time. So just because they're not currently on there doesn't mean they won't be added.
Right.
True.
have a question. What do you guys think that the boy and the girl feel about that? I mean, you're the boy and the girl, and you're hearing that the van that your mom was in, last in, that these people are now suing. I mean, if I was the boy or the girl, and you guys felt like people in that van felt like this guy was at fault for this, I'm not feeling like this was just an accident because you guys are suing. I mean, I don't know. I, I don't
That's
know.
valid. That's a valid, yeah, that's
Yep.
a valid
Well,
perspective.
okay, when I have a car accident, I've been in a car accident, but I ain't never been sued. Even if I was at fault, I wasn't at fault, but I was at fault. So my insurance people paid them out, but I was
Hmm.
never sued about it. So when I'm thinking about, okay, a lawsuit involved, and it seemed very seriously, then it seems like something else nefarious is going on. I mean, how
Hmm.
many of you guys have been in a car accident? Press one. And press four if you've been in a car accident and you got sued on top of that. Have
Yeah,
y'all
but Gigi, but there was a death that allegedly happened as a result of the accident, possibly, because I still don't feel we have all the facts. So that's a little different, though.
Okay, well, go into that. Teach me about that. So, are they suing on Angie's behalf because she passed away, or are they suing based on their personal gain?
Personal.
Her name
Her,
wasn't on the
her name ain't on it.
her name is not from the paperwork I saw. Her name wasn't on it. The twins' name was on it. The guy's name was on it. But the other guy and the other girl, the twins, they're like 44, whatever. Their name wasn't on it. I mean, their name
So,
was on it, but the other lady, her name wasn't on it, and that guy, his name wasn't on it.
so
Well,
her children can sue on her behalf. You can sue on behalf of a person.
Yep. They're the only ones that can sue on behalf of her.
Yeah,
Kai said that you can't sue in a car accident. Well, I'm
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
you can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
glad.
Well, when
When
you're not at fault,
when that person hit me from the back, I didn't sue. I just collected insurance claim.
that
You should
But
have
you should have
sued
But you
sued.
can't sue. You can't
because they
sue.
going to sue your
Yeah, you should have sued.
You should have
Yeah,
sued.
you can.
It might take 2 years, but it'll be worth all that physical therapy.
You better go to every appointment,
You,
honey.
Gigi, when you see those commercials where they say personal injury where you in a car accident, people sue all the time for that.
People
I
get in
know
accidents to
And
it,
sue.
them attorneys make bank off of it.
Hello? Say
don't
Exactly.
that again.
it don't
How you,
sound right. It don't sound like it's in high integrity
Well,
because
listen, sometimes you got to be.
and we have to keep in mind, just because are doing a lawsuit, that doesn't mean it's going to go to court. So although we're
Absolutely.
saying they're being sued, a lot of times when it comes to accident, they settle.
They settle. Yeah, most lawsuits,
They
generally,
try to.
they only 93 or 97% actually make it to a trial. So she's right about that
Right,
too.
right, because in that paperwork, they present that to the judge, and then the judge says, "Okay, you have a case."
It could be
Yep.
worse. That's why they
You
Mhm.
know,
prefer to settle,
they
especially
could
when
drop
you
that whole
have,
thing.
yep,
Yep.
Yeah.
when you have like long term effects from the accident that you did not have before, and it has
Mhm.
altered your way of living, and it's like, okay, well,
Mhm.
you got physical therapy for a long extended period of time. They know they're screwed, the insurance company. So then the attorney and the insurance company, they come together and they come with a realistic settlement now, because they got to pay for all the medical bills, and they like, the longer we keep dragging this out, she got to keep going to therapy, because that's what the insurance, I mean, the lawyer is going to set you up to do, to force them to go ahead and settle for pain and suffering long term.
damn.
And generally, the attorneys are going to get their
Yep,
33%.
they're going to get their
Oh, the government gonna
33%
get theirs,
off
and
the
if you
rip.
back
No,
child support,
no.
bankruptcy, everybody getting paid before you get paid.
I understand why the criminals hit and run now. Hell,
Exactly.
I
That's why people made a living off of that, like doing that break
Exactly.
check stuff. Because if you get
Uh-huh.
hit from the back, well, at
It's
one
not
point
your
it
fault.
was automatic, but they kind of changed it a little bit because people start taking advantage of it.
oh, these people are horrible, man. Y'all
Mhm.
Yeah.
got me thinking. I gotta be careful on this road.
So,
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
so
get a
Gigi,
dash
mhm.
cam.
with the 18-wheeler, even if he was the secondary party, they're going to look at the time that the accident occurred. What was
Exactly.
the
He
visibility?
still would be
How
Yep.
fast?
questioned.
Yeah, they're
Th-
going to look at all those
That's why I
things.
want to
So,
know what he said. Yeah. I want to hear his police report. I want to see what he's seen and what's going on with her. They said he left his company and can't nobody find him.
Yeah, because you know
That's
when they
scary.
do stuff like that, they measure the track, the skid
Mm-hmm.
marks to see how fast you were going. So
Specialist,
they have to
yeah,
Yep.
do a lot of investigations.
a lot of
That's why
investigation.
the road be closed off for so long, is for them to measure it, get the pictures, of course, measure it, have
Mhm.
everything written down, and then after they, look from every angle, they can still have that fresh scene without it being touched with other cars, and they can
Yeah.
still go back and kind of like draw it up. But a lot of times before they leave that scene, they already have enough evidence to know where it started at, where the
Yeah.
next impact was at, approximately how fast they was
You're
going,
right.
for them to roll
Mhm.
this many times. Okay, the track marks went across the grass and this way. That's why they don't move it. The
That's
guy
Right.
with
exactly
this
why they
car,
say don't move
yep, and they
when you
don't
get in an
move the
accident.
vehicles or nothing until the police get there for a serious accident.
Mm-hmm.
They
Yeah.
kept that truck there to make sure they could do the full investigation on the scene.
Because people
Yep.
behind people would beep and everything. Move to the side. No, 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 no. I'm not
No,
moving
mm-mm,
nowhere. I'm staying until the police get here because this is what's oh, be convenient, move to the side. A lot of people be like, no, no,
mm-mm.
I'm staying right here. Y'all can go around, whatever y'all had to do. Sorry, but this is more important. I need them to see the crime scene or the scene exactly how it happened.
I
And that
found it
truck
kind of.
Mhm.
driver, he can sue his company because I'm pretty sure with it
Mm.
being 2025, his truck has a dash cam.
I need to know his police
Mm.
report.
They have cameras in just about every truck to protect truck drivers
And
because
was he
uh,
under the influence or anything? You don't
exactly.
know.
But the dash cam is there because people jump in front of truckers, and truckers cannot brake at the same rate as
Right.
a four-wheeler. So
Got
Yeah.
they
you.
will look at that dash cam because we're taught that when you need to learn how to drive, about how truckers work, especially depending on how much they're carrying as well. So
Mhm.
dash cams are in just about every company. If it's a big company,
Ooh.
and CRSC is a huge company, they
Yeah,
have
huge.
dash cameras, and they have them sometimes focusing not just on the outside, but they have it focused on the inside to see what the driver was doing at the time of impact.
Yeah. Oh,
That's ex
that's a good one. See,
that's
now I
so
didn't know
good.
that.
Yep.
I wanna know
Okay.
what happened in that truck. That's what I
Well,
wanna know.
allegedly, I want to read Madam Soul Food. They say no fault state you can sue, but you have to go through your own auto insurance first. They have to deny you. Then you can go after the other person's insurance. You have to meet a certain test to sue. All right. And I did
Mm.
hear from word of mouth, is a rumor that the driver was drunk or was doing some stuff. I heard rumor that the driver and people in the van, they were arguing back and forth.
Telling them
I've
to slow
heard
down.
that yeah, they were telling him to slow down and he didn't listen.
Mm.
He wanted to do his
My
own
God, today.
thing.
Mm,
Um,
mm,
I
mm.
heard that one of the passengers had a situation with Lethal, but then they said it was not one of the passengers. I mean, you hear so many things over the month
Hmm.
and so many things they turn, they flip. So, it's just a bunch of I heard because I don't got no video footage to show you. And we haven't heard from Lethal. And if we did hear from Lethal, who's to say they're telling the truth or not? I don't know,
Right.
So we just have to take other people's words pretty much and just decipher with our own spirit to say, do I
Right.
feel like this is true or not?
Well, the police
Gigi,
have
I'm going back
72
in the chat,
hours.
okay?
Okay, thank you, Mitch.
Oh, no, that's not
Okay.
Mitch.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I ain't
Chat.
going nowhere.
That's okay.
No, but they have 72 hours for that police report. So even if Lethal did not take a police report at this cream of the scene of the crime, he definitely was questioned 72 hours. So I just want to see all of the police reports. That's all, and then I can form my own theory. You know what I mean? Because we don't know what happened. I put me in the car. You know what I mean? Put me in the truck. I want to be there. Walk me through it. I need the little car. I need the truck. Show me what interstate. Show me how it happened. I need to see. They got
Okay.
it sold on up, y'all. They got it sold up.
Yeah, and when they first happened within the first 24 hours, somewhere it did report that that was not supposed to be her driver that night. Somehow it got switched.
First
That
of
was
all,
not originally her normal driver to go back to her home, from the Mardi Gras party, and I forgot what part of Alabama they were in, but it wasn't too far. They had just left, and
I-
that's why they was in Mobile when it happened. But she was just heading back home to then leave Atlanta, get on a flight to DC, but that was not her typical driver. And
for
that was put out from in the first 24 hours.
for me, I'm not getting in no car with no driver that I don't know.
Well, they kind of knew each other, and the
Oh
van
yeah, because I do remember. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I do remember
was
we say
red.
that.
But Mitch, if a limousine company comes up and they have a stranger and driver, wouldn't you get in?
Not wait a limit. I'm talking about if I was a celebrity and I have a driver and I have a specific driver that drives me here and there and tour and everything like that. If I did not know Lethal, I would not get in that car. They would have to postpone that show. I don't know, especially when I'm feeling like somebody's taking money and all of this. I'm not getting in that car. But like I said, like we said yesterday, I think she did know. She probably did know him. So I guess that's why she did get in it. But me, if it was a stranger, I just wouldn't have got in the
I
car.
know I would get in that car if it was a stranger, because I get on public transportation with these buses. I don't know these people driving.
No, I
I
know, but that's not the same thing because that's public transportation. These are private drivers.
Okay, I have a question. So
But do
did
everybody know
we
drive?
we have been hearing that he had been drinking. Because my question is that once the officers came to the scene, was he not tested? There should be some report as to whether or not he was
Um,
found with DWI or DUI. Like, where's that
was he
report?
conscious or not? If he was
Correct.
conscious, they needed to write a police report. If he wasn't, I will meet you at the hospital, but I need
Correct.
my report. Girl, you're
Did
And
they
not going to
test him?
escape.
Is there a report about whether or not? Because
We don't know.
somebody said that he had been drinking. So is there some
Quiet said
proof
he was
that?
tested.
Oh, he was tested.
Did he pass the test? Is he coming up or no?
Oh, so Quiet said he had blood work. Okay,
yeah,
so
Okay,
he
what
but
was
what
what
at
was
the
the blood
what were
work?
the
hospital.
findings? What were the findings?
Yeah, what was his alcohol level or what was in it?
Clearly, it must have been enough. And keep in mind, we don't know how long it took for him to get to the hospital,
He
but
had,
he could have,
yeah.
if long as he was under that .08, we're not going to find anything, even
And
Oh,
if
that's
it
the
was
point.
right there
Yeah.
at it.
I don't know. Nothing's moved. If you're at a scene of an accident and you go to the hospital, everything in your system is going to be the same as the scene of the accident.
I mean, it depends on the time EMT get there. It
Right.
depends on the time they do draw the blood once they do get you to the hospital. So that time lapse do play a role in
It
it
do, but not
coming
really
down.
quantify. Not really. It takes what 30 days to get something out your system.
I mean, that's marijuana. Alcohol is totally different depending on the type.
24
There,
hours you can come back to sobriety. It wasn't 24 hours.
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Depending on how much he drank,
Mhm.
a little bit of time can go a long way. That's why they
Yeah.
have the
Mhm.
point
Yeah,
zero
you're right.
eight. So we don't know. He could have drink, but he could have still been right at the limit. Is all I'm saying. Where
Mhm.
that
Yeah.
would cause no ticket.
Mhm.
So we
Exactly.
just don't know. So he won't get fined as long as he's under that .08.
So
Wh-
again, with people saying that he was, under the influence, if it
mhm.
does not show up on a test, then that's a moot point because they won't even care about that.
Quiet.
Correct.
What was his blood level?
I mean, as long as you're under .08, they don't have to report it because
Yeah.
you're not ticketed. That you're not in no citation.
Yeah, and I think we would have heard about him getting ticketed. They
Correct.
would have had
I
that
don't know.
big, loud, and oh my,
Kill elder, exactly. Depends on if he ate bread, what was in his system, what his size was, because that plays a huge role on how much you consume, and then your size determines how it's going to show up in your blood alcohol test.
Mhm.
Eh, That
Yeah.
plays a huge role. Your
Mhm.
contents on your stomach, your
Mhm.
size, the time when you did drink,
Mhm.
all of that plays a role.
They'll tell
Because
you
I
exactly
can
how
drink
much
the
you drink.
same as
Mhm.
somebody beside me that's much smaller. It's going to be higher in them than it would be
Mhm.
me because they're smaller
Mhm.
and they don't have anything on their stomach.
You're
well,
right.
he's a big guy. They say he got big old muscles too.
See, I mean,
I want to know what his blood alcohol. What do y'all think? Do y'all think he was drunk or what, or a little drunk or what?
I
Well,
don't
people
think
were
he was.
saying
I
that.
don't think he
Okay.
was. I don't know if he was drunk, but I do believe he was hired to be, kind of reckless with his
Mhm.
driving.
So Quiet said there were no
There's no
citations.
citation, so then you can't even
Yep.
say the man was drunk
So
then,
we
because
can't,
That's
we
what
can't
I'm
even talk
saying.
about that
That
no
he
more
wasn't
then.
locked up or anything. So
Right.
yeah.
he was under. Even if he did drink, if he was
Right.
at 0.079, he's not getting a ticket. So that leaves that
So,
out the way.
okay, so
But the
Exactly.
fact,
we can
the
debunk
point of
that.
the matter is, drunk or not, was he hired
He
to
was
drive
that.
recklessly? Because they kept saying that they wanted him to slow down, and this is before they was told to be quiet.
That's the next
Well, let
theory
me
that.
let me let me say this to you, Miss Allen. So let's say he was hired to drive
Mhm,
recklessly. I'm just going to put myself in there.
mhm.
If because when you're in a vehicle, if you're driving recklessly and something like that happens, you cannot ensure your own safety. So why would he even? I mean, if you could explain to me how you could drive not safe and be sure that you hurt the other people but not yourself if you're in the same vehicle.
Oh, no, no,
Sacrifice.
no. He didn't hurt the other people.
Right.
He set it up so Angie Stone could look like she succumbed to injuries. So it could have been very meticulous. Keep in mind, everybody
Hmm.
else pretty much walked away. People
Yes.
said they saw the other victims at her funeral and they looked fine. Keep in mind, her funeral was done in a very quick fashion. So the thing of it, the matter is, long as he created some type of incident that we can now say is an accident, we can throw it off. And that one person just so happened to be Angie. That was the only fatality, but she was also seen getting out of the van when it was on its side alive.
So you think it was like a decoy distraction kind of thing? Like,
Correct.
okay, I got you.
So
Because I was just
celebrity.
wondering. Mm-hmm. Yes.
So the thing is, if he was signed, like you said, he doesn't have control over what happens in the accident, but he was willing to pay for whatever happened to himself because he knew that allegedly that the payout or whatever the scheme was would be greater. You know what I mean? It would be like him sacrificing his own safety for the greater cause of the mission.
Well, I understand what you're saying.
But it's
Okay,
sick. It is sick.
okay,
But
just say for example, if somebody said, "Hey, we need you to have a distraction." We get into a little bit of a fender bender. Then
mhm.
I could see that, but the car was like on allegedly on the side and all that stuff. So I was just wondering, like, how did you guys think that he caused the accident? But you think that he may have done something so that when the second part of it is what actually caused her demise.
I don't think that she got out of the vehicle. I don't
Yeah.
think the accident caused her demise at all. She was out. She got
Right.
out.
That's what I'm saying. So whatever happened after, maybe he created a decoy or something so that the next set of
Hold
people, the
on.
EMT or something. Uh-huh.
Wait. I got something to say.
Uh-huh.
Because I know people are saying, the accident didn't cause her demise, but when you guys are in an accident, they do be saying, you can develop, you may be fine now, but
Yeah.
maybe
Hmm.
on something else can happen, or your back, or this or that,
Internal
and it
hemorrhaging,
was
yeah.
due to the accident. So just because she was operating, once she got out, it was
Right,
still
she was
that,
already
that accident
compromised.
had
Yeah.
some type of a blow possibly to her health. I wouldn't just rule that out.
That's
Well,
very
see, the,
true.
the autopsy would let us know if she had a blood clot, if she bled, if she
Exactly. How
had an
long she was
aneurysm or
Hemorrhaging.
bleeding,
something. Yeah. That's
or if she drowned it in her own blood internally. You don't know.
Mm-hmm.
or had
And
a heart attack or stroke,
exactly.
something. Yeah, we don't.
That
Yeah.
will
Some
all
type of
show.
shock,
We need
yeah.
the paperwork.
And none of it's come
Somebody
out.
says who says Angie was out of the vehicle? Well, this report that I
Different
got from Tuff
theories. Yeah.
News
More
uh,
than one person.
that
Yeah,
I
different
put up
theories.
said that, and I'm gonna play Tough News report. He said that he don't know if this is 100% accurate, but
Well,
this
I can't.
what somebody sent him, and he put it on his blog. So I wanted to see your thoughts about it. Other people have said that as well, that she got out the vehicle, but I cannot confirm or deny, of course. Shit.
Yeah, one lady got scared. She admitted she was threatened. She won't speak on it no more.
Yeah, and everybody has a certain level of tolerance when it comes to definitely a public incident like this at a public death
Mm-hmm.
like this.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody don't have that. Let's go, let's go, let's go where the camera's at.
Right,
A
right.
lot of people got lives that they really,
And a
want to
lot of
protect.
them being by they are of a different color. They didn't know she was a celebrity. They was just
Yeah.
really pulling
Yes,
over, helping the people get out. She
exactly.
didn't know until
Yep.
after the fact. And then
Mhm.
she even stated that she's not going to speak on it no more for the safety of herself and her
Because
family.
she knew who she was playing with, the music
Yes,
industry.
she's admitted that she was reached out to not speak on it no more. So she's not going to comment anymore on it.
Child.
All right.
I mean,
Well,
honestly, I could see her point. Like, if I was involved
Yeah.
in something, if it's going to impact
Heck
my
yeah.
personal life, F you and I ain't got S
Mm-hmm.
to say. What benefit would it do her to talk about something if somebody threatens her?
All she
Correct.
wanted to do was go to work and go home to her children. Honey, wait, y'all
Yeah,
said
she
it's
just
going
was doing a good deed.
exactly.
Exactly.
I'm gonna do all of that. You said who is it? Angie Stone. Oh,
She don't
Angie
even know who
Stone.
that is. Right.
Oh,
Right.
oh. Let me
Yeah.
look up on Google. She looked up on Google. She said, "Oh no, y'all can have that." Oh, no, I'm going home.
If I saw Bon Jovi, I'd be like, who? Bye. Yeah, I wouldn't say nothing either.
She had no clue who she was.
okay, I'm going to play the clip just for people like Collective Tribe to understand, like, where is the narrative coming from, okay?
Oh, okay.
Okay.
To this info, I just want to say that it's all alleged, right? I can't confirm or deny that this is absolutely true. I'm just passing it on. Now, just to give you guys some clear context in regards to what I'm about to read, this is actually a response to some information that we received about a week ago. And so we're just picking up the conversation because the person that I've been talking to that's close to the Angie Stone situation, she was able to confirm a few things. So it says here, so she is the cousin of one of the EMTs who arrived on the scene of the crash. She is saying that her cousin is saying that Angie was alive when they got there, but when they tried to get to Angie to render medical aid, police denied them access and had barriers up where Angie was sitting. And there was a YT lady talking to the Highway State Patrol. She said that a state trooper said that more advanced medical personnel were en route to pick Angie up. I asked her, so you're saying your cousin saw Angie alive and breathing? She said yes, and she was moaning and trying to talk. She also said her cousin said that people on the van were calling for Angie and pleaded with transport and police not to leave her. She has a medical condition. All right, so you guys just heard all of that. Again, I don't know this information to be true, but
All right, so that's Tough News. Go
Mm.
support his YouTube channel. All right, so that's where the narrative, where I'm coming from as far as talking points. We have
Yeah.
Quiet Storm here, and I see he has a photo, so I'm gonna bring that up here. I'm gonna remove that. I'm gonna put this up here. All right, Quiet Storm, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Gigi.
All right.
Okay,
Hey, Storm. How are you?
I'm just fine. I
Good.
wasn't I wasn't going to come up because I don't like people to make comments that they do, and when you stay up all night and you put your money out to get these reports and do that so that you can find out the truth. People I would suggest some people before they say things just kind of wait and see, because I've shown these documents already, and we're going back again, and it needs to be done again because people haven't seen them. And then people will say, well, we have the documents, but they don't show the documents. And then I have been producing the documents. So to answer the questions, one, you guys are dead on. Two, we don't we are just trying to put together facts, and the facts is only what we have. Don't mean that those facts are factual. It's just what they got out. But it is the black and white to what's had. So uh let me go on. Gigi, can you make that bigger on the screen, or well, wait a minute. Excuse me, I could do it on my end.
Storm, I'm glad you came up because this helps clarify some things,
It does.
information that I haven't seen before. So thank you.
Okay, and I appreciate that. All
Yes,
right.
thank you so much.
Let me see here. All right. So this is the report. So what they did was they made the first report was on the van. The second report, which is this one that I have up now, I should put the other one up first, but I started with this one. So we'll go ahead and start with this one, and then I'll go back. Okay. When y'all were talking about the insurance company, if you look in the second group box here, I'll bring it to the top. We can see it has the driver information and the insurance company who was the indemnitor of the vehicle. And there you will see Liberty Mutual.
Storm, I'm reading what, because I enlarged it on my screen, and it says alcohol test not applicable, and it also says drugs no.
97 for the code of Alabama means uncertain.
Okay.
That's so here there is a ledger sheet. I'm going to bring that up for you. And it gives you the breakdown of each
All the
code.
codes.
Okay.
And so if you look here,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to bring it up to the top. You see what 97 is. 97 means driver address code 97, not applicable. Vehicle, citation offense, none. Excuse me. Code 99 is citation offense, which there is none. So that
So
go ahead. The driver's condition is 97. Not applicable.
So what does not applicable?
That's what I say.
What
How
does not
is that
applicable
not
mean?
possible?
Well,
He's
if
the
you look at it
driver.
from a legal standpoint, they can't say yes or no. They
Yeah, so
didn't
that's
put it.
still limbo.
Yeah.
That's still limbo.
But now for drugs, I did see a no.
Yes, and drugs, it completely says no.
So based on this report, it's hard to go back and do a retro and say, oh, well, we think he was, because if they didn't do it then it's kind of a moot point.
Exactly.
So where's the license? Is the license on here?
Okay, so what they did was the license number was redacted. So the black that you see there, that's the driver's name and the driver's license number, and it's redacted. But now watch this.
Personal information.
Look at the race, sex, and driver's license state. It's all 97.
He wasn't there.
Look at driver's license class.
Yep, that's what I was looking at. Thank you.
97.
Everything is 97. That leads me to think
Non-applicable.
that he was at the hospital when they did this report.
Exactly.
But you would still have the license.
No,
with
it's
the
redacted.
information.
Because here's what's happening. If the driver is transported and they go to the hospital, they could easily say, and this is my opinion, not the fact. They could easily say, well, I don't know where my wallet is because I got injured and I'm here and I don't have anything. So they would say unknown.
Right. We can add all that later. Right.
That's correct.
Yeah, but they put non-applicable. That's totally different.
Yeah, he was not
that
there.
means doesn't matter.
He was at the hospital.
Exactly. And now do you recognize who that's 97 is for?
Lethal.
Exactly.
So he was unconscious or whatever, and he was at the hospital. And where's the second report? Because 97s can't stay 97s.
No. I'm going to show you. This is the second report.
What?
Storm, could he have lied to them and gave him fake information and said that his license was somewhere else?
Absolutely.
But they still have socials. They can run it for this to be the official.
But here's the
report.
thing. If he's at the hospital and he's portraying to being so much pain, the doctors would actually stop them from talking to them.
Exactly.
Right.
So he was covered. So he was covered under the guise of medical attention.
Exactly.
And if you look at the top of the screen, there was a red flag for me. This is a second report, and this second report has a different case number. And I'm going to give you that case number.
Hold on, but it say check if it was amended. So this They
is an amended report.
It's a
so they
second
could have
report.
filled this stuff in. They would have had the information to make that would be one of the reasons why they would amend this.
Hey, my point is what I've been saying.
Hold on, 3 people injured, 1 fatality?
Yes. Oh wait, so that's you see it. Okay.
Wait a minute. This ain't right.
Flag on the play.
This is a flag.
Exactly. Fatality 1.
3 people is crazy.
So this is the report from the tractor trailer.
Of their company?
No, from the Alabama
Alabama.
Highway Department. This is the state's report.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Jesus.
If you say local case number, it says fatality.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm like, it still will be a case number.
The case
Wow.
numbers, technically speaking, in criminal law, should have been the first case number there.
So is it redacted on top of the fatality since that's all black? Is that the number?
Actually, they do see that's another red flag that I draw for myself because it does not give the information of the fatality. It only says that it was a fatality.
Emergency status 97? This is crazy.
Yeah. So let's go down to the narrative.
Oh, I want to see the diagram.
No, I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you. So the narrative says Unit 1 was lying on its driver's side in the middle of the northbound lanes after being involved in a rollover crash. Okay. It didn't roll over, it flipped over. Unit 2 was traveling northbound on I-65 when it struck Unit 1. Unit 1 is the van.
Mm-hmm.
Around the undercarriage near the front axle. This impact caused Unit 1 to rotate, not flip, rotate, spin around counterclockwise and come to a rest as shown in the diagram. Driver of Unit 1, Lethal Carter, stated he was trying to pull passengers from the van as it was lying on its side when it was hit by Unit 2. Okay, I want y'all to remember that statement, right? This is going to be real good because I'm going to show you a bold-faced lie.
Because you wasn't there to give that report.
Huh?
Go ahead, continue.
When Unit 2 struck Unit 1, the force lifted until Unit 1, the force lifted Unit 1 into the air, causing one of the passengers to exit the vehicle through a broken window.
Mm-hmm.
The passenger was pinned under Unit 1 and suffered fatal injuries during the crash. That don't make sense because there's no damage
window
to
was
the top.
broken?
The window on the driver's side.
I have a red flag.
Oh, there's a couple right there.
The driver of Unit 1 stated he was trying to pull passengers from the van as if
he was conscious.
He was conscious. So why do I see all these number 97s? If you're talking to people, why do I see everything in 97?
Exactly. Which means this report was taken at the hospital.
Exactly.
All right. Now let's go to the first initial report. Let's back up so we can answer all of the missing questions, and then we could look at a whole different thing there.
Storm, okay? before you go on, can you answer? So Gigi just read us something saying that the EMT said they saw Angie Stone speaking, but what you just read, it says a person was ejected. It said fatality, so that to me means Angie probably
died at the
wasn't.
scene.
Is that correct?
That's what's said.
Okay.
Yet I'm saying that me personally, I don't know what to believe because the report says one thing, some people say another thing, and I don't know. I'm just trying to get to the source of the information that is in black and white so that we can come to some sort of common sense of the whole thing.
Right. Yes.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
I I don't. Here, I'm about to show you some more confusion.
This is good. The picture is good. This diagram right here is confusing. I want to know what lane,
Okay,
Storm, what lane was he in?
okay, so I can explain that for you. Okay, so the side right here. Oh, you can see my mouse. Thank you. Okay,
Yes.
the side. Where? Okay, the side right here that you see with my mouse
Mhm.
moving up
That's
down
the
screen.
northbound.
This is the northbound lane. Okay, this is mile marker 162. Right. Going further north, there's mile marker 163. There is no camera at mile marker 162. However, I pulled the camera video from mile marker 163 facing south. So that camera at mile marker 163 facing south did see the whole accident and recorded it.
Yep.
I played the video. So we'll get into that.
Yeah, I didn't see it. Okay.
Okay. So this is why I kind of get upset when people say that I'm lying, I'm capping. Okay, well, they get the reports. Y'all get the reports, and you make your
Exactly.
decision. Yeah, but I can only speak from what we see in black and white. The other parts was said. I don't know. I wouldn't dare.
I have a question. What are they? And I'm speaking from, I was in law, legal. What are they saying you're lying about when you have a diagram? You are only reading or giving us
They're just
what's considered
talking.
fact based. Yeah. So
They're just talking.
where are the lies?
They're
Yeah,
just
that's what I'm
talking.
saying. As you know, in law, this is prima facie on the face of the record.
Yes, that's what they're going to go by.
This is
And
what they're going to.
Storm,
Yes.
it's obviously people that are not here watching this, because had they have been here, they would have never said comments like this. So don't even worry about it, because you
Oh
come
no.
with facts, and we appreciate you. We really do, to clarify.
I'm
Yeah.
not worried about it, but I'm just saying, if I talk, you can best believe I got paperwork to back up what I'm saying 10,000%.
Yeah.
Okay. So here I'm gonna go and release this document to bring up the other report. Okay. So, and then we're gonna come back to this because now you're gonna see the discrepancy. You're about to see the lies.
So based on the diagram you just showed, I could see where the 18-wheeler hit the van and where it kind of flipped it around, and then the 18-wheeler kind of crossed over the lane and went into the other side. So that really clarifies for me that picture that we
Right.
see online. So that's great. Thank you.
Right, but what I want to clarify what lane Lethal was in, because why would you pull if you're?
I'm about to break it down for you.
Oh, okay, thank
Because
you.
they had him in the middle.
Okay.
Yeah, because I
So,
would be pulling over to the right instead of the
oh,
left. If I
yes.
was
Right.
pulling over.
So, Gigi, will you place the report for Lethal on the screen, please? I just posted it.
Yes. Is that it?
Yeah, that's it right there. Okay. My friends, what I need you to do
Okay.
is pay very close attention. This is the first and initial report, excuse me. If you look at the top of the screen where my mouse is, you'll see that there's the second checkbox checked. It says check if error correction.
Wow.
And the time changed too.
The time changed, the fatalities changed, the people injured changed.
No. This is the first report. This right here is only from the Sprinter van. They did two reports, and I'm showing you proof that they did two reports. They didn't do one report. They did two.
So which one
Two separate numbers. This number right here, in case you want to know, is 5621744. That is the number of this case report. Now, if you look at the top in the gray area, you'll see vehicles 1, not 2, 1. Pedestrians 0. Injured 9. Injured 9. Injured 9. That's what they put on the report. Me.
Fatality
Gigi.
0.
Zero. Oh boy.
Oh, this
That's
is dirty pool.
And they also have his information as far as his
Exactly.
license, the state, all of that, the type of license he has, the status. Yep.
So Storm, which report trumps?
Well, I, I'm not. I don't understand Alabama's citation to affirm, but we have the lexicon that we look up, and it's called LexisNexis. And I'm able to go there to look on LexisNexis to look at case law citations for the state of Alabama to understand what their rules and procedures of court is, so that you could get the breakdowns of their law.
Mm-hmm.
And from their citation numbers from Alabama's law, from LexisNexis, this report says basically they don't know. That's what all the 97s are.
Yep, they don't know.
They don't know. They don't know.
Is there a diagram for this one?
Yes, there is. So I'm going to go take you to the diagram of this report from the state of Alabama.
And those all the victims in it. Wow.
Yes. Okay. So this is the diagram. This shows when the van, this is just the van, not the truck, that the van was traveling northbound, and in the left lane where it was traveling, the speeding lane, it veered off onto the grass. Thus, when it got back on the grass, the front right tire rolling up on the pavement caused the van to flip.
Storm, I'm getting goosebumps because if there was a partition in that van, nobody but the passenger could have took the wheel out of your control other than yourself.
Thank you. And that's what I've been saying. And people say I'm lying, I'm capping. Thank you.
You say he fell asleep
Baby.
while operating the
No,
vehicle.
no. And if there was an argument or something that you wanted to settle, I'm pulling over to the right where I'm supposed to pull.
But here's the catcher. How could there be an argument when there was a petition?
Well, they could say
the petition had a
that the
little
petition's
window.
open. Yeah, I was gonna say they could say it was open.
They could say it was open.
Yeah.
But then this diagram doesn't show that the petition was like it. You still would pull over to the. Nobody's pulling over to the right, the left.
But see, to me, right? To me, in my common sense value of evaluating something, this doesn't look like a person that fell asleep. Because those on the left lane, that's going to the median, and there's a wired fence to keep you from going to the other side. That vehicle has to bust open in order to get to the other side, right? The ridges on that right there would wake you up.
That's what it's there for.
That's what it's designed for.
Exactly.
So I don't believe that this is a person that fell asleep at the wheel.
Where's the passengers in the car police report?
Okay. The passengers. Can we do this? Can we look at the narrative since we're right here?
Mm-hmm.
Now, remember closely what I said on the other one. All right. Here's the narrative for Unit 1. Give me a second. I check.
Now he's saying it's a malfunction?
Come here, boy. What?
He didn't know what happened about 2 hours into the drive.
So I'm going to read it for you. Unit 1 was traveling north on I-65. Driver of Unit 1 fell asleep while operating his vehicle, causing it to leave the road on the left shoulder. Didn't say he fell asleep. It says, oh, excuse me. Yes, it does. Driver of Unit 1 fell asleep while operating his vehicle, causing it to leave the road on the left shoulder. and overturned when re-entering the road. Unit 1 landed on its driver's side and slid to a stop as shown in the diagram. Said it slid, so it did not flip. It turned over, flipped to the side.
You were speeding.
Thank you. Driver of Unit 1 stated there was something wrong with Unit 1 causing it to snatch, and he had to keep adjusting the lane change malfunction feature on Unit 1. The driver of Unit 1 also stated that he don't know what happened after about 2 hours into the drive.
What?
Huh?
That I saw that. Like, it don't make sense. Was you sleep? Was it malfunction? You couldn't make a lane change?
It
What?
sounds like to me, in my common sense, I just heard 3 explanations.
I just heard somebody who wasn't in their right state of mind. That's what
Right.
I heard. Give so many
First
different.
of all, I heard the grammatical error that he's saying. I can hear him saying, I don't know what happened after 2 hours into the drive, because it says that he don't know what happened after the 2 hours. That's what's getting me. How do you not know?
Exactly.
And this is not 2 hours worth of distance, Buki.
No, it's not.
No.
This is seconds we talking about.
Exactly.
You're wide awake. Cap.
And remember, the first time they told us that the accident happened at 7 o'clock in the morning, right? Y'all remember that?
I thought it was 4 something.
I thought it was 4:25.
Now
It
it's
Yeah.
420 on this.
It happened at 4:05, and they were called at 4:20.
Mm-hmm.
And
That's
this is
15
after the
minutes.
doctor?
But this
No,
report has
they
a different time, even if it was
they
amended.
no. So this report is at 4:20, and the
Mhm.
second report with the tractor trailer is 4:25.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
5 minutes, people.
So, Storm, is this from the same agency? Like, in California, we have the highway patrol, and then we might have the sheriff. Like, is it the same agency doing the
This
secondary report?
Yeah,
this is the same
Yeah.
agency
It would have
because
a different header.
yes, and this
Yeah.
is the Alabama Highway Department that
Mhm.
did it.
Okay.
The
And
county
honestly,
the county did not respond to the scene, and the county did not write a report. There is no case number, no filing, nothing with the county.
Oh, can you do me a favor? Can you tell me what number 1 is for type of alcohol test given?
Where do you see number 1?
When you look at driver full name and it goes to driver, 1, 2, the third, right under Liberty Mutual, it's a type alcohol test given 1, and
Oh,
then
I
it
see.
said
Oh,
results unknown.
one was the code for blood, if I'm not mistaken. Let's go to the code.
So it
yeah,
was
let's go
one
to the
given
code. So
versus
it
how they
was
put it on the
one
other one.
that it was not applicable.
Oh, cool.
What?
1 for, let me see, I have to go down to coordinate.
One means
see.
different things on this one.
Yeah, but it tells you for each category what it
Oh, okay, I
meant for
see.
that.
Blood test.
Yes, blood test. There it is, right here.
Okay.
I'm gonna put it up to the top so everybody can see.
But the other one said
Non-applicable.
non-applicable. Everything was non-applicable.
So if there was a blood test in the first
They
report,
put
then
the
he was
results was unknown. That's why I wanted to see what type of test it was.
yeah.
Mhm.
Wow.
So if they took a blood test at the scene,
It's right. So they took a blood test at the scene or even at the hospital, then citations should have been written just to cover them so that it would give them
they
probable cause
messed
to
up.
come
They
back
messed
and
up.
do a
They can get sued for this.
Because we don't see the results of the blood test.
Yeah, it says
Yeah.
unknown.
That is weird.
They're messed up.
And then they amended the entire
report.
Mm-hmm.
and added, keep in mind there's no tractor trailer on this report.
No,
Keep in mind,
wait a minute. So the reason why there's no tractor trailer on this report
Because it was
is
5 minutes
because
before.
this is for the Sprinter van only.
mhm.
This report has nothing to do with the tractor trailer. This is
This
only
is
the Sprinter.
accident
The
1.
problem
Accident
is
1, yeah.
Right.
Mhm.
the
This is
problem
accident.
is The
No,
department messed up, and
well,
they
that's
messed up.
that's true. But here's what they did, and this is my personal opinion, and I would like for you legal beagles to give
Say
your
it out
opinion.
loud. Yeah, because I am.
Okay, so here's what I believe.
Mm.
I believe white folks were covering for white folks.
Mm.
Exactly.
Because if they had not been, there would have been one report with two vehicles, as it should have
And it
been.
would have said the same thing.
Correct.
And it
Yep.
would have been the same thing. Because
Exactly.
technically, if Alabama is a fault or no fault, but I seen where it says no fault, then I seen where it says fault. So I don't really know which one it is. However, I can say this. They put the onus of the report on the Sprinter van, which would lead me to believe that that officer that wrote this report don't believe jack what the driver said.
Mm. And that makes
Otherwise,
sense why he put all them different reasonings.
Do we know if this, first of all, we know from the data shown here that it's not the same officer that did the second report, because the same information from the
no, it is
it is the same officer.
same officer.
So he's sending you, so he's sending you a signal that there's discrepancy in this whole thing.
That's correct. And he's saying, I don't know what it is.
Exactly. It's too
By
many.
saying by 97.
So I don't know about Alabama, but I know in California, like our officers, they can do a report, and then when it gets back to
Mhm.
the office, their overseeing officer, I don't
Can
command
amend
or
it.
whoever, they can, yeah, they will amend it or they'll change things. That's a fact.
Yes.
I also know police departments get paid off too, because they got a budget.
But we don't want to say that on this because that would bring libel. I mean, you know,
Yeah.
because it's in black and white, prima facie in front of us that you could see the minutiae through this report.
Mm.
This is not a this is a
inconsistent.
So Storm, do we know how soon after that first accident happened that the 18-wheeler came upon the van in the road? Do we know what the time frame is? The lapse?
Yes, I do. The time frame lapse on that from the video that I saw,
Mm-hmm.
and that was exactly 5 minutes.
Oh yes.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that was so close. They should have one report.
Yeah, should be one.
Even if it was 10 minutes, there would have been the same report.
Yep.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, I could see if it was hours and then somebody did something and then then it'd be like, oh well, we already took the, but that was it was one incident pretty much. I mean, it was two accidents, but they came and the 18-wheeler was probably it was already there, I'm assuming.
Right.
Yeah.
Now the thing that I want y'all to pay attention to is the insurance company.
Mm-hmm.
And there's the policy number. You remember I said I have the insurance company name. I know the policy number, and I was able to check the condition and everything of the van to include the VIN number. I said I had the VIN number.
Mm-hmm.
You can't get the VIN number. What do you see right there at the top of the screen?
The VIN number.
Okay. Which would allow you to do what, legal eagles?
To see who owns that car.
And you could also check what through LexisNexis?
The license and the registration.
And
without
the status.
Exactly.
And the fact whether or not he had a license to even operate that vehicle.
Boom. LexisNexis would give us that information because that is used for law offices, courthouses, and the media, and private investigators to compile information.
Absolutely.
This is how we get it. So you have people saying to Kevin, oh, he can't get no information. He just telling lies. He just telling lies. Y'all need to stop telling lies.
So
and
Storm,
pay the money and get the report.
So where it says driver condition 5, what is the 5 in the codes down there? I don't know.
You talking about code number 5?
Yeah, it says for the driver
condition. It was saying he was fatigued.
It'll say fatigue.
Okay. Yeah, it said fatigue.
Oh, okay.
Oh, the code. Okay.
Yeah, the code. I'm sorry.
Oh, and C crash severity, it says suspected minor injuries.
Yeah.
On this one, but on the amended one, it said K, with the fatality. Keep in mind, not
Well,
only did it
that
say
yeah,
injuries, it's
Sleep
minor
fatigue. Okay.
injuries. But that's the
right.
Got it.
driver condition 5, asleep, faint, and fatigue. But
Got you.
this one is said minor injuries. That's the type of accident. And
So
then on the amended
I
one,
don't,
it says K.
sis, I don't see 5. Where do
No,
you
you
I
see?
you
seen it. You
scrolled
passed
up.
it.
Yeah, you passed it.
Oh, y'all help an old man. I'm 65
Hmm.
years old.
Okay, go on now. Scroll down a little bit more. Now you don't went too far.
I
Keep
did.
going.
You gotta keep going.
Yeah, keep going.
It's
It's
not
closer to the
alphabetical.
bottom of it.
Hmm.
You
Oh, it's
got
close.
10, 1, 97s. There you go, 5
Driver
right there.
condition. This
Oh,
driver. Hmm.
Mm-hmm. And if you go up to the second one from the top where it said crash severity, on this one it says B, suspected minor injury. If you look
yes.
at the second one, it's going to say K, changing it to there was a fatality. So we go from minor injuries to having fatalities.
Yep.
Right. Yeah, and that's on 2 different reports, which so the second one, even though it has a separate case number, is actually the amended report for this one.
Yep.
But
Wow.
where they made the mistake is they gave it 2 different 2 different report numbers.
They
When
messed that
technically
up.
speaking, it should have been 1 report number.
Exactly.
But prima facie evidence, which they would have to go in the court of law. If you have 2 different reports, then a good defense attorney would easily be able to file a motion of the mind and get rid of that report.
Yep.
Yeah, and then the agency that did these 2 different reports would be in trouble. They
Correct.
would
And if
they would
they're
probably
two
have a
different
fine because they messed up.
Yeah,
and
because
they
they're
are not the
conflicting each
same.
other. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the one that's amended with a different report number, what report is it amended from? Because it can't be this,
Exactly.
it's a different report
Well,
number.
it exactly. That's what common
Mhm.
sense would tell you. That's what prima facie is. But they somewhere or another, when they finish the investigation, they're going to have to adjoin these reports
Mhm.
to one. So
Mhm.
this is the number one flag on the play that lets you know that there's a guaranteed open investigation
Yeah, for sure.
because you don't have a finite police report yet.
But you know what, Storm? If I were a defense attorney, I wouldn't let them commingle. I would make them keep those reports separate so that I would use it in defense of my whoever I was defending.
That's
Just like you
absolutely
said, yeah, because like you said, they're going to try to do a combined, amended, and try to commingle it. Excuse me, I'm sorry, but I wouldn't. If the defense is going to try to keep it to say no, so that they can use it, because this is screwed up. You have no clear evidence based on this.
You
that's
have no
exactly
clear accident to go off of whether or not nothing. You ain't got
Right.
nothing. We ain't got nothing. They got to yeah.
We can't say the man was drunk. I mean, what?
Where do we start in our defense anyway? Like, how
Yeah,
do I help my client? Like, what? This is a mess. This is a
which is
mess.
which is good for defense though.
Yeah, for sure. And then what? Could you just imagine them in court? Okay, but what report are you talking about? Like, you know what I mean? Like, wait, what? It's
And you
crazy.
know,
what
the other thing is that with the 11, well, the survivors, the fact that it's so many people, they're going to have different
This is gonna be so
testimonies.
long.
Yeah, they're going to be saying different, like somebody said they were arguing. So there's going to be so many things that's going to kind of,
So
They're gonna
much.
well well
rehearse and recite.
well
This
But
is
here's
so
what is
much.
here's
99 though? Because it said type drug
nine-
test given, drug test
90
results 99.
99. Ooh, code 99.
Because it's up there for the driving, what you call it too. So
It's,
what is
yeah, I saw it a
99?
couple other places too.
So is
99.
it a common thing?
99 citation offense. That was a citation. Remember I told you there was no citation?
Hold on. Where's 99 at?
On the
Right here.
second column.
Okay, code
like,
citation offense description none. Okay, so I guess that's what that meant even for the drug test?
No.
The drug test was 97.
No,
yes,
no, the drug test. No, it said the results are 99.
So that it
So
wasn't
that
high
means
enough.
that they got the results for it to be 99 for the drugs, but they unknown for the alcohol.
According to that, that's what 99 means done.
So
But
sometimes
how you don't
they're
know
gonna
the alcohol?
because what they do sometimes is say it was faulty or they couldn't get a good reading. I mean, that's what they do in California. I don't know about other
Well,
places.
but or they could have sent it out to a lab,
Yeah,
and at the
because that takes
time,
time to.
yeah, and that take time to come back.
So so are we still waiting for it? I mean,
Oh,
when
You
was
we,
have
the
to be.
when was the
yeah,
amended one done?
we're definitely waiting on another report. That's
Oh,
just
okay.
ain't no doubt about that. This
Yeah,
is it.
because I think police officers, I don't think the only ones that they have in the field as far as alcohol is, because I was pulled over before for it, is the walking test and the breathalyzer.
Yeah.
They're not taking blood at the scene. They actually can't even take blood. They're not even.
Right.
So
Right. So
he
it
had to
wasn't
be
a
at the
breathalyzer.
hospital.
Okay. So it was a blood test done then.
It had to be a
It was a
Mm-hmm.
blood
blood
test at
test,
the
no blood.
hospital that they're waiting for.
But at some
And,
point, but
and,
we should
and
know
here's
by now, right?
but sis, here's the thing.
Child,
So
a
I don't
mess.
know if if people are aware. Whenever a person is drinking, the longer you go, every hour, your levels
Thank you.
Yep,
of
that's
Yeah.
what you were
alcohol
saying.
goes
It
down
starts
in the
rapping.
breath.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Goes down. So
And your
if
BAC.
they had a drink 3 hours before, it would
That's
be
what she
almost
said,
like,
yeah.
depending on how much they had, would almost be like
And
they
their
didn't have any.
size.
So
Yep.
what
So
if they waited, because you have 72 hours to file a police report? What if they waited down to that last second to get his report so his number was 0?
no,
Lord,
well, they covered the 72 hours by doing this bad report.
Yeah. And I mean, it could have been right underneath
they
it.
should have waited and
This
then
is a
just gave
mess.
us that's yeah, it is a mess because now they
They
looking stupid.
they legally had 72 hours to hold both of the
That's what I'm
drivers
saying. That's what I'm saying.
until they had conclusiveness over a blood test.
Exactly. When I got locked up, I got into a bad accident, a really bad accident that I was at fault because I was drinking and driving. When I woke up from the hospital, I got arrested. The police was standing right there. So I know that they waited for the blood test to come back to know that, he was actually drunk. So by the time I woke up, I told the people I only had one drink. When they did the numbers, they said, "Okay, you had one drink." The cops waited until I woke up to arrest me, and I was there were handcuffs on my arm and the gurney. So it was like, you're not going anywhere because we waited for this test to come back.
Mm-hmm.
The fact is
So
the emergency status not applicable
Ain't that
and the
something?
crash severity suspected minor injury.
Oh,
Wow.
this is a mess.
With
This
the
is a
fatality,
mess.
right?
with the fatality.
Well,
So
this
now,
one
So
is
this
without
report,
fatality.
excuse me,
This
this
one
excuse
is
report,
no
she was still
fatality.
alive.
wait a minute, fam. Flag on the play. No, not with the fatality.
Yeah, this
This
is no fatality. This is all
this is
nine
no
injured.
fatality on this one. The
So she's
fatality
still
does not
alive.
come until 5 minutes later. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's address that for a second, right?
Lord Jesus.
Let's use some common sense value here.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Away from the report and us thinking in our own individual capacities. This doesn't say to me inclusively that she was there. This doesn't say to me conclusively that the truck did it. This doesn't say conclusively to me that the van did it.
This don't tell me nothing.
It don't tell us nothing.
It's just saying that the van was in some type of accident, but it gives nothing on Angie Stone, and then she came through the glass, and
Because that would say that in the narrative.
correct. And then seeing the vehicle, there's no shattered glass that shows like somebody could have came through it. That's
It's
why
not
I asked. It don't make
it's
sense.
not in the narrative. So if an insurance company was looking at this report,
You're not getting paid.
you're not getting paid.
You're not
Mm.
getting nothing.
You get nothing. Right?
You get nothing.
So now so that everybody can see in black and white for themselves, how do we really know what happened? Was
We
she
don't.
dead at the hotel and they had her? We don't know. And I'm telling you, for God Pete's sake, I talked to her cousin who was sitting next to her. Do I believe what I heard from from the cousin? Not necessarily.
What did the cousin say, Storm? I haven't heard what the cousin said. If you don't mind repeating, if you
Oh,
can.
Come
I
I
on,
had
heard
baby.
it.
I had a whole 3-hour conversation, and I
Okay.
have proof of it.
Okay.
But
I believe
it,
you, but what this
it ain't.
cousin?
But wait, the cousin says that she was sitting beside Angie Stone.
Mm.
She said Angie Stone was sitting behind the driver on the driver's side. She was sitting next to her on the driver's side.
Mm-hmm.
Ashton and the twins was across from them.
How is the seating in a Sprinter?
It's just like she described. The yeah,
I
it's
don't. Let me look it
exactly
up.
that way.
Like row seating, like
I
No,
don't think so.
no. It's not row seating. It's captain chair. You have the side and then captain chair seating,
okay.
so that they can relax.
So
So
were they wearing their seatbelts?
I don't know that because the reports doesn't say that.
no, did she say that?
Like, what was
She
her
said
account?
she said that they were wearing seatbelts. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so that would mean that the windows on that Sprinter van was behind them. And mind you, the Sprinter van flipped on that side.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So for her to be thrown out of the window doesn't make sense because that defies gravity.
But does the cousin say that's what happened, or what is her account of
The,
what
the, the,
occurred?
the cousin said at that point she was unconscious.
Oh, so she
Oh,
don't know.
So she doesn't really know.
No, I don't. Yeah, she
But
ain't
she
helping.
accounts herself as being the last one being pulled out of the van.
so if she was unconscious, he claiming he unconscious, it's very possible that Angie could have had some kind of an injury in the van as well.
That's correct.
Mm.
But we don't
But
know.
for people to
We
be
don't.
But we
unconscious
don't
and for
know.
them to put minor injuries, that
That's what I'm saying. How could even from the
this
first
report
one?
don't seem right.
Yeah, from the first one, even because I was saying the fatality, but EMT to say no EMT needed or no emergency, how could it not be?
Right. If everybody unconscious and don't know nothing.
But
Hello.
but here's what happens. The EMTs did come to the scene because hold on. I'll tell you what. I'll put that up. Okay. See, we ain't gonna do no capping. We gonna
No.
drop it like it's hot.
And that's why we appreciate you, Storm.
Yes,
We appreciate you because you come with the facts and you're not talking
right.
coming from nothing.
See, Alan, you're not talking out your you know what, right?
Right.
Right, like I'm here looking at,
'Cause this
like
is
you
a
said, what's in
big
front, and
mess.
I'm looking at all the codes to understand what they are, because they are supposed to be the first ones responding and giving the report of what's what.
Right. Because they are
This is
legally
supposed to be
responsible. This is their
right.
job. So if they messing it up,
It's given that, to me, it's beyond like trying to cover for the next person. It's given very much that it
detriment.
needs to be confusion in there to have us where we are now, where we're trying to decipher
Exactly.
something that can't be deciphered because there's no
Because
clarity nowhere.
ooh, say that again for the people. Please say that again.
It's given that we need to decipher something that we can't decipher because there's no clarity nowhere.
The intentionality of it all.
Yeah.
Whew.
So
Sorry.
we
Okay.
can't figure it out.
Because it was never
There's
meant to
no
figure it out.
right. So
Okay.
there's nothing to prove.
Here's the big clincher.
Come on.
Gigi, would you post that video?
Come on with it.
Hey everyone, good morning. Montgomery Street Committee breaking news. We got an accident or a major crash on Interstate 65 South. This is near the Mobile Highway, Hope Hull exit 164. Crash is blocking all lanes. Please seek an alternate route. And at this time, the road is closed. Not sure of the extent of what's going on, but as you can see from the picture, before the sun rises, looks like some 18-wheelers are involved, and just want to be in prayer for whoever is involved in those accidents as always. Thank you for your continued support of Montgomery Street Committee, reporting a major crash 65 near the Hope Hull exit. You can see on the screen the extremity of the crash.
Now, you see what I'm talking about there? All right. I'm gonna put
Okay,
up
so we
another.
looking at it from the southbound side.
You're looking at it from the southbound side.
So the van would be further north.
Yes, on the
Yes.
opposite
It's on the
side.
left-hand side.
The van would be further south.
Yeah.
Further south.
Because
So
that's
if
the
you,
tractor right there?
right. So if you
Okay.
notice on the tractor trailer, if you notice
Involved in those accidents is always
okay, if you notice the tractor trailer right there on the right of the screen, right?
Uh-huh.
You see the ambulance behind it?
Yes.
If you
Uh-huh.
look at it, you see the EMS workers walking across the middle of the median with the glass.
Right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. And if you go, you see the distance of this, and you see all of a sudden it's gone daylight, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have the video for the whole time. I'm just giving you some of it. Now you
Oh,
see,
oh
now
Jesus.
you
That
see,
could be a good, yeah.
Oh
you see,
my God.
you see what I'm talking here?
Mm-hmm.
You see, everybody else need to stop listening to the bull crap and get the right information over here.
Oh my God.
Now, this is only for the accident. This is not for the theory of what happened to Angie, because we got to figure that part out.
Exactly.
We got to figure that out. And it's going to take a collectiveness of quite a few of us to put this together.
Yes, sir.
Because this ain't making sense by what they said. Now, here's the video.
Mm-hmm.
The video recorded the whole accident from start to finish.
Wow.
Why did it lapse?
It lasts
See,
what
see
do you mean
the
why
end
did
right
it
there? Going back to the 4 a.m., coming up to daylight. I just made a short version so you get the gist of what's going on.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I thought
I
I was
thought
gonna
they
actually I want to
deleted
see the
it.
impact.
Yeah.
Oh no, I can't do that. That's too much.
Okay, so the impact you're saying is actually we can kind of
You can see,
understand.
you
There's
can
nothing
def-
that we're missing.
no, it's not.
Okay, I just
No.
wanted to. Okay,
I have footage of the impact.
no, I know, but we can just picture it as it is right now. We're not
Yeah.
missing anything. Okay, gotcha.
No, we're not missing anything. So
Yeah.
if you look at the screen, you see the Sprinter van laying there on the side
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
in the middle of the median.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the truck hit it. And you see the brake marks on the tractor trailer coming from over there,
Yes.
which means that it couldn't have run over a body.
Because it would have been
Mm,
a break in the marks.
yeah. Makes
It's a
sense.
solid mark.
How at that distance, that's more than 10, 12 feet right there.
Oh, for sure, easily.
Her body would have been crushed, I'm assuming,
Her
though.
body would have been underneath the truck.
Yeah.
It would have been
Exactly.
dragged with because if he's speeding, which he is, as you can see, if he's speeding and hits that truck and Angie flies out or whatever, and it's underneath that truck, she's going with the truck.
Exactly. So that truck, I don't believe ran her over.
I don't either.
But who said the truck ran her over, though?
Some people said that the impact didn't really kill her, that her body flew out and then the truck ran her over. That is a theory out there.
But
Oh.
her body is presented too perfect for that.
Exactly. There will be no casket. Was it an open casket at the funeral? Do
It
y'all
was
know?
an open casket.
It was an open. Yeah, it wouldn't be. It wouldn't be open. It wouldn't be open if that was the case.
Yeah, because the body would be too mangled.
It wouldn't. Yeah, absolutely.
Hmm.
This is a mess.
So now, in a common sense value,
Mm-hmm.
how can we say that body was there? In a common sense value, how can we say that the demise happened there? How do we know that it didn't happen at the hotel?
We don't know.
We don't know. We have to investigate this.
We sure
because
do.
it seems like nobody else cares to do that investigation.
Hello.
You know, different of these other content creators they on the line talking about, oh, shut up, you talk too much. You talk too much. No, get you some facts, get you some video, and share your opinion instead of downing what facts, the only facts that we have we can talk about.
Yeah, we can only go off of factual evidence. And what we have might not be the fact, but it is factual evidence that we're putting our theories together, and all theories lead to the truth.
And that's all we got.
That's all we got is our theory until they give us more factual evidence.
Correct. Now, here's a bothersome thing. People are saying that there's no autopsy. Yes, there is.
Okay.
Yes, there is. I verified it.
Oh, well, my God, today.
The
I thought
report,
there was. Yeah, I thought you
Yeah.
said it before.
the report is not out yet. But as soon as that report comes out, I've paid the money for the report already.
You sure can, because you're a media representative.
I also did a FOIA request for all body cam video.
Oh, yeah. It's over. We about to sew this right on up. We about to sew this up, y'all.
I also did a FOIA request for the drone footage.
Did you do one for the truck driver's dash footage?
That I did a FOIA request for it, for the EDR box off of the tractor trailer, and I did a FOIA request for the EDR box video from the Sprinter van. I don't think that we'll get that because that's part of the investigation, and they will not release that until that investigation is over with.
Right.
So I don't think we're gonna get that. If we do, we'll be lucky.
Storm, is the current status, is this currently being viewed as a criminal investigation, or what is the status, if you know?
By according to the state statutes of Alabama, this is considered a criminal investigation until they prove otherwise different.
So
Okay,
if there are insurance policies, do they hold the insurance policies until the case is solved?
No insurance company will pay until it's solved.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So
they
nobody's
can't pay
getting
out
any money.
before, because once they pay out and if they find something, the results are different, they wouldn't they can't get their money back. So
I mean, at best, in my opinion,
that they will sue.
I mean, I could be wrong. They can file a notice of intent to sue and put the insurance companies and the individuals on notice.
Right, like give us back the money.
2 years. They have 2 years from that point, and that would also set and pace for medical records and stuff to possibly be covered. I mean, medical payments and stuff to possibly be covered, but that's a possibility because Liberty Mutual is one of the most hardest companies to collect from. They're not going to drop a dime that easy without having that information.
Yeah,
because, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, and definitely listen to what you were saying yesterday. Just based off the driver, I ain't paying nothing. And when I pull his record and what he's been through, based off of the information, yeah, we're waiting.
Okay. So and here's the thing. You guys understand the business. If you have any judgments against you, if you have child support pending, if you are a felon, if you have filed claims for accidents or anything in the past, they will pay nothing until they find out about all of those. And any one of them will disqualify you from getting any money, because if it's less than the amount that you owe for child support, you ain't getting a dime. It's going straight to that.
First of all, and in addition to that, chapter 13, bankruptcy, you're paying. That's a debt.
No. Well, but in this situation,
if you have it.
That for the van, that would be a different. Well, no, actually, no, it wouldn't, because that would be the same for both files, because that would be a wrongful death claim and not a personal injury. So the 5 people that filed the lawsuits right now are personal injury cases, and I have the lawsuit. I can post it on the screen. 2 names are not on there. That's Dante and Sheila Hopkins. Sheila Hopkins did not use the same attorneys, and the attorney from Houston filed in the court of Atlanta a writ of prohibition.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what that is, right? That's asking
That's
the
when you got to
courts to give
practice.
permission to practice in their courtroom.
So she went to her own lawyers because she knows something that we don't know.
Maybe not.
Or
If
yeah, maybe not.
But this is what a good lawyer would do in advance. Because if you file a document in the court, the judge does not have to respect it if you do not file in prohibition. Look it up. She has to file permission at the filing of the motion for it.
But so you're saying they went with a Texas lawyer, these 5 people?
Yes, they did.
And they're from Georgia?
Yes, they correct.
But what the company is the transportation company is from Texas.
No. The transportation company is from Atlanta.
So who's in Texas that all 5 of y'all know and lawyered up to where y'all can't find a lawyer in Georgia?
Thank you.
They probably want to get a local lawyer where it's convenient for them, but it would probably be smarter for them to get somebody who knows the local laws of where the the accident occurred.
In the
Because-
state, you going all the way down to Texas? Something ain't right.
Because most judges give more respect to the lawyers that practice in their courtroom other than outsiders coming in to collect from their district.
Well, first of all, because attorneys are all friends for the most part, the judges, that's what people fail to realize. It's a fraternity. These judges know each other. These attorneys know each other. When they're representing you in court, they are adversaries. When they leave that court, they go have lunch together.
Perception precedes them.
Yeah, they don't really care about you. It's a case. I mean, there are instances where they don't really like each other, but for the most part, attorneys, they're going before the same judges all the time.
Yeah.
So
Celebrity. I had a godmother that got into a case, and she had an attorney, and she told the attorney what her story was, and he said, well, what municipality did the whatever happen? And she told him the municipality, and he said, no, I actually can't take you. She said, why? Because he said the judge doesn't like me, so you're not even gonna. So it's a whole fraternity, like you said.
Yeah. Well, because they have these clubs, like they have social clubs, like in San Francisco, I forget the name of it, but they're all members and they're private clubs. They dine together. Their kids go to school together. It is. It's not even a secret society, but it's very much Black people, we call it the boule. But yeah, they go to law school together. They all know each other.
Yeah, that's a fact. So now that we've laid out this information, right, from the report to the video, this is only what is there that has to end up connecting the dots to match each other. The one thing that it does not do is tell us how Angie passed away.
It doesn't, and that's the only reason why we here.
And that's the reason why we're here. And
that's all we want to know.
And here's the other thing. Sheila and Shana are 2 different people. Shana Shells was working for Angie Stone, working for Michael, and Michael convinced his mother to let her move in the house. Shana Shells also has her own record publishing, yada, 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 that she's adjoined herself to.
Let me tell you something.
In this whole situation. So this is why I said this, and I'm not going to take back what I said. I'm only going to double up on it right now. Shana hired Lethal. And if you hired Lethal, you had a relationship with Lethal or have a relationship with Lethal. You also are a person that is doing a whole lot of nefarious stuff. Then you have the gall, the unadulterated audacity to sell products so fast after her demise.
Who still has access to her account?
Shana
Instagram.
Shells.
Yeah, but if it's not probated, doesn't have, unless she has or unless she was on those accounts, she shouldn't be able to do anything. Isn't her Angie's case stuff going to go into probate, her estate and stuff? How is this
But
woman
that's a
getting access to her?
process.
Sis,
That's a
She
let's
already
deal.
had
Exactly. That's
access.
what.
Let's deal with that because
Uh huh.
that's the whole
She
point. And I
already
was
had access.
yeah,
She
Okay.
right.
already had access
Okay.
So the
She already had
process
access.
didn't even matter at that point. That's
because
why
she
she
don't
did it so quick.
Angie didn't know how to use that phone, we know. And so in the back she would ask Shana, help me, Shana, we in the basement, help me. You know, I just watched the video today and she when the son had the phone when Angie wasn't ready to be on live, she took the phone and she didn't know how to shut it off. And she said, Shana, how you shut off the phone? So I'm pretty sure if Angie didn't know how to shut off that live because she wasn't physically ready, beautified, ready for us to see her, that if Shana knew how to teach her turn off that live, she also knew that password to that
But
Instagram.
but but here's the thing: at the point in which Angie Stone becomes deceased and she's a decedent, that woman has no authority. Her children, her next of kin, then unless it's explicitly written out as a conservative, I don't know
Yeah,
then she has no right to make any
that's what I'm
financial.
saying.
Yeah.
But
So
if
Okay.
you're
So
just
now,
a crooked
ladies,
person,
my
we
my
know
thing.
legally she's not supposed to,
But
Great,
okay.
she
but
great.
crooked.
she
So
has the access.
Mm-hmm.
so my family, please hear me out. And this is
Hmm.
where this is exactly. See, y'all are backing up exactly what I'm saying. And this is what I've been expressing. She does not have a right to appoint herself as executrix to do anything.
No, the court
Why?
right.
Because there is a chapter 13 that has been closed on that has a trustee. And if anything, the trustee and the executrix will have to work together because if you are acquiring income, that income has to go to the trustee.
But that chapter 13 has to be paid.
Yeah.
That's what I just said. The
Mm-hmm.
trustee is the person responsible for collecting and paying the bills. He's appointed by the court.
So I'm an administrator of a state right now. My uncle just passed like in August. So I'm the administrator over his siblings, his living siblings, but I am the administrator. That lady, everything that you do has to be sanctioned by the court. Like the attorneys have to know, the judge, you have to file everything. So any dollars that are being exchanged, like I can
Mm-hmm.
sell anything, but I have to keep an accounting. I have to give it to the attorney has to give it to the judge. So not even one dime am I going to do without getting approval or having to show it. So I
Yeah.
don't understand how this lady is even going into account selling anything because it's not her money. It's the money of Angie Stone's estate.
Exactly. And so this is what I'm saying. And then she went even further. And this is what when Sharon came on the other night, and this is what I was going over, is that this young lady had no authority to do any of the things that she was doing, changing the trade, tampering with the trademark of the
What?
item. Oh yes, that was produced. I showed factual pictures and everything that she did this, that she's doing this, and that she's collecting money from it. And I also explained, and I'm going to explain it again. If you collect a dime
Mm-hmm.
on the internet, that is a federal offense if what you are doing violates the law. And what you are doing, Shana Shells, violates the law.
Now, can I play devil's advocate, Stone?
Go
I mean
ahead.
Stone. I meant
Storm.
Storm.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I looked up the trademark, right? And
yeah,
the trademark is somebody else's trademark, right?
that's correct.
So can you say, can there be can devil's advocate, could they have caught that they were using a trademark already active and then switch the label so they wouldn't get copyright infringement?
Oh, that's a good question. So I can tell you emphatically about that because I'm an expert at trademarking. The answer to that question is no.
Answer to the question is no.
No, they
No
cannot.
what?
They cannot. What they did and how they changed it is an infringement
Because it's
because
in the same class, right? Because I
it's
seen that it was candy and something else.
absolutely you
Okay.
so in trademarking you have classes that you trademark. So
Mhm.
let's use my company for an example, because I can do this. Matter of fact, here, I'll do one even better. I'm going to give you a absolute standard class in trademarking. All right. So let's do this. Let me pull it up. And I'm glad you asked that. That is wow. That
Yeah,
is
I looked, and I'm like, okay, so what's the class? Because there are other sucker frees. And I know if I have food and you have automobile, there is a definite difference. So we're not crossing paths. So since it was candy, I'm like, well, maybe they caught it and that guy, sent a cease and desist over to Angie people to the point where she had to make another, what you call it. But then I looked up Angie's name trademark, and there's no trademark for the new sauce. So then I went back to my what you said yesterday.
yeah. So they can't get a trademark that fast. Trademark
Exactly.
doesn't come
Right.
easy and
Because
quickly like
I actually have one. So yeah, that was just doing
okay.
my due
So
deals.
what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my company for example. Okay.
Mhm.
So everybody talk about, oh, he's just in that radio, whatever it is. Okay, I'm gonna shut people's mouths right now because I'm gonna explain this trademark and I'm gonna use my own company as an example to explain it.
Okay.
Let's take these down.
Oh Lord, this is a mess.
It is.
This is so sad. To a person like this is so sad.
And so what they're going to do is because things are so messed up, the attorneys are just going to drag it out because they're going to get paid.
This is
Oh,
yeah,
Yeah.
they
oh,
get paid right off the top.
this is gonna
This
be
is
a
exactly what they
easy.
want.
This is gonna be easy a 6 to 7 year case.
But yes, because there's so many individual
Yeah.
entities involved. Yeah, they're going to drag it
Easy.
out.
And it could go it could go worse than that because if they don't agree on a settlement, if one is offered,
Didn't I just say that, y'all?
Mhm.
They
Mhm.
all it's settlements are contingent upon everybody.
everybody.
Like when I told y'all I got into that accident, I was in litigation for a while. For a while because one person said no, I need more from him. I need more from the insurance company. I need more.
Okay. So if we can, Gigi, would you please load that screen for me?
Gigi, did I tell you you're an icon?
Yes, you're great, Mitch. Thank you.
Okay.
Just in
So
case you forgot.
okay, so family, the name of my company is Quiet Storm FM. Right?
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna put it in. You're gonna see my trademark right there. Oh, it didn't show. Oh, yes, it did. Okay, it does show. All right. So we're going to click on Quiet Storm FM. Do you see Quiet Storm FM, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But now watch this. There are other quiet storms,
Mm-hmm.
right? But you see, they're dead. They're all dead, right?
Dead.
Then we're going to go down to the Quiet Storm. Here we go, right?
Dead.
Mhm.
That's why you can use yours because it's the same and it's the same goods and services.
Exactly. No, here it is right here on the right.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Now, I want to show you something. Right there where it says goods and services,
Uh-huh.
it says IC 041 entertainment services, namely continuing services of radio,
Mm-hmm.
class 041. That's Howard University Institution of Higher Education, District of Columbia. That's Howard University. Howard University is the home of the Quiet Storm. Melvin Lindsay, our grandfather of the Quiet Storm, started the format. I wasn't the one that started the format. Melvin Lindsay was, and me, like me and other announcers at other radio stations, we picked up the format. But here's the thing. Outside of Howard University, no one trademarked the name.
Mm-hmm.
And for my radio network, we kept getting knocked out of the box because other big conglomerates were selling advertisements knocking us out. So I did my research.
You did your due deals.
I did my due deals, and I want to find out that the Quiet Storm was not properly registered, because if you look at my trademark, Quiet Storm FM, it says IC code
38.
038, which says radio broadcasting, radio programming, broadcast internet.
You played. Yep.
So you tell me who owned the name Quiet Storm
You own the name Quiet Storm
outright.
outright.
So when people say that I'm capping or he lying, you don't know what you're talking about. I am a businessman.
I think they said that you are not the Quiet Storm. Yeah, you're not the Quiet Storm, but you own
The Quiet
the
Storm.
Quiet
So,
Storm.
Storm, I have a question for you. So, for example, we have like Quiet Storm in the Bay Area. Is that under your is that affiliated with your radio station?
No radio station can use the name Quiet Storm
Cease and
without
desist.
paying me a legal
License and
license
fee.
fee to use the name.
So are
Yep.
you familiar with like that's my question. So there's a Quiet Storm KBLX. It may have changed by now in Berkeley, California. Do they pay you? Do you know?
They have
Ooh,
to pay.
they have to come up
So
off
are
that
you
money.
familiar with that radio
Okay,
station?
you guys, can we back on Angie?
Yes.
Okay.
So, but I was using using that to
So
show
pull up
you.
the hot sauce since we got to get back to Angie.
Okay, let's do that.
The hot sauce?
Yeah, the
And
hot sauce.
I want to bring up Monica. She have something to say. Monica, are you there? Or did I pronounce your name right, Monica? Wilson? Wilson, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, how do I pronounce your name?
Monique. Hold on, let me turn this on.
Oh,
Okay.
Monica,
See,
Monique.
Well, I really just wanted to say when it comes to Leafdale Carter, you may not find him soon because I personally have spoke to him on the phone. I
Really?
feel like he tried to groom my son and
Oh,
came
wait, hold
through
up.
me. Through me. Like my
Okay,
son.
I have to be careful with the wording I'm using.
Yeah.
So you feel like Lethal and your son had an improper situation or relationship?
Yeah. Basically
Oh,
he was trying to get him down there. He found my son because my son does beats. So he tried to use the beats to get him to come that way. But God blocked my son from all of that. Like everything that he told us about himself, me looking at you and watching your show and investigating myself after watching your YouTube channel, I find out to be a lie. You know, like him owning these certain things that he don't own. You know, so yeah, it's crazy. I sent you my number in your email. You
oh
can call me that way.
my
okay.
God, today.
Did you?
Uh
When did
huh.
you tell me? Okay, I just got it.
Yeah. Because I
Okay,
didn't want to really
so
put too much on here, but I'll talk to you.
okay, you know Lethal personally.
Yes, I do.
Have
Okay,
you,
we
you met? When the last time you saw him?
Uh, it's been a minute because I kind of felt something like when he was in Dallas the last time for this fight. And that's been a while, maybe
Got it.
6, 7 months ago, something like that. Because I felt something, and me and my son just backed up. Like I could tell you, my son got in some trouble and stuff. He had bonded him out and sent him money and all kind of stuff. So,
mm,
but I'm gonna talk to you about that on the phone. I really don't want to put my
Okay,
son
you
out there like that, but
mhm.
want me to ask questions right now? You want me to wait later?
yeah, you can call me. I sent you my number.
Okay. All right.
All right, I give you the information you need.
Okay. Can I ask you a few more questions?
Uh-huh.
Okay. How did you meet Lethal?
Through my son. And so I was the middle person for
Basketball
them.
team or what? How did Lethal meet your son?
But he found him on through the internet, like on what is it, Instagram or whatever, because my son does beats and he sell beats.
Oh, so Lethal is the artist?
No, my son,
Could be a producer.
Lethal was made it seem like he was in the industry and he can hook my son up, basically.
Oh, he just came. He saw your son on the internet. He's like, "Oh my God, I love your beats. I can really help you."
There you go. That
Okay.
was to reel him in.
Right. And you
But
feel
but
like
but
Lethal have an attraction for the same gender?
no.
Okay.
My son and him got to speaking. Well, then my son had got in some trouble, so my son gave me his number, and so I called him, and I was the middle person between them. But in the process, he started trying to like build a relationship with me.
Oh,
But
he
then I
was
started
getting his
seeing,
freak on with you.
yeah. But I started seeing things, so
Monique, can
I
I ask
kind
you,
of.
how old is your son when all of
My
this was
son is
happening?
36. He's 36.
36.
Yeah, he's yeah.
So does your son think that Lethal is grooming him?
Oh no, God blocked him. Me and my son just talked about it tonight. God blocked him from that. It never got started because God blocked it. We're
So
not.
how
We're
many years
not.
ago were we talking about that this happened?
Huh?
How many years ago did this
Ain't
happen?
years. It's months.
Oh,
This last year.
oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
okay.
Um, okay, well, I'm sorry I'm glad that, you got blocked from that. Okay, well,
Yeah.
I'll reach out to you.
Okay. All right.
Uh, uh,
Okay. Okay. So I put so and it's some people in the chat are saying I did this to promote my people. You have to
what
understand.
song,
Stay out the
please?
chat. Storm,
No,
stay out the chat. Stay out
oh
the
yeah,
chat. Sucker free.
okay. Thank
100%
you, sir.
sucker free. Let's go. Bump them.
Okay. So
We want to listen.
here's the copyright. Here's the person that owns the sauce, owns the coffee, everything. They promoted it. This is their company. Yada yada yada. You can see they have the code. Nowhere on it is Shana Shell, and Shana Shells can't do anything because it's already copywritten,
Right.
trademark. Excuse me. So if you use the artwork and you only change the name on the bottle, it still belongs to the trademark owner, and the product is still that person's product.
So you're saying that the logo looks the same even though the name is not the same. So there's still copyright infringement.
It is. Well, let's do this. Let me do one even better.
Well, I
Wait,
have
so
an email from someone, and they said the taste of the hot sauce doesn't taste the same. I don't know how accurate this email person is, but they
I,
said that the taste
I,
isn't the same either.
I don't know that. So
Me
I don't.
neither.
Yeah, I don't know.
But I'm
I'm
pretty
just saying
sure it
what
wouldn't be this. It
a
pretty
witness.
that sounds valid because it's not even made by the same people. Oh my God, today.
Ty, are you saying that they changed the logo and the name and maybe the formulation of the barbecues or the sauce? I'm sorry, and they're trying to sell it under Angie Stone's name. Is that what you're saying?
Me?
I'm gonna show
Or
you so that we see the same thing. Because
So go to AuntieAngie.com.
oh yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
I
bringing.
got you, Storm. I got you, Storm.
What the what?
Oh, uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Jesus. Hold on, let me
Okay.
try on mine. Uh-oh.
they took it down?
Did
Let me
they take
see.
it down?
I'm about to see right now, y'all. 1 second.
Mitch, you so fast on them computers.
You got to, because we're not playing no games.
I
Because we
need you
don't
to
play
be my
games.
manager. Hell.
Listen. Do you know you were an icon?
DM me, manager. Hell.
You
Shit.
missing an N and Angie.
So what are we missing?
You put Auntie AGIE, no N. That's what that is.
Oh, I did it wrong.
Okay.
Oh, I thought he clicked on the link. Okay.
Let me
Is
get back to the stream. Hold on. Okay, so make sure you type it in right. Hold on.
because
So
I'm
if
a
you
good.
guys don't know, they're trying to go to Angie Stone's website with the hot sauce. They are saying that this woman, she rebranded Angie's hot sauce.
I was
And
just on
I
my
had a
phone.
person from an email, and the only reason I opened an email because they didn't say I had to click on anything. I did open an email to read, and they said they showed me pictures of the hot sauce they bought in the beginning and later on, and they was telling me it didn't taste the same, and the branding is different. So Storm, you still can't get on her site.
I can't, but I'm gonna try one more thing here.
But Gigi, based on what you said, if it's a rebrand and it's a different formulation, then what's the problem?
If it's a
Got it.
well, the name on the old hot sauce was 100% sucker
I
free.
got it.
Okay, you got it?
I got it.
And
All right.
Mercedes, no, I did not know that Stone was just in the comments.
Yeah,
Stone, more than
yeah.
welcome to come up. Stone is more than welcome. I didn't know. And just so everybody know, a lot of times I really don't be in the comment section.
You got to stay out of the comment
So
section.
I really sometimes I look, a lot of times I don't. So, you know.
Yeah, the comment section will have you go somewhere else completely other than what your mission is. So that's why we got to stay
Hello,
focused.
that part.
Because those people are not up here, because the people that are up here matter. Auntie Angie hot sauce. So
Yeah.
can you go to the one in the gift box? That's the one that
No,
I seen.
I am. I just pulled the site up. This is how it popped up, so everybody see that I'm not doing it. So this is the bottle right here. That's the bag of coffee. That's the bottle, and right next to it is the original bottle.
That's in that gift set, though.
That's in the gift set. Yes.
That's the old bottle.
So all of the things in that gift basket set right there are the things that came from the person that owns the trademark to all of this.
So can you click that gift set, please? I just want to see all this stuff. So if they have in production out at the house or whatever in their inventory, that old bottle of sucker-free hot sauce, that is copyright infringement.
That's correct.
Now, if they're selling that new bottle going somewhere, God knows where, that is okay.
No. Because
Why not?
look at it. It's the same
labels,
artwork.
and then it looks like the skull of the actual.
Yes. And then it has the same thing on the bottom, 400%.
Oh, it looks like the main image is the same.
Exactly. So when you
Yeah, because it's
copyright the
too
name,
similar. Yeah,
you
you
also
can't do
copyright.
that.
Okay. So is it still copyright infringement?
Yes, it is.
Because Crayola
Well,
got one of the makeup people for using the same type of colors their crayons come in for their case. So that's
so
absolutely
Storm, do you
infringement.
know what I did today?
What's that?
I emailed the owner of the copyright owner, and
Oh,
I
he
let him.
knows.
He
He knows.
knows.
Yeah,
Okay, good.
I had a full hour and 45 minutes conversation.
Perfect. See, I'm just saying somebody got to do something. I'm just saying.
So Angie Stone is not the copyright owner of her products?
No, not that one.
No, she's not.
Not that one.
Okay.
Nope, she was not.
Mr. Richardson is that one.
Do we know why?
You're absolutely correct. His name is Randy Richardson. You're absolutely correct.
Yeah, because when you go into the trademark, you could see his email and phone number and everything. All of that is public information.
Why wasn't it in Angie's name then?
Bad business, uneducated business. And that's just what it comes down to. No shade. You just don't know.
Hey, that's terrible.
Mm-hmm.
She was too trusting, but I mean, that was her heart. She was treating people the way that she would treat
But
people.
when you
So
don't
she
know,
didn't
you don't know, and you can't
Right.
hold the people accountable for what they don't know.
No,
Now, if she knew,
understandable. It's just sad that people take advantage of people like that.
Yeah,
You know
that's
what I'm
the
people
sad
saying?
like
part.
that. That's why
They-
it looks like that person did that. That's why this right here, and I'm glad Quiet Storm brought this to the light, because this is a testament to her character.
Exactly.
This is all that this is mean. Like, this is not just, oh, we just seeing something else to point out. No, this is establishing that person's character and how they're moving, and why we need to question her and knock on her front door, because she's moving, or whoever may be in control is moving suspiciously.
So, question: who was getting the proceeds from the sale of these products?
Now, the same one that sold the obituary for $30.
She is.
Who gets the proceeds? Did Angie get proceeds from this?
I'm going to answer that for you. Angie, it would have been illegal for Angie to collect the proceeds because Angie filed Chapter 13. The trustee, the money, all monies would have to be turned over to the trustee for accountability.
Can I add something?
No, I'm sorry, Storm. I'm asking before Angie passed. This was a product. Who was getting the money?
I'm telling you, it would have been Angie.
Okay. So she was making profit on this.
But
That's
celebrity, can
No,
I
no,
add?
no,
Can I
no, no,
add to
no,
that?
no, no. No, because they're so the orders have been ordered, but all of the product that they have was only the test product.
So celebrity, the second hot sauce came after she died.
oh,
Correct.
okay,
So
gotcha.
that's why it's messy.
Oh,
This one we looking at right now came after she died.
mm.
Cause
So they're
And
using her likeness on something.
they're
exactly.
using her likeness,
Exactly.
and if you look closely, it's under sacred sound.
Hello, that ain't got nothing to do. And listen, you want to know how deep it get? She's selling T-shirts, and this is Angie's Kitchen website. She's selling T-shirts, and a book. All of this other stuff is
Yes.
it's just a mess. It's a
Okay,
mess.
so this reminds me of a very similar thing with the whole Kim Porter with that book that came out and how her children came out and started suing people and shutting stuff down. So Angie's children are the ones that are gonna have to fight this.
If they want to.
If they want to.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's their mama.
Well, that's just us.
It's
That's us.
But see, so what I was doing is I was laying out the
I'm
path
with you.
for the veracity of an individual
Mm-hmm. You're
of telling the
establishing
truth.
character.
And I've established that she has a nefarious character.
And in the
Well,
court of law, that's what the jury will go after.
That's what they would
would
go
have
after.
that's the only thing they have to judge is the intentionality of the thing,
And
of the
I did it.
individual,
I did it in a public forum,
in a factual way.
in a factual way.
I got you, Storm. My God, today.
I mean,
So
I haven't been part of some of the chats, but all I know is that if Angie Stone passed, that her kids should be, at this point until it goes into probate or whatever they're doing, nobody else should really be the executors of her estate,
First of
and
all,
they should be handling her business as next
y'all
of kin.
shouldn't.
what one hasn't been appointed yet.
Well, definitely can't be that. Then you can't do anything until I was appointed. Everything was frozen.
And
Nobody
how
has
long
it.
and
Huh?
how long does that process take?
A long process.
It doesn't take long. I mean, we submitted our first moving papers, I think in December, maybe December, January, and I'm appointed. I was appointed maybe a month ago.
But still, that's December. It won't happen before 90 days.
Yeah, I mean, it takes. And remember, it depends on the states and everything.
Yeah, the
Here, things.
jurisdiction.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me tell you how nefarious this act is. Whoever is in control of Angie Stone's account on March 9th released a video, saying with profound sadness about what happened. Okay.
Yeah.
On March 11th, by popular demand, Angie Stone's family is now accepting orders for the Angie Stone Psalms 91 t-shirt. Pre-orders will begin at Angie Stone's homegoing service.
Okay, but here's the thing: before her state is probated and all that, the assumption of the court would be that her next of kin, which generally is your
Children.
children or your
Hmm.
siblings, if you don't have kids. So anybody outside of that really shouldn't be doing anything. They
Nope.
won't be able to make valid arguments.
This is why I'm saying. But now let me tell you one other thing. Since we now have the person that actually owns this.
Hmm?
Shana sent 2 different letters to the distributor telling them that the trademark owner doesn't have anything to do with the product anymore and they need to deal directly with her.
Oh,
But
Oh
wait,
yeah.
this is okay. This is so mad. You can't just tell somebody a trademark owner. It doesn't work that way.
Not only that, let's we got
I'm
she tried to backdoor him. She tried to go behind his back,
he
right?
tried to go behind his back because he would not send the product because it's unethical for him to do that because it was presented and created for Angie.
Can I ask you this, Storm?
Huh?
How does she know the distributor of the other Trademark
because
owner.
she was involved in the day-to-day business along with
Wow, she
Angie.
had
Just,
But
already.
just
if
wait,
she's
wait,
not
wait,
the
wait, wait, wait.
administrator, how can she make these decisions?
Now,
Angie's children have to step in and be the ones at this point to do that. Like, who gave her the authority? Does she
The
have something?
children.
but
The
listen to me.
children.
But listen to me. Let me get this out. Let me get this out. And Mitch is gonna be able to help me on this one. He also went even further to contact Stone to say that he can't do anything anymore because she's in control.
But you can't appoint yourself. If she's not the next. Were they married? Was her Angie married? No, they wasn't,
No,
right?
no, no,
Okay,
no, no.
so exactly. So she has no authority over anything. I
Allegedly.
don't care.
Right. But you see, we've laid out the character. I would have never ever known to look for this woman had he not given her name.
Yeah.
Had who not given the trademark?
Brother Stone, yes.
So
Oh. Okay.
I found all this information out afterwards. Then it also led me to finding out that they actually have a site, a company that acquires royalties and auction them.
I seen that site, and I don't like that. As a music creator, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Now watch this. Let's say all four of us together decide that we want to write a song, right?
Mhm.
And I'm the one singing the song, but all of us are writers, and so we all have our points in the
Percentage.
Yeah, the split.
yeah.
Okay.
The split.
All right. Now, let's say I sung, but I get locked up in jail.
You
right?
forfeit your publishing.
And if one of you decide to auction it, you have the right to do so.
Now, in a case where you do not go to jail and all of us hold a different type of percentage, because it has to add up to 100%. So we all hold a different type of percentage. Can I sell my percentage?
You can.
Okay.
That's
So then
why
it's open market then.
It's
Why
open
do
market.
you lose? Why do you lose your rights because you're in jail?
Well, you
Because you're
don't.
no longer
No, you don't lose your rights, but that's the crooked way that the industry does things. They allow people to do this.
Wait, so if you go to jail, so legal, I mean, let's go by the letter of the law. Just because you're in jail, I should not be entitled to sell anything that has your name or your percentage.
You shouldn't be, but
Is that okay?
they unethically do it.
That's okay. That's what I'm saying. So she's doing things that are illegal.
Like, do
That's
you know,
correct.
like celebrity, you know, like when you go to jail, sometimes they'll seize your property. Like, and things like that. Like, that's kind of a way that they can like assets. Royalties is an asset that the courts would say, okay, well, like you hear all the
But
time, people say, I'm about to sell my car because I'm about to do a bid, I'm about to do this, so they don't get it taken away from them, because the court, that's a penalty. Like, if
the courts,
And
but
then can go to restitution.
an individual person does not have the same rights or the authority as the court, though. That's why
No.
I'm confused about what this woman is doing. She's being self-appointed in positions that legally
that's
she's
the
not
crime,
entitled to.
that's the character that this person has. That's what we
That's
talking about.
illegal. So that's criminal behavior.
Yeah, so
Exactly.
so she would be, she
And
needs to be
federally at
questioned.
that.
So allegedly she's a criminal.
Allegedly, she's a criminal.
But somebody, when it comes to cases like that, somebody within the family has to initiate the charges. They just don't initiate
Exactly.
on
Yes.
their own.
Exactly.
Right.
And if
Yeah.
I'm sleeping with you, allegedly,
Well, actually, there's one
the
other person that can initiate the charges too. That's not family.
who?
The trustee.
So you're saying there's a trustee, period?
There is a trustee.
There's currently a trustee.
There is a trustee that's appointed that is from the chapter 13.
Okay, and where
Oh, okay.
Appointed by the court. Yes.
appointed by the court. So that would tell me that everybody is in agreement. That's what I'm getting
That's
from
what
that.
it's giving off now.
It's
Yeah.
giving relationship, and what's yours is mine.
Because the
So
lawyer would have made sure
what's my
everything
mother
was
is
in
mine, and
order.
since I'm dealing with you, which mine is yours. That's what it's given.
That's what it's given.
Yeah, her
But
bankruptcy lawyer, though, would have rectified all of this as well.
if he knows, but we don't know if he knows.
We don't know if he knows what.
What's going on.
Well,
Well, long as they getting paid, do they even care?
Oh, yes, they do. Because they
Well,
have
the
to.
creditors have to be notified, but there's a process to that as well.
Yeah, and it has to.
Yeah.
The court has to be notified.
Yeah.
That's mandatory. You ain't. Yeah, Georgia don't play.
This is a mess.
So now this is why I had so much. No, this is why I put so much focus on Shana, because if Shana can do all of this at this early stage, there's no telling what she's done in the past.
Correct. And it seemed like to Shana that Angie is more valuable deceased than alive.
That's correct.
I'm reading what the young lady put. She says, all things Latanya says, should Michael and Diamond be taking over Angie's estate? Absolutely. In my
Ethically,
estimation.
yes.
Yes.
Ethically, yes. If you're a con, a come up girl, like Gigi says, what a takeover spirit, somebody that wants something like that. Yeah, she's operating exactly how she's supposed to be operating. But if you're ethical, like we know people need to be, she wouldn't have no. First of all, allegedly she's still in the house. Girl,
But see, that's the problem is if it's my family, you're not going to come in and usurp whatever my mother worked for or whatever. Like, we're going to go through this the legal way. Nobody's going to usurp my rights as a child
yeah.
that they're heirs to her estate unless it's otherwise noted in a will or something. So an outside person who is not on their bloodline should not be coming in making decisions about her estate. She's getting that's everything that we said that the industry did to her, now somebody else is doing.
First of
But
all,
her and her children
But hold on,
relationship
hold on,
was
hold on, hold on.
and,
Someone says Angie's bankruptcy is over. No, it's not. If you look at the dates, it was just the estate was just closed on. So no, it's not.
and it's a 13, meaning
And it's a
she's paying the
13.
debt.
Huh?
That takes a minute.
that
But
That,
it's
she's paying a
13.
debt. Yeah,
That's a
so
process.
that's a process number. Yeah, right. Because you still you ain't off the hook. 13
no,
in life or death, you
Yeah.
still paying.
you still paying.
Exactly. So celebrity, what I want to know is so if it was your household, that's what you would do. But this household, I believe that the children or the brother has a relationship with this woman that's doing all of this nefarious stuff. So nobody feels like anything is out of line.
And
Wait,
Everybody feel like
everybody
this
has
is
had recent
copacetic.
animosity to Angie,
And
including her
so
children.
so you're saying the brother, okay, her children have a title over a brother though.
I know, but since I am with the brother, I
Hmm.
can work through the brother to get the money.
No, cannot.
You can't jump me
If
as a
you,
as a child of the parent
But
as
if
an
the
right,
heir.
yeah, you can't.
but
Not in
if the
No,
Georgia.
I'm
child did,
saying,
that's why I said if you're
but if
not
we
going to take it to
together,
court, then she can. She's doing what she's being allowed to do.
yes,
Okay,
On
I
top
see what
of
you're
exactly.
that,
saying.
That's what I'm saying.
You're saying she's kind of punking the kids. Basically, I'm saying it like just
No,
she's
not
doing.
punking the kids.
Can I
She
say
coochie whipping that. Go
Can I
ahead.
say something? Okay, so it sounds like this a celebrity scandalous. This is my perspective. It's more so that this woman, she have some type of intelligence. She know technology.
Mm-hmm.
She knows things that the family deems valuable.
Mm-hmm.
With Angie, Mitch said that Angie did not know how to work social media or the phones
Mm-hmm.
very well. So she came in as a helper, helping. So that's very valuable. And they
Hmm.
trust her. And allegedly, I don't know how true this is, but they're saying that she also had relations, you know what I mean, with Michael. So almost as if and Michael trusts her and Michael values her for her
Mm-hmm.
education. Michael's feel that she's more intelligent. So Michael is gonna, listen to her as his advisor. Some people can say like a puppet or a puppet master. So
mhm.
that's pretty much from my perspective.
Okay,
Right.
so I'm going to counter that and put it this way. Michael is working under the Sacred Sound brand of Shana's to get his music out.
That's what I'm saying.
So
It
he's
seemed like it was
compromised.
some.
So he's compromised.
He's compromised.
He's compromised. He's been compromised to
But
me.
he doesn't see
Exactly.
it as compromise. He
He
see it
doesn't see it. He see it. He got a good, valuable woman that his mother loved, helped her business, giving me good, you know, and we're nothing is business is running as usual. You know what I mean? So we're
And
good
that's
over here.
fine, but that's fine. But if you are the heir to an estate, and I'm not saying it be just because it's about money, but whatever your rights or entitlements are, or your legacy or future generational wealth, you are always supposed to be in charge of the purse strings. If it is given to you as an heir, you don't release it to somebody else. That's
He
not
don't
smart.
know.
He
So
yeah,
that means he's not. He don't know.
he
Yeah,
trusts her.
he
He's
trusts
gonna
her. He
do
don't know
what
That's
she
nothing.
do and not gonna look beyond.
He don't
Yeah,
know
you don't
nothing.
want to. He possibly does not want to go with life without her because some people value
Right.
people and they like intertwine with another person. So it's hard for them
They
to
don't know how much
this
power they have.
and go by himself. Because who else is he going to trust? I mean,
Exactly.
can he trust?
He,
I don't know if
See,
you
he
or not.
that's where parents have to really get in their kids' heads and let
but
them
you
know
still
I don't
can't
give a
make
dang. You
you
But at
don't.
still
the
can't
same
make decisions for
time,
your children's gonna make. You can lead them
You're
and guide
right.
them,
You're
but your
right.
children, gonna make the decisions that they gonna make.
but
But
it
Yeah, but
says
when
a
a
lot about the
So
relationship
so
between
my
the mother and
sisters.
the children.
So my sisters, let me throw from a man's perspective
Mhm.
Wait,
something else. Go ahead.
Storm. I am a man.
Oh, please forgive me.
Yeah, it's okay. I get that all the time, but
I
I am a man.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. You didn't know, so I'm just letting you know. But go ahead. We
Family,
can share the perspective. Go ahead.
Yeah, what's your
family,
perspective?
family.
Mhm.
If you've been together with a woman for 2 or 3 years and you have animosity against your mom,
Mm.
and you feel, and I feel that I want to move to the next level and I can't. And the industry is telling me that there's going to have to be some sacrifices. I'm going to make those sacrifices.
But there's two siblings, so are both siblings not
I mean,
on
Angie
one
just knocked her
accord?
daughter teeth out. I mean,
Yeah,
we
because
don't
I was
know.
trying to figure out, did the girl have teeth or no? She ain't got
No, she
no
don't.
teeth.
Angie admitted to knocking them out. She said she wanted to get disrespectful. I knocked them out.
I don't
That's
think
why
she said. I think what I heard her say, if I'm not mistaken, that she knocked one out, but she ain't knock all of them.
She knocked a
she got
good
them
bit of them
loose.
out. Yeah,
But
she
see,
got
Alan, okay, let me say it this way, because I don't want to sound disrespectful. Even though there was animosity, your mom is past. She has a legacy. She has a name. She left something. We know that she's owned something. You don't even try to understand what is left or what your mom, the assets that she has. You just don't even do anything.
Me
Mm-mm.
personally, that's why I said it depends on the relationship. Because the way you're thinking from a person that has
That
that
is
mentality.
that has the ethics.
They don't have
They
that.
don't
They don't
have them
have the
ethics.
relationship. They don't have the ethics. They felt like their mama did them wrong, and then the mom didn't
Right.
have no money. She was broke. So they're
Okay.
looking at it like, what is there to go after anyway?
well, and to add to that,
Isn't there a house?
they,
Didn't Angie Stone have a home?
well,
That's it.
Oh wait, I
we
thought
about
the
to get to
home
that.
was. Yeah, I thought the
We
home.
about to get to that. But before we get there, we got to touch this because we right here. We right here.
It's a mess.
So let's take there's animosity, right?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of animosity comes from the children feeling like she trusts other people to help her and she didn't give them an opportunity to work with her as she gave other people.
Also, can I say something else?
Go ahead.
Because I also like watching interviews. That son said he was always in his mother's and his father. His father is D'Angelo.
Yes.
His mother is Angie Stone, so he could be thinking right now, "Listen, this is my time to shine. I was always in my mother and father's shadow. Listen, I grew up and that was something that I struggled with. I'm probably still struggling with it. On the side, I have somebody over here that handled all the business. I don't want to handle business. I don't even know how to handle business. Adding to that, she is having taking me down and hypnotizing me. So everything, you know what? This is where I'm at and this is what I'm going to do. That's where we at with it, to me.
That's where we're at with it. And in my view, this is a woman that decided to take things in her own hands
because she could.
So
That's the crime. Storm right there. That's the crime.
That's the
Knowing what you could do and doing. That's the intent. The intent is what's going to get you locked up.
yes.
Because you can think about robbing the bank, but you're not a criminal until you actually rob that bank. So, baby.
Because if you didn't intend to do this, then why would you do things as fast as you did?
You guys,
And
I'm still
even-
stuck
and
on the
even-
animosity part because I feel like I don't care if me and my mother if we hated
You
each
gotta
other.
take you out
If
of
there
it.
was a dime left and it was mine and it's due me, I'm gonna get my dime.
You gotta
I mean,
take
I
you
just
out
don't
of it.
understand because
Yeah,
that's
but-
what happens to Black people. We have cases. I mean, that's the problem is people, situations, they die and we don't probate. We don't do the right steps. And then Asians and other communities come in and take the assets because we don't do the proper paperwork. That's it.
Well, we have to
And
do
I
the
was getting
work on
ready to
it.
say that she
Yeah,
didn't have nothing drawn up either, apparently, because
exactly.
her
So that's
lawyer would have
why
automatically made that go into effect. And being that she did have health concerns and issues, I feel like that should have been some written up anyways because she came so close
because
before.
the
that's
next
when they should have been thinking about a will. She ain't have
Correct.
nothing.
she
When
she
she
couldn't
had
have.
that scare the first time, she should have had a will. And
Well,
if
even
she
if he didn't have a will, and generally speaking, your kids would be your next of
Get it
kin.
out
And
your head, baby, because especially with celebrity kids, it's a lot of family feud, and nobody wins when the family feuds.
yeah,
but if Angie Stone, because I'm into all of the investment and things, if she had a living trust, that's a whole you skipped the whole probate process.
Mm-hmm.
And you would
yeah.
have saved a whole bunch of money. So Black people need to educate themselves on finances
Mm-hmm.
because if you're dealing with family members that you think it would skip my family, it would skip my son and go to my grandchildren. And I would put that when you're talking about living trust, it gets down to the specifics. Okay.
Yeah.
When I am no longer deceased, all my stuff goes down to my grandchildren. I would have skipped over the son and the daughter, period.
So my mother has a living trust. I don't have one. I'm an only child, and my daughter's an only child. But still, the way it generally works is they think about either your husband, your spouse, or your children. So
That's
Ethically.
the automatic when it's
yeah,
not one established. But if you write it out,
It
yeah,
cancels
yeah, it
out
goes by that paper,
succession.
their
It goes
last
by
yeah,
will
the paper.
testament.
right,
And so listen, it goes even deeper, celebrities. So you said you're an only child?
yeah.
If you have a living will, all your stuff, you can even give it to a corporation like a corporation. Like I
Yep.
want all my stuff to go to a Goodwill. I want all my stuff to go to anybody, me, Gigi, anybody up here. And they would have to go by that paper. It doesn't even go through probate. You save money like that.
All of my stuff is going to my daughter. She's on my home, and my mother's house is in my name, my daughter's name. No, I mean we already we have. You have to protect your assets.
If
And my mother has a living trust. I don't. I'm just saying I don't. But I mean, but we still have wills and everything, and beneficiaries and all of that stuff.
right.
The business has to be taken care of, and that's why I'm
Oh,
the administrator for my uncle because him and his wife didn't take care of their business.
But do you really think that she would make them the administrator even if she did have a living will
no,
or testament? Because
I
look at
don't
the
think so.
relationship that was rocky.
absolutely not.
It still probably would have ended up just on paper with Shayna's name.
Oh,
Yeah.
so you're okay. So now you guys are giving me a different perspective. So you're saying I thought the animosity was from the daughter. So you're saying that they had like a bad relationship overall.
Yeah.
Overall, yeah,
Yeah,
in the family,
yeah.
in that
Yeah.
house, they all in that house growing up with your mother and stuff.
And
That's
that's
why I
Yeah,
said
public.
that nobody wins when the family feud. It's
exactly.
always been the little boy
Um,
complained
So
that, I mean, the little girl complained the mom was always working. The little boy complained that she was always working and he had to tag along. So the oldest one, Diamond, she always had like
a
issues towards
problem.
her mom because she felt left behind. Like you wasn't there for me. Then Micah felt like, okay, I'm going doing this, that, and third, but you're not working on me, but you're being so gracious to all these other people. But what about your own child?
Right. So somebody just asked a question, and I think we all need to deal with it, family.
What's the
T.S.
question?
Harrison says, if we're fighting for Angie, Why aren't we calling the DOJ or putting pressure on the police to investigate the accident?
Well,
Here's
they
the
have to give
wait a
us
minute,
more.
wait a minute.
Child.
Who said we haven't?
Well, that's what I was about to say. You don't know what we haven't done, but you cannot call the DOJ at this point because there's still an active state investigation, and this DOJ does not trump the state.
Mm-mm.
We have to wait until there's negative calls from the state that hasn't been, or we feel have not been investigated adequately, and then we can take that up to the state attorney general. If the state attorney general don't do anything, then we go to the DOJ. But you just can't jump the chain of command.
Mm-mm.
And I want to
When
add
it comes to
something as
federal.
well. I want to add that the ball is in their court. They have to give us more information, period.
Right.
So that's why it's all sewn up. We still at the scene of the accident. We don't know whether or not she was in that car. Like,
Exactly.
what?
So
We can't move. We just talking.
yeah. So
You know?
I would love to complain to the Department of Justice, but we
Yes.
don't. We have to follow the chain of command of. I mean, our country was set up on that
Exactly.
premise.
Checks
So
and balances. Yeah.
checks and
And the
balances.
people that love her the most have to be at the forefront fighting on her behalf as well. We can't just do it
Exactly.
because, oh,
And
we
then
Right.
love Angie, but her kids are like, whatever, we done with it, we fine with it. Because if they're done with it, Alabama's done with it, it would never see DOJ at all. It's just
exactly.
done.
Exactly.
Say that
Exactly.
again.
But
Everybody's
what
paid out.
But what we have to do is, since this is at the level of the highway department, which is a state agency, then we would complain to the state attorney general's office, because the state attorney general's office who would properly get the case to prosecute, not the local county. It automatically
Exactly. And then if they get inquiries, they have to move.
they have to move.
They
So
have to move.
So the correct organization that we should be complaining to is the Attorney General's office of the state of Alabama. That's the first place we start. If we do not get proper care, proper investigation from them, then we can go to the DOJ. But we
Can
can't
But
we?
just
that's
go
if
straight
they
to the
allow
DOJ.
us
I was just
because
about to say,
of
but is
the
that something that we could
relationship.
do now, or is that
It's not.
something?
I already know that her family, even if it's not the kids, it has to be somebody very close to her. It can't
Oh
not be a
yeah, just a
fan base.
regular.
It
Yes.
has to be somebody that's going to be the face of fighting to get the justice or the answers in regards to
Mm,
this accident.
mm,
Us
mm.
doing it will
Yes,
not get.
yes.
We can keep
Actually,
raising questions,
Yes
but
and
they're not
no.
obligated to answer.
but see, sister, see, yes and no, and the extenuating the mitigating no, the the aggravating circumstance to this is inside the van where the personal injury charges can come from.
Mhm.
Any member in the van that was with her can also make a complaint.
I know they're
Yes.
all quiet.
No,
Allegedly,
well,
they all
but
signed
I'm just saying,
NDAs.
I'm just qualifying who can
Yeah,
do
I
it.
know, but I had already skipped that because they are on mute.
Yes,
Exactly.
they're on mute. They're on mute, and why they're on mute, I don't know. I don't know, because it's
Because it's
nothing.
something bigger than what we know and something bigger than those two off reports from the scene of the accident. It's a lot that only they know, along with Alabama state troopers or whatever their highway patrol is.
Mm-hmm.
But see, Alan, I kind of agree with what you're saying. If her family is not going to be forging forward for her, us as fans and people who care, we care. But everybody got their own stuff going on. So if your family is not going to take the charge for you, I'm sorry. To be honest, am I going to be petitioning the DOJ? No.
Will they
Well,
even look at our petition? Let's be
well,
real.
I mean,
well,
like, the
the
family
DO,
needs to take the lead on this. You know.
the DOJ will not, but the state attorney general's office will.
But I'm,
And
what I'm
because
saying is, I feel like her family, those closest, the people involved, like I'm a fan. I was a fan, but if they don't care enough,
They owe us nothing.
well,
yeah.
School.
here's the thing. Here's the thing. You can file as a friend of the court.
Okay.
You can
Is
do that.
there a mass filing storm? Is there a way that we can mass petition as
That's what I
fans
was
with
thinking.
signatures at this time in our progress and while this investigation is going on or whatever? Um, is there a way as fans that we can sign petitions? Because I know around, like, when we go through the social media, there are petitions that people sign
Yes, correct.
electronically, and then that attached to the petition to the court as a family member or friend of the court. Can we all do that and then file that?
Yes, you can. And there,
Uh,
I did set up a situation for that,
Perfect. That's where I kind of wanted to go with it.
and I did
Oh,
it. But in respect of the page, I've not said I've not said. But if you go to and anyway, yes, there is something set up.
Okay.
Well,
That's
say
what I
for
wanted to make
example,
sure.
with Kim Porter, they have a petition to get her case reopened. You know, they want an
Yeah, things like that.
investigation,
Yeah.
and so I see that. But what I'm saying is, I really just don't understand why her family is not taking lead
Well,
in this.
celebrity,
So
you have to get out your brain that these people are
Oh, my
ethical
bad.
because
I'm
they're
chewing
not.
y'all ear. My bad. I mean chips.
They're not ethical. We dealing with people that are not ethical. They don't have. They're flawed in this aspect of being, family
So,
oriented.
but are we sure that they don't have information that we're not privy to? Like a lot of what we're talking
Definitely.
about is speculation.
Mhm.
Maybe they know things that we don't know? I don't know.
Well, right now there. Well, that's always a possibility that
Mhm.
in an investigation they have information that they
That we
haven't
don't know.
released
That's why
that
they
we
close
won't
it.
know. So
Mhm.
that's always a factor that we're not going to know everything.
Mhm.
We can file FOIA requests, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we will get everything because they will only release what they want to release and hold what they want to hold.
Correct.
So that being said, d- y- what we have clearly is motive,
Mm.
and the
Mhm.
motive that we have and that we've made clear is money and
From
royalties
multiple angles now. After
from
all
And
this talking, it done
multiple angles,
switched
not
over
just
to personal.
and
yeah.
honestly, for me, and this is just for me, just surveillance in this whole thing. I don't even care about what they do with that money. I just want to know how my girl died at this.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
just want to know how they die, and then they could do whatever they're gonna do because ain't no good gonna come from it. I just want to know how my girl died, and I want those people to be brought to face the gallows.
Yeah.
That's
So
all I want.
now let me ask y'all in the court of opinion, the chat. After hearing what we've laid out articulately today, with cool heads and cool minds and understanding spirits, what can you take away from today's conversation
Get a will, get your affairs in order, because you never know the date, the time, or the hour.
in reference to the case?
Oh, in reference to the case, it could be anybody. It looked like they caused a lot of frenzy and they used whatever to make it look like it's one way when it could be somebody else. We don't know.
I got
And somebody got me chewing chips too. By the way, it is sour cream and onion uts. They're really good. Get some. That's why I was chewing like that.
the
Officially,
nefarious
officially,
behavior.
Mitch, what do you think?
What I got
Yes.
is the characterization of the nefariousness of the individual we're talking about. So she needs to be brought in and questioned immediately and 7 days past last Sunday.
Who gonna do it though? Her son who's sleeping with her,
I'm
or
just
her daughter
I'm
Diamond who
who
had
knows?
beef with her?
And that ain't got no teeth.
It's
Her
multiple
mama,
pos- it's
she got a
multiple
reminder every day when she think about her mama. She look in that mirror.
it's multiple issues going on here, Storm, though. It's
Yeah.
the what
Go ahead.
happened to her, it's
It's the
how
label. That's
her
what I'm
state.
saying. Now you think
Yeah,
about it, it's a lot of people.
it's multiple things.
Got Shana, her two
So let me
kids, the
so let me
industry.
let me let me let me ask a
Shit, D'Angelo. Shit, I don't know.
let me ask you an important question. Who would have most to gain in a situation of either a wrongful death, an intentional death, or death period? Who would have more to gain for the historical factors of royalties?
The record
Anybody?
company.
Excuse
Who?
me?
The record company.
Absolutely
No,
not.
no. The
That's
broke
life
people.
change to them.
Broke people are the only people that would find that to be capital gain. Period.
No,
And
no,
they
wait. I thought
definitely
he was
wouldn't have
saying.
did.
I thought he meant in terms of who would have caused her because they don't want to pay out. Maybe I misunderstood the question.
No,
They're not going to do it after she just made a live. That's the
no.
only thing that confused me. Like,
Okay,
okay,
I'm gonna.
that's too soon after the live for them to do that. That's
I'm
the only question I had, and that's why I was looking kind of sideways at the people closest to her,
let,
including the
let-
people in the van. So,
exactly. You where I'm going, but now let me make it more plain.
oh my bad. Let me get back in the passenger seat. My bad.
The, the people closest to her that have been working around her that may have been stealing and preventing royalties from being paid so that they get money on the side and nobody knows have a lot to lose in this situation, because now if they've auctioned anything, if they've stolen anything, they're going to need to dump it or they're going to try to get it. This is a royalty battle.
But
This
they're not entitled to her royalty. So if she's
yet
gone,
no,
so who are they going to pay him to?
I gave you the perfect example of how it could be achieved. You have clearinghouses that
Okay.
will auction it off to the highest bidder,
And you could be on the side being the highest bidder.
and you
Okay.
could be on. Go ahead.
You can wash
Okay,
it.
Storm. So because I don't understand royalties now. That's the area of law I never was into. But let me just say, say I have royalties, you and I split royalties, and the companies are paying out. If something happens to me, wouldn't they stop, or doesn't that have to go again? I'm thinking about probate, and they're not going to make payments to a deceased person. So how does that work?
They
So
can't
you
stop. They can't stop you from getting your money,
no, your children, whoever your beneficiaries,
and
that's the
whoever your
asset of
beneficiary
yours.
is.
That's what I right. So you're okay, so
Go ahead.
it has to go to her children.
That's
And
what
if
it would
They're
your
have
not
to
going
be.
to
children are
make a payment to uh,
But
Lindsay Sue Frizzy. It has to be established who the next of kin is or who is the next person entitled, right?
right,
but that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying someone may have stolen the rights to the royalties.
Okay. So her being deceased has not because that it doesn't matter because she don't have the royalties. She didn't have them alive or in death. That's what you're saying.
That,
right.
and so whoever it is that has them has
So
complete control.
but so if she didn't have the rights to them while she was alive, then nothing changes for that person if they still getting the
No, no,
money.
no. We need to find out who stole them from
But
her.
of course, but that's what okay. But
Oh,
my
you said
point is
we need to
we
find out. Hold on, we.
yeah, the
Well,
fam that's the
Ooh.
thing. If you're saying that the family is complicit, they ain't nothing to find out because they gonna keep doing what they've been doing.
if that's the fact, we don't know that.
Well, see, that's what I said. It's too many competing conflicts here. We
It
don't know.
is. It is because we
And
don't
that's how
know.
it's. That's what people want it to be. So
Mm-hmm.
it's not a direct out on them, like it's
It's a
deflecting.
complete
So
distraction.
yeah.
Because when I first heard about Angie Stone, I was hearing that the record label did something to her because they didn't want to pay her the millions that they owed. But now we're hearing, okay, maybe it's some family members that are nefarious who were getting some of her royalties, but they will still never get a large what they're entitled to because she wasn't getting it.
In
So
that,
We
and
don't.
guess what, celebrity? The difference is, I'm sorry, I'm
uh-huh.
sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
The difference is when you look at these numbers ain't talking about Clive David's numbers. These are numbers from broke people. Honestly, the music industry, they got
Mm-hmm.
to me, the music
Mhm.
industry, that's a whole nother ball game. When we dealing with this little penny money right here,
Yeah, I was gonna
no
say penny
shade.
pincher.
This is somebody around your area in your small circle.
Yeah.
So you looking at your people closest to you when you talking about this type of money. Okay, in the grand scheme of things, I remember she was saying on the live that, they owe me this money. They owe me this money. Yeah, they probably do still owe her money. But
Mm-hmm.
this money right here, this is money that somebody small, this is small time
It's
money that my
small money.
son
Yep.
or my manager or somebody sleeping with my son or manager allegedly might be able to get. That's what we're talking about.
And they think they're so smart. Who sells obituaries for $30 knowing that fans gonna want to keep it and stuff like that?
Uh,
Like
they
this is
raised
somebody that's
They raised the
capitalizing
they
price.
on.
raised the obituary price from $30 to $50.
That's
Okay,
crazy.
so yeah, like we already know, man. I can write my own obituary and put Angie face on there, and write all the beautiful things I know about her. But they want it, and people. I'm mad at people for buying into it because it's a complete disgrace. I'm sorry.
I mean, they just had to. What's that guy, the rapper? He just died maybe a few months ago. The he was he had worked with Nas and you guys know the guy who died. That he was a he. I can't
What?
think of it,
Who
huh?
shooter?
Who?
No, he passed away. I think he
BB King?
no, he was about 50 years old. He had a show on. He worked with 50 Cent and him had the beef.
DMX.
Not DMX
Um,
passed, but he had the beef with 50 Cent.
beef
Yeah,
50, that ain't no
Everybody
good.
beef with 50 Cent.
Everybody beef with 50.
but
50 is a
he was
troll.
with Ashanti, the one who Ashanti had. Irv Gotti.
Oh, Irv
Irv,
Gotti.
Irv
I
Gotti
forgot.
passed.
He
They
ain't no
had his
rapper. He producer.
obituaries. They ain't sold nothing.
Well, you talking about ethics now.
I mean, my goodness.
But
People are terrible. Money, greed, that's a seventh deadly sin. That's one of the that'll take you up out of there. Yes.
Lord.
That's what we dealing with. Darkness.
So they selling obituaries.
Yeah.
Yes. And t-shirts pre-ordered at the home going sir. It's crazy.
But that's the thing. The money of her likeness and things that are because of her are supposed to go to her estate, and I'm assuming her children
you
next.
keep on going back to them churn. Baby,
Because, but
I
that
know you got a tight, you and your mama tight, you and your daughter tight.
no. But it's not even. It's no. But I'm going by the law though.
Well, the law will be
The
brought to the table when all said and done. Just left it.
Correct. Like the
Period.
only time it can be enforced is if the people that the children go to the law and
Let's
say,
just
"Hey,
say the
somebody
executor
skipped us."
The executor don't know yet. So when she knows, she has a legal obligation to stop all of that, even though the children, whatever. So I
And
don't think she
And
knows.
and
it could be an independent person too to be the executor of her estate. I mean, it
It could-
don't necessarily have to be them, but even that person would tell this woman, "You are not entitled, and you don't have any legal rights."
Storm,
well,
can I ask you a question?
go ahead, please.
Do they have an executor estate?
None that I know of yet.
Mm-mm.
So it
That
could
I
be
know
that you.
that I
Okay.
know of. I'm
Okay.
not saying there isn't, but I
Okay.
haven't found who that
That's a
is.
very
They
valid
could be
question
working in cahoots with
because
her.
they can actually be the children
Oh,
are the
No,
executor.
no, 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 because there's no documented that goes to the court. That goes to the probate
Yeah,
court.
we'll go to the court, and it will be
Probate. So
public.
the court has to assign an executor if you don't already have one
mm-hmm.
That's
stated in
correct.
your
Yes,
will.
That's
yes,
correct.
Got you. That's where we at. Got
yes.
you.
That's if it's being conflicted though, and somebody brings it to the courthouse, and then they have to assign it. If nobody is
Was
questioning who does what gets what, then it just stay how it is, and
Yeah,
things keep on turning.
it'll be business as usual. Then they could
Hmm.
anything
but
that
see,
she had, if nobody contests it or they don't go to court and do anything that they're supposed to, all of her assets, they can just use them and spend them like nothing.
but this is why I'm making it known to the world that this person is a nefarious individual, and that if somebody don't know, they need to be on alert to make sure that they get on their P's and Q's, dot all their I's and cross all their T's, so that nothing negative happens. If we don't say anything and we know the information and don't give people that don't know the information, we
And
failed them.
can I add to that? And I want
Yes.
to add to that when you do know, because once ignorance is brought to the light, it is your responsibility to act justly. So now, family members and those that are involved, and we're stating this and we're bringing this to the forefront, and we're going off of factual evidence and things like that. If you do hear this and you are not going to operate in good faith, then the blood is on your hands.
Exactly.
But you guys
Hmm.
said the woman is savvy. She know that she's not supposed to be selling stuff in a deceased person's
But
name.
she also knows that the children don't.
She's not ethical. You keep looking at ethics.
Yeah,
It's
well,
not
not
about
well, but
ethics
listen,
with
even without ethics, you look at the fact that your ASS can go to jail for doing something that's criminal.
Listen, celebrity.
criminals
We talk
don't have ethics.
celebrity. We're talking celebrity. We're talking about a known prostitute.
Oh Lord.
Hold on, hold
Everything is
on,
not
hold on,
cut and
quiet.
dry.
She was a high profile prostitute. Put respect on her
Okay, so
name.
she not afraid. So she just gonna
No,
do
She
whatever.
was a
she
high
gonna
And if
do
she
whatever
was a
she
profile.
gonna
She
high
do.
deal with big
profile,
money.
she
A
got
regular
that
street.
string
She was a
gone.
high profile. She is not no prostitute. She is a tier above. Put respect on her name.
So Ty, this goes
Oh,
back to the earlier conversation we were having about, well, would you go and say that you Diddy did something to you, even if it was a lie for $1 million? And Gigi and I both were saying no, because I'd be scared in this. So that's where I'm coming from. Like, just certain things I wouldn't do because I'd be too afraid. But y'all telling me this woman has no morals. She may do things she don't care.
not just
Has
We
no.
not
her.
telling you. We showing you.
Yeah, and not just her, that everything is not going to be from an ethical, legal stamp. Just because it's the
Nope.
law, that doesn't mean that it's
People
going to be
abide
a
it.
bad. Because you keep emphasizing in the beginning the kids, and then you was like, "But how do they let their mom do that?" Da-da-da. I'm just telling you so you can just not so much detach your ethics and your loyalty, but to let you know that everybody does not have those same relationships. A and B, there are not ethical people. They are not law abiding. I get what you're saying. That is the law. That
Yeah,
doesn't mean that it's being followed, because you was really frustrated at the fact they was just like not doing what they were supposed to do.
it is frustrating
You are
because
I
mind
want
blown.
to. I
it's
want to
like
add
they're
something.
entitled to it. So like you're giving away all of your what your mom worked for, regardless as to what you think it is or isn't. Have you had
Right.
an assessment? That's silly to me.
Right. Very silly. I want to add. I see Kim Patrick in the comments talking about where's Gigi. Gigi is an icon. She is an icon, honey. She created this platform for years. She has 500,000 subscribers. She don't have to talk. She did what she did, honey. She is an
I'm
icon.
sitting on my throne,
She's
girl.
here,
She is
honey.
sitting
She
on
is
her throne that she
moderating and
can't
she
be
is
knocked
here,
down
honey.
on.
Yeah, she moderated, right?
Honey. So
My
she's here. Trust it. Because that's the only
but
reason why
I,
we here. And we thank you.
We are
oh, I
volunteers
thank
on
you
behalf
all.
of Gigi Estate.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you all. I just want
Now,
to say,
Gigi, put me in that will, please.
Yeah,
I just want
leave
to
me
say,
a
you
dollar.
guys have done a great job tonight. I am going to close it because it's getting about that time. But wow,
Yes,
what a
1:30.
journey! What a ride tonight! I appreciate
Yes,
everybody.
yes.
Quiet Storm, Celebrity Scandalous, Mitch, C. Ellen.
My girl, you know I missed you. I'm not. I know I was out with the flu for a minute, but I see I'm not a moderator no more. And in the beginning, I needed to kick some people out. So can we fix that back?
Oh yeah, you good. I got you. Type something
Okay.
so I can just click that on for you. Okay.
Okay.
Scouts go with me way, way, way back in the day. We have personal talks in public. Okay. Right.
Yeah, really.
I'm about to shut it down. So celebrity scandalous. Can you any last comments?
Yeah, Gigi, you don't. I just want to remind you of something. Do you? And you probably forgot. I used to be a Netco Highnoor. You probably forgot back in 2016. I just
I,
been wanting to tell you that. But anyway, my
well,
channel is the.
I thank you, Celebrity Scandalous, and she has an awesome YouTube channel. You guys, you have to check her out. Go ahead.
Thank
Going
you.
there now.
Go.
Y'all have a good night. I'm going to join now, subscribe now, celebrity.
Yes, and yeah, you come over, Ty, come over, and Storm. And Gigi, you know, I mean,
Yes, we will.
Gigi too
For
big to
sure.
come over though, but I
That's
wish you would
not
sometime.
true. I'm very humble. I'm
I
very
know you are. I'm kidding. I love you.
ha ha ha.
Joy.
So in closing, I want to say my closing remarks before we end this.
Hmm.
This was a great example of when you have a platform, we've learned so much. We're not just talking about Angie, but we're also talking about things that we need to talk about within the Black community when it pertains to finances, real estate, and other things that we did not know. And so it is important that we have these conversations because we also inform and educate others, you know what I mean, about the different things that some people may not have, came across any other type of way, having not clicked on this video. So I thank you again, Gigi, for giving us a platform to discuss, inform, and educate.
And
Oh,
it's also important that we can have differences of opinion and still be okay. It's no need to get upset with each other. We can agree to disagree. And I think we've shown that very well tonight.
of
We
course.
ain't messing up Gigi's show. We know better. She got us
Okay.
in check.
Yes.
Storm, any last remarks?
Yes, I'd like to say thank you for the opportunity that you have given me to be part of your family being on here. And I want to say to the audience that I am not a person that is looking to gain clicks, do anything. I don't want to be a YouTuber, but I love Angie Stone. And because I love Angie Stone, I'm doing what I do. And I say what I say, and I say it with facts. And I want you to know that if you have a problem with my personality or my thing, I would apologize to you, but I would also say this. I am a true fan. And if it takes my own money to do what I need to do to get documentation, to do whatever, I'm going to do that. I am not talking out of my rear, but I'm talking from paperwork. And I will only speak from paperwork or video. Please understand and give me a chance to see what really happens rather than saying he's lying, he's capping. No, there's a
Don't
method to the
apologize.
madness.
Don't you ever apologize for being yourself.
Okay.
Storm, I have a question.
Yes.
And they probably gonna take my head off. Say, oh, she just want to get. I worked in radio at a Quiet Storm, so I want to know how to get in touch with you because I have a lot of questions. I,
Okay.
you know, a lot about the history, and
I
so
do.
yeah. So
Yeah.
how do I get in touch with you?
You can
And
go
I
to
just want to talk about radio. I don't care about the YouTube stuff. I want to talk about radio.
www.quietstormfm.org.
And is that your email?
Everything is right there.
www. dot mhm.
www.quietstormfm.org.
Okay. Thank you.
I
You're
got one
welcome.
more thing. And I'm sorry, and I'm gonna drop off. All of us up here. Gigi, can you sleep peacefully tonight? Are you good with this?
Yeah,
Oh
don't be
yeah,
hiding underneath the bed.
I'm gonna eat. I'm about to.
Okay. This is okay. Just making sure you good with this. All
Yeah,
right.
I'm good. I'm good.
All right.
Love you, Mitch.
Okay.
DM me the messy
Who,
sweet
me?
spot. Yes, you.
Okay. I'll
We
DM you
gotta
right now.
talk. All right.
Yes.
All
We
right.
All
love you,
right.
Gigi. We love
Love
you.
you
Love you.
all.
Bye,
Good
guys.
All right.
night.
Bye
See you
bye.
soon.
Bye
I'm
bye.
asking you to text something in the chat, see, Alan.
I did. I did it.
I didn't see you. Can you do it
No,
again?
I didn't see
Yeah,
it
I'll do
either.
it right now. I had put I love you all.
Oh,
Oh.
okay.
Now y'all
Oh,
better come over and see me sometime too, because I get nervous doing lives. That's why I don't never do them. But I would love to see y'all over there every now and then. Okay.
yes,
For
please go
sure.
support Celebrity Scandalous.
And you
Gigi, I
guys
be
have a
nervous. I be nervous though, but I'm gonna get better. But I liked how they talked to you
And you
tonight,
know
so it was
what?
feeding my
I'm
spirit
scared.
too. Thank you.
I still move on. So it's fine to be nervous, but as long as you don't stop and you just keep on moving forward and step one step at a time, but it's okay to be nervous. You know,
Okay.
that's your natural nerves. I'm sure the top YouTubers or the most famous people that are so successful get nervous all the time.
Yeah.
Just don't show it. Just try your best not to show it. It's not our business to know that you're nervous. Thanks for opening up and letting us know, but don't let us know. Just keep on going to flow because a lot of times we don't know
Mhm.
you're nervous
Okay.
and you tell us.
All right.
Yeah. You're right. Okay. Thanks for the advice.
So
Thank
just go
all of
out
you guys.
there and just act like you got this. You know what I mean?
Cause you do.
Hey.
Yeah.
Act like, well, I don't know. If you were to act like you got millions of people watching you, would that give you more confidence or less confidence?
Gigi, look, when I get up with you, when I'm talking with you up on your platform, girl, I have energy and I'm da-da-da-da. But when I'm by myself, it's like, well, yeah, I don't know. Okay. I mean, it's just different. I don't know. It's like up here with you, I just feel supported, just like you said with C. Allen, right? You said it's comfort. It makes you feel at home. So when I come and talk to you or I'm on your platform, I don't feel, like it's weighted on me. But anyway, this is not about me. I had a great time. I always love coming up here.
I'm
So thank
looking
you.
for your page, and
I do
we
too.
can do something together. So, like, I
Okay.
come up here, I come on your panel, so we can keep the conversation going,
All
and
Mhm.
right.
then you be off. Let your wings fly.
Let
Okay.
me try.
Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you, C. Allen. I'm gonna be looking for you. I guess I'm gonna try to do a live in the next couple days or so.
Okay, please do,
Okay.
because
I
I'm
will
turning
sure
on
be
my
there.
alert notifications.
I sure will too.
Y'all gonna make me go live tomorrow. I'm gonna go live
Okay,
tomorrow. Okay.
Okay.
I'll be
Do
looking for it,
it.
baby.
Do it.
All
All right.
right. Love you guys. Thank you so
Love you.
Love
much.
you.
All
Have a
right.
good
Bye
night.
bye.
And Gigi, I just sent you a DM on Instagram and a personal email to your Yahoo account,
Okay, let me check it.
just so you have me locked in.
Yep, I got you. Okay.
Okay, perfect.
Running
You
now.
guys have a great night. Thank you so much for this forum. Thank you.
Thank you.
You too.
Bye.
Good night. Bye.